Chapter 1084. Obviously, Lu Xinyang's words reminded Yang Ming that this was the purpose of these people's crimes. In this way, it could be explained why they acted like they were performing a mission when they robbed the bank, and why they threw the stolen money on the roadside. In fact, the purpose of the employer was very simple. That was to confuse everyone's eyes and make people think that this group of people was the kind of gang that committed crimes continuously, not specifically for the jewelry. However, why did the employer want to create such an illusion? These people were hired by the employer. Even if they were specifically targeting the jewelry, there would be nothing wrong with it. This involved a problem, which was the internal crime problem that Sun Jie once said. In other words, only the employer was an insider, so he would be so superfluous to get rid of the relationship. However, the more he did this, the more his identity was exposed. Yang Ming called Chun Fei again, intending to confirm his and Lu Xinyang's guess. Uncle Chen, I want to ask, what will those people do after they succeed? According to their account, after they succeed, they will spray their Mark S.B. on the exhibition hall. Then, they will take the looted jewelry and hand it over at the crossroads in front of the exhibition center. However, I sent people there, but they didn't get anything. Probably, the things here have alarmed the employer behind the scenes. Chun Fei said, if we want to catch the person behind the scenes, it will be a bit difficult. I got it. Yang Ming nodded after listening to Chun Fei's words and fell into contemplation. Could it be that the matter is solved like this? Although the behind-the-scenes instigator was not found, at least all the people he hired were dealt with. However, this had no impact on the behind-the-scenes employer. These people were caught, but he would not lose anything. Instead, he did not even need to pay the remuneration. This kind of mercenary group was like this. If they succeeded, they would get the money. If they failed or died, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. This made Yang Ming very uncomfortable. It seems that I can relax some vigilance in the future. Wait, Yang Ming's heart was suddenly shocked. He always felt that there was something wrong that he didn't consider. Things can't be so simple. With the power of the behind-the-scenes employer, didn't he leave a backup plan? Did he pin all his hopes on these mercenaries? Most importantly, the second robbery was obviously different from the first one. During the first robbery, it was obvious that most of the time it was done quickly. Before the police arrived, the fight was over. But the second time was different. A jewelry robbery was not like a bank robbery. It was impossible to end it as quickly as a bank robbery. Moreover, the security at the jewelry exhibition was obviously much tighter than that of the small savings bank. So, the implementation was much more difficult, and it was easy to deviate. The behind-the-scenes employer would definitely take this into consideration. If the behind-the-scenes employer had considered this and did this, then there was only one possibility left, and that was that this robbery was just a bluff, and the real deal was yet to come. On Chun Fei's side, there was news again. The person who smashed the display case with the LED camera was also hired. After receiving 10 million from others, he did the previous action. The intention was not to rob. He was only following the instructions of his client. He attracted the attention of the security guards in the exhibition area on the first day and acted on the second day. Now, although they couldn't clearly determine whether this person had any internal connection with the robbers, judging from the time of the incident, it should be close to the mark. First of all, the behind-the-scenes employer used the man in the blue down jacket as the first bait to attract the attention of the exhibition area's security guards. When a man in the blue down jacket made an extreme move, the robber gang implemented the robbery plan. Although they were two completely unrelated groups of people, it was very likely that they were hired by the same person at the same time. In this case, then these two groups of people completed the purpose of creating a diversion. However, this diversion was likely to be a cover-up. The behind-the-scenes person hadn't used his trump card yet. Yang Ming didn't dare to relax his vigilance. Yang Ming didn't believe that the behind-the-scenes person didn't have his own strength. For such an important plan, it was difficult to complete it by hiring people without his own people. Or, he simply thought that it was difficult to complete the task by relying on these mercenaries. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident and bold to let them rob the jewelry, because he probably didn't think that they could succeed at all. The value of the jewels was enormous. Compared to the remuneration he paid to the mercenaries, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. These mercenaries would definitely understand the value of the jewels in advance. After they obtained the jewels, it would be foolish of them to hand over the jewels. In other words, the hirer only used these mercenaries as gunmen. As for the delivery at the crossroads, the hirer probably didn't send anyone to pick them up. Thinking of this, Yang Ming also had a general idea of the whole incident. Still do your best. Yang Ming told Li Chong, especially tonight, don't take it lightly. The exhibition center closed smoothly like yesterday. The tourists withdrew from the exhibition hall, and the merchants were also packing up their showcases in an orderly manner. In the exhibition area, the showcases that were destroyed before had been replaced with new ones. The security guards on duty were also on full alert. Today's events made them particularly nervous. This night was longer than yesterday. After all, nothing happened during the day yesterday. Although everyone was nervous, it wasn't to such an extent. Today was different. No one could guarantee that the person behind the scenes would not make trouble again if he didn't succeed. None of this could have been predicted. Yang Ming was still sitting in a commercial car near the exhibition center, quietly watching the movements of the entire exhibition hall. The night passed like this. There was no change as Yang Ming expected. It was quiet, as if the scene didn't happen during the day. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little strange. The other party couldn't have just given up, right? Logically, it shouldn't be. The other party must be waiting for an opportunity to make a move again, but when to make a move was not something he could guess. Lu Xingyang didn't have any ideas about this. I'm not Zhuge Liang. Naturally, I can't predict it. Lu Xingyang shrugged and smiled bitterly. Maybe it's still daytime, maybe it's night, maybe it's daylight robbery, maybe it's stealing. It's all possible. Yang Ming naturally knew that things didn't happen. Who could say for sure? However, what made Yang Ming feel strange was that there was no movement during the third day. Until it was time for the exhibition hall to close, the tourists left again, and there was no situation similar to yesterday. At night, although Yang Ming didn't relax his vigilance, it was still a quiet night. The fourth day and the fourth night were still the same. It was so quiet that it was scary. It was as if the other party had really given up, making Yang Ming helpless. I probably guessed the other party's intention. On the fifth night, Lu Xingyang hesitated and said to Yang Ming. Lu Xingyang only accompanied Yang Ming at night. He slept during the day, so he was particularly energetic. However, Yang Ming couldn't sleep. In the past 5 days, the total time of sleep was only about 10 hours. Although Yang Ming had undergone strict training, he was somewhat exhausted at the moment. His eyes were bloodshot. He was awake, but he had overdrawn his physical strength. What's the intention? Yang Ming was still focused on locking the exhibition center with his special ability. The behind-the-scenes may have guessed it. After the incident on the second day, we will be more vigilant. Lu Xingyang analyzed. If nothing happens on the third day, we still have to be vigilant on the fourth day. The same is true on the fifth day. There's a saying that the first drum builds up the spirit, the second drum weakens the spirit, and the third drum weakens the spirit. We are constantly on guard every day, so there will definitely be times when we are tired. And the last day is the most tiring and also the most relaxed day. Probably everyone will think that everything will be fine after the last night, but it is often the most dangerous time. Our people are already exhausted at that time. It will be very easy for the behind-the-scenes to carry out robbery or theft. Indeed, Yang Ming nodded in agreement. So, tomorrow night and the day after tomorrow are the most dangerous times? It should be like this. Lu Xingyang nodded. Of course, this is just my guess. The day after tomorrow was the last day of the exhibition. After the end, various manufacturers and owners of jewelry would withdraw the jewelry on display. Whether there would be any accidents after the withdrawal was none of Yang Ming's business. In other words, the period before the withdrawal of jewelry was what Yang Ming should pay attention to and be on guard. The sixth day passed very smoothly. Sure enough, as Lu Xingyang expected, the peak period of the theft was concentrated on the sixth night and the seventh day. The possibility of the theft was the highest on the sixth night. Under the deliberate arrangement of Yang Ming, the security guards on duty began to show signs of drowsiness. Even the security guards patrolling outside began to slack off. Of course, in this way, Yang Ming made such an abnormal posture to warn the behind-the-scenes. Because of the first 5 nights, all the security guards were in a state of alert at all times. Only on the last night, the security guards became tired. This obvious abnormal situation couldn't be attributed to fatigue on the second and exhaustion on the third. People with discerning eyes could see that this posture was intentional. Although Yang Ming was also very interested in the behind-the-scenes, he also understood that even if he caught the thief sent by the behind-the-scenes again, there wouldn't be much gain. The person sent couldn't know too much. If the person knew too much, the behind-the-scenes wouldn't send him over. Therefore, Yang Ming really didn't want to do useless work and create more problems. Now that he had successfully passed the jewelry exhibition, he would talk about the other things later. Of course, if this posture couldn't scare away the person behind the scenes, Yang Ming didn't mind playing with him again. It would be like what Sun Jie said. Yang Ming sat in the business car and still watched the exhibition hall of the entire exhibition center. The first half of the night passed. There was no anomaly. About 3 o'clock in the morning, a black Mercedes-Benz van stopped on the side of the road at an intersection from the exhibition center. After the car was turned off, no one immediately got off. The exhibition center wasn't in the center of the city, but in a place that was relatively remote from the commercial area. There were few residential areas nearby, and they were all large enterprises and science and technology parks. It was fine during the day, but at night, there was basically no one. It was precisely because of this that Yang Ming was able to explore the movement of about 1 kilometer around the exhibition center. Basically, they were still objects. As long as an animal appeared, Yang Ming would immediately detect it. Therefore, when a Mercedes-Benz van stopped on the side of the road, Yang Ming was alerted. Regardless of whether anyone got off the car or not, Yang Ming used his special ability to check the people in the car. There weren't many people in the car. There were only 2 people. One was the driver, and the other was a very thin man in black. At this moment, he was using an infrared night vision device to observe the situation outside the window. Yang Ming's heart was shocked. The main character was finally here. Yang Ming naturally didn't believe that ordinary citizens would take an infrared night vision device to look at the scenery on the street in the middle of the night. What this person did was obviously to observe whether there was an ambush nearby. Yang Ming didn't have the energy to set up a hidden sentry within 1 kilometer of the exhibition center, and the observation results of that person obviously satisfied him. After the black shirt man observed for a while, he put away the infrared night vision device and put another pair of infrared night vision goggles on his face. Although the night vision goggles and night vision goggles could be used for night vision, they weren't as powerful and professional as the night vision goggles. The black shirt man put a backpack on his shoulder, then quickly jumped off the car and sneaked in the direction of the exhibition center. Yang Ming smiled slightly and didn't give any instructions to Li Chong because Yang Ming also wanted to see Li Chong's ability to adapt. Even if the black shirt man succeeded in the end, wasn't there still an Oriole behind? The black shirt man lurked near the exhibition center, but he didn't approach directly. Instead, he used binoculars to observe the security situation of the exhibition center. When he saw the scene that Yang Ming deliberately arranged, he was obviously stunned. He had probably never seen such tired security guards before. One by one, they walked around slowly, and one guy even squatted in the corner and snored. The black-shirt man's expression changed. His face was full of doubts and hesitation. Yang Ming observed the black-shirt man with some amusement. It seemed that his arrangement worked, and it made the black-shirt man feel a certain psychological pressure. Sure enough, the black-shirt man didn't dare to make a decision. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed a phone number. Unfortunately, he used a shortcut key to dial. Yang Ming couldn't see the phone number of the person behind the scenes. However, even if he saw it, it was probably a temporary number. With the caution of the person behind the scenes, he wouldn't give himself away on these subtle things. Yang Ming naturally didn't care about this anymore. He carefully stared at the black-shirt man's lips, wanting to see what he said. "Boss, there is something strange in the exhibition hall," the black-shirt man said concisely. "Oh, what's strange?" Yang Ming naturally couldn't hear the voice on the other side of the phone. Yang Ming could read lips, but he couldn't understand the mobile phone signal. "The security guards patrolling near the exhibition hall are all lazy. They're not strict at all. They're like two different people during the day," said the black-shirt man. At this moment, Yang Ming could be completely sure that this black-shirt man came for the jewelry in the exhibition hall. Lazy? Like two different people? After the boss listened to the black-shirt man's words, he thought for a moment and said, I didn't expect that Yang Ming would also play tricks when I play tricks. He is playing hard to get. He wants to scare us directly, but he will be disappointed. Continue to act according to the original plan." "Okay, I understand." The black-shirt man nodded and hung up the phone. Although Yang Ming didn't know what the boss said to the black-shirt man, according to the black-shirt man's performance, the behind-the-scenes must have given him an order to continue the operation. The boss hung up the phone, snorted coldly, and said to another young man in his 30s next to him, "Yang Ming played hard to get for me, making all the security guards pretend to be very lazy. Oh, this Yang Ming is quite smart." After the young military advisor listened, he snorted with some disdain. He actually guessed that we would act tonight. In fact, it's not difficult to guess. There was nothing wrong the previous few nights. Tonight is the last night. If we don't act tonight, we will do it tomorrow morning, said the boss. However, this is more suitable for our action. The more slack he is, the higher the chance we have to succeed. The young man said, "Even if they are pretending, they will certainly not be as serious as usual." "That makes sense." The boss nodded and said, "I hope this operation won't disappoint me. It doesn't matter even if it doesn't succeed. This is just the beginning." The young man said indifferently, "There are still many tricks in the future. I hope Yang Ming doesn't die early. Otherwise, there really won't be anyone to play with." The boss really admired the young man at this time. This person was really born to be sarcastic. The plan this time is really good. The S.B. mercenaries only paid a deposit of $500,000. As you expected, these people were all taken care of by Yang Ming. We don't even have to pay the rest of the commission. Ha! They are all going to die. Oomph. The young man smiled proudly, but when he thought that he still had to rely on the boss, he put on a flattering smile. "However, although I know that Yang Ming is very powerful, if you didn't tell me some other things about Yang Ming, I wouldn't have come up with this plan. After all, I thought that Yang Ming couldn't kill the mercenaries no matter how powerful he was." Chapter 1085. The boss didn't care much about the young man's flattery. He also knew that the two people were only in a cooperative relationship at the moment, each taking what they needed. However, the boss felt that this person was much more reliable than Elder Yu. That idiot Elder Yu was so arrogant every day, but he didn't understand one thing. In the end, not only did he spend a lot of sponsorship funds, but he also screwed things up. He preached all day long that he was going to practice some kind of evil technique to become invulnerable. But in the end, didn't he run away with his tail between his legs? But now this military advisor was different. Although his moves were a bit wretched, the winner was the king and the loser was the thief. It didn't matter how he achieved his goal. What was important was the result, not the process. Therefore, the boss didn't think about how to kill Yang Ming openly. As long as he could kill him, he didn't care how he did it. "If this matter is successful, you will be a hero," the boss said to the young man. "I will let you get back everything you want. Are you telling the truth?" The young man looked at the boss in disbelief. His original purpose was to kill Yang Ming for revenge, so he relied on the boss's support, but he didn't expect to get back some of the things he wanted after the matter was done. "Of course, Yang Ming's businesses are really nothing in my eyes. What I want is..." The boss paused after saying this and didn't continue, but anyone knew that what he wanted must be more important than money. However, the boss didn't say much, and the young man didn't ask much. He didn't want to know what kind of deep hatred there was between the boss and Yang Ming. It had nothing to do with him. The man in black quietly lurked toward the exhibition hall. He did not enter from the entrance of the exhibition center, but went around to the edge of the wall closest to the exhibition area, ready to climb over the wall. The man in black was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he took out a camera detection radar device from his backpack and began to scan the position of the various probes in the exhibition center's courtyard. Most of the cameras used wireless signal transmission. After all, it was not convenient to arrange and install the cameras with wires. Moreover, maintenance and replacement were also a big problem. Before the jewelry exhibition, the Convention and Exhibition Center would host large-scale exhibition activities such as clothing exhibitions and car shows. Therefore, there was no need for strict security measures. There were no cameras installed in the courtyard of the Convention and Exhibition Center. Only a few cameras were installed in the parking lot at the entrance. After the Ming-Yang Company was responsible for the security of the jewelry exhibition, they installed a large number of wireless cameras in the courtyard as surveillance equipment. Although the convenience of a wireless camera was greater, there was a certain gap between its security and a wired camera. When the man in black detected the position of the nearest camera that could capture him, he took out another device and connected it to a small laptop. Yang Ming frowned. He didn't expect the man in black to be so professional. What he was doing now should be releasing interference signals to affect the normal operation of the camera. Sure enough, the man in black first used the device to call up the signal frequency range of the wireless camera. After locking the range, he began to use the computer to capture the data packets exchanged between the camera and the server to analyze the key. Soon, a series of binary numbers appeared on the man in black's computer. The man in black opened another software and copied it in the password column of the software. Then, he clicked on the switch button. At this point, the camera was completely hijacked. The picture sent from the camera to the host computer also became the picture in the man in black's computer. The picture may have been recorded in advance, or it was a video of the location shot by the camera at night. In this way, it was difficult for the people in the monitoring room to find that the picture sent by the camera had become another set of replaced pictures. After the replacement was completed, the man in black began to search for the cameras located near the exhibition area inside the exhibition hall. Until he found the location and frequency of the cameras, he performed the previous decryption operation one by one. He hijacked each camera one by one and replaced it with the video in his laptop. After doing all this, the man in black carefully put the laptop on the ground and covered it with the black canvas in his backpack. Although there were few people nearby who could guarantee that no one would pass by, if it was stolen as a good thing, then the man in black's action would be over. After covering up these instruments, the man in black looked around again until he couldn't see anything special. Then, he slowly climbed up the wall. The man in black's movements were very skillful. Like a gecko, he jumped into the wall of the exhibition center without making any sound. After landing, the man in black quickly lay on the ground and hid his figure in the pile of withered grass and withered branches to avoid the sight of the patrolling security guards. Judging from the figure of the man in black, he was obviously a professional thief. However, judging from the actions of the person behind the scenes, the people he sent were obviously not mediocre. However, Yang Ming was still not sure whether the men of sacrifice he encountered at Wang Xiaoyan's house and this time were manipulated by the same person behind the scenes. Most of the security guards patrolling the periphery were the security guards of the Ming-Yang Company. It was definitely enough to deal with ordinary thieves, but it was obviously not enough to deal with such a professional. Judging from his dexterity, Yang Ming thought that he was almost on par with him. The man in black waited for a pair of patrolling security guards to pass by. Then he began to quickly move his body and crawl in the direction of the exhibition hall. The area of the exhibition center was quite large. No matter how many people there were in Yang Ming's security company, it was impossible to have a sentry every short distance. In that case, even if the number of people was 10 times more, it was not enough. The camera had been taken care of by the man in black, so he didn't need to care about this. He only needed to avoid the patrolling people. After the first wave of patrolling people went away, the man in black quickly approached the exhibition hall and stopped in front of a window on the side of the exhibition area. The man in black took out something similar to a spray can from his backpack, but the shape was very special. Even Yang Ming had not seen it before. It should be a professional theft tool. The man in black sprayed a few times on the protective window with the spray can. After a while, he gently bent it with his hand, and the iron bar of the protective window was broken. Yang Ming understood at this time that the thing in the spray can was probably a highly corrosive liquid, such as concentrated sulfuric acid solution. It could quickly dissolve the steel bar of the protective window. Obviously, its corrosiveness was not ordinary. It was just not clear what the material of this spray can was made of. It was so sturdy that nothing happened after it was filled with highly corrosive liquid. However, some secret folk tools were really difficult to explain clearly. Perhaps everything had its vanquisher. Just like his flying needle, it would dissolve when it came into contact with blood. The liquid in the spray bottle would probably only react when it came into contact with iron. Although it was somewhat inexplicable from a chemical point of view, there were too many phenomena in the world that could not be explained by science. Yang Ming did not delve into this issue, but carefully watched the man in black's actions. After taking off all the protective iron bars, the man in black took out something similar to a glass knife from his backpack. The man in black just wanted to touch the glass of the exhibition hall with the glass knife, but he suddenly stopped. The glass of the exhibition hall was covered with a device similar to a touch screen. It would be turned on after the exhibition hall was closed. As long as there was an external force touching it, the alarm would go off. Obviously, the man in black also found that something was wrong with the glass. The man in black put the glass knife aside and began to look for the wire of the touch screen at the edge of the glass. This kind of touch screen was a product a few years ago. The technical content was not high. Because the exhibition center had been built for some time, these things had not been updated. Although Yang Ming saw the drawbacks of this before, he couldn't help it. He was only temporarily using the exhibition hall for 7 days. It was impossible to completely transform the exhibition hall. If the exhibition hall paid for the renovation, the exhibition hall would not take the money. Even if Yang Ming took the money himself, it was obviously too late. Therefore, many things could only be used. Everything could only rely on Yang Ming's special ability to monitor the exhibition hall in all directions. Yang Ming rubbed his aching temples. It seemed that this man in black was not simple. Yang Ming didn't see this kind of touchscreen glass in the information that Fong Tian gave him before. Yang Ming himself didn't know about it. The previous generation of the alarm installed on the glass relied on the vibration when the glass was broken to trigger the alarm, but this alarm was obviously ineffective against the glass that was cut with a glass knife. The second generation was this kind of touchscreen type. Although the sensitivity of this kind of alarm system was high, it was easy to crack. There was also a drawback. That was, the sensitivity was a bit too high. As long as a little force was used to touch the touch panel on the glass, it would trigger the alarm. In this way, whether it was windy or rainy, it was possible to cause false alarms. Therefore, this kind of alarm device was generally only activated when there was a situation. It was usually turned off. Now, the common use was the kind of glass that was inlaid with fine wires in the middle. Although the cost of this kind of glass was high, it was very practical and difficult to crack. As long as the wires in the glass were broken, it would trigger the alarm. In other words, whether it was smashed glass or glass cut with a knife, it would trigger the alarm. It was difficult to crack, but it was not impossible to crack it. Yang Ming found a similar solution in the CD that Fong Tian gave him. Since Yang Ming knew, he believed that this man in black should also know. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to find the touch panel on the glass now. Soon, the man in black found the wire of the touch panel from the edge of the window. He took out the insulating pliers from his backpack and carefully cut off the wire on the touch panel. At this point, the alarm system on the glass window was useless for the man in black. Because the touch panel was the most common resistive touch panel, it would not cause any consequences after cutting off the wire. The man in black forcefully removed the touch panel, revealing the glass behind it. The man in black began to cut the glass with a special glass knife. This is plexiglass. I don't know what glass knife the man in black used. It can actually cut plexiglass. No, next, Yang Ming saw what the man in black was holding. It was a small laser cutter. It was not a glass knife. The man in black first used a suction cup to suck the glass, and then carefully used the laser cutter to cut off a small piece of glass. The small glass was only as thick as a finger. It was impossible for people to enter. Yang Ming didn't know what he was going to do. Just as Yang Ming wondered what he was going to do by cutting such a small piece of glass, the man in black began to act. He took out a tube-shaped thing from his backpack and connected it to the backpack. Yang Ming used his X-ray vision to look at the situation in the backpack. The end of the tube was connected to something like an air pump. The man in black put the tube into the previously cut glass hole and then opened the valve at the end of the tube. Sleeping incense. Yang Ming finally understood what the man in black wanted to do. What he didn't expect was that he would actually come up with such a dirty trick. However, although this kind of trick was despised in the underworld, Yang Ming didn't think much of it. This kind of trick was often used by assassins when performing tasks. Yang Ming didn't know if this trick was common in the theft world. At least, Yang Ming didn't see anything wrong with it. Instead, he felt that the man in black did things in an orderly manner. If he didn't make a mistake, this guy would also be a good person. Yang Ming wanted to make friends with him. It was estimated that the sleeping incense was a special kind of colorless and odorless product, so the security guard in the room didn't notice anything and fell into the man in black's trap. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. The man in black's calmness and technique when he acted were not under his own. Yang Ming even had an illusion that if he performed this task, he would follow the same route as the man in black. It was just that Yang Ming learned from Feng Tian and trained in Europe. It was not surprising that he had this trick. However, this man in black made Yang Ming more and more surprised. He didn't know which organization he belonged to. If he could really make friends with him and then subdue him, it would be a big help for him in the future. It was no wonder that the people in the room were so easily taken care of by the man in black without being aware of it. High-tech, keen skills, and sensitive sleeping incense. It wasn't easy to not succeed. Li Chong and others were first-class fighters in fighting and assassination, but when it came to this kind of trick, they couldn't do it. Yang Ming thought that if he did it himself, it was just so it was reasonable that Li Chong and others didn't notice it. After all the people in the room fell to the ground, the man in black nodded with satisfaction. He put away the tube of sleeping incense and then quickly put a piece of medicine-like thing in his mouth. It should be the antidote of the sleeping incense. The man in black once again repeated the action. This time, it was a large piece of glass that was cut off. The glass was carefully sucked down with a suction cup and thrown aside. The man in black quickly entered the exhibition area in the exhibition hall. It was only a matter of time before the man in black could succeed. Yang Ming could already be sure of this. The opponent he faced was too strong. Even if Li Chong and others didn't protect the jewelry, Yang Ming wouldn't blame them. After the man in black entered the exhibition area, he sent a text message to the driver waiting in the Mercedes-Benz commercial car according to the prior agreement. Of course, although it was just a small action, it couldn't escape Yang Ming's eyes. Yang Ming glanced at the intersection near the exhibition hall, where the Mercedes-Benz commercial car was parked. Sure enough, the driver took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. The content on the screen was, "Everything is according to plan." This was probably edited in advance, because Yang Ming didn't see any text messages from the man in black on the mobile phone. After the driver received the text message, he started the car and drove in the direction of the exhibition center. The driving speed was neither too fast nor too slow. Obviously, it was like a normal passing vehicle. On the other side, the man in black had begun to cut the display case with a laser cutter. Although the glass of the display case used the current most popular built-in anti-theft system, because the display case was exposed in the hall, there must be a wire at the end of the display case to connect the power supply and the alarm device. He just had to cut the power supply and the alarm device before cutting it. The man in black skillfully cut each display case. After cutting it, he put the corresponding jewelry into the bag. When the black Mercedes-Benz commercial car was about to approach this side, Yang Ming knew that he should make a move. With a gentle glass fragment, one of the tires of the Mercedes-Benz was deflated. The driver obviously felt that something was wrong with the car, but he didn't hear any strange sounds and no pedestrians appeared on the road. Because he was in a hurry to meet the man in black, the driver cursed anxiously and jumped out of the driver's seat. Motherfucker, why did it have to go wrong at this time? The driver got out of the car and circled around the Mercedes-Benz. He found that the right front tire was pierced by glass fragments, and the glass fragments were still embedded in the tire. The driver had no choice but to quickly remove the spare tire and jack from the car. He quickly changed the tire, wiping the sweat on his forehead as he changed the tire. Of course, what he didn't expect was that after he turned the last screw, a flying needle would sink into his neck. The driver slowly fell to the ground, motionless. Catch him, bring him back to the car, and wait for me. Yang Ming instructed Lu Xinyan. Although Lu Xinyan's identity was a military advisor, he usually trained with Li Chong and the others. It was just that the training intensity was a little worse, so it was not a problem to carry a person back to the car. Yang Ming took off the driver's clothes and put them on himself. After Lu Xinyan took the driver away, he got in the car, started the car, and drove in the direction of the exhibition center. Chapter 1086. Because of the urgency of the time, Yang Ming didn't have time to wake up the driver and ask him what the specific plan was. Because it took some time to change the spare tire, if Yang Ming wasted more time, then the black shirt man would not see the car to pick him up after he came out. It was likely that there would be some unexpected changes. However, it was not difficult to imagine that the driver could only pick up the black shirt man now. So Yang Ming just had to park the car near the location where the black shirt man put the notebook and the signal jammer. After getting in the car, Yang Ming lowered his hat a little, and then used the disguise function of the glasses to transform himself into the driver's appearance. The reason for doing this was that he was afraid that if there was really a secret signal, it would cause some trouble if he couldn't answer it. Since he had become the driver's appearance, the appearance matched. Even if the black shirt man was suspicious, he wouldn't be too suspicious. After driving the car to the place where the black shirt man jumped over the wall, Yang Ming stopped the car and looked into the courtyard of the exhibition center. The black shirt man had completed the theft and was quickly jumping over the wall. He put away the notebook and signal jammer that were placed on the ground before. The black shirt man glanced at the Mercedes-Benz business car in front of him, quickly opened the door, jumped into the car, and said to Yang Ming, "Drive." He didn't speak, but he deliberately looked back at the black shirt man to let the black shirt man confirm that the driver was not changed. Sure enough, after the black shirt man saw Yang Ming's appearance, he didn't have any doubts at all. Instead, he sighed and said, "The security here is just so." Yang Ming started the car, and the black shirt man sat quietly in the back seat of the car without saying a word. Yang Ming was a bit baffled. At least, he should send a message or call the behind-the-scenes boss to report, right? Did he finish the report? Indeed, when Yang Ming seized the car, he didn't monitor the movements of the black shirt man. But logically speaking, before the black shirt man escaped from the exhibition center, he shouldn't have the time to report his achievements, right? Although Yang Ming had doubts in his heart, he didn't ask too much. Yang Ming didn't want to reveal his identity too quickly because Yang Ming wanted to see if the man in black would contact the boss during this time and leak some more clues. However, it was obvious that the black shirt man did not intend to speak again. Yang Ming was also patient. He slowly drove the car. Finally, the black shirt man noticed that something was wrong. "Where are you going?" The man in black was shocked. "Didn't the boss tell you to send me directly to the airport?" After Yang Ming listened to the black shirt man's words, he quickly made a judgment. This black shirt man was obviously not very familiar with the previous driver, so he would say such a thing. That would make things easier. "No, the boss just told me to send you to hell," Yang Ming said faintly. "What?" The black shirt man widened his eyes in disbelief. "Impossible. In this world, nothing is impossible," Yang Ming said with a chuckle. "In front of benefits, there is no possibility or impossible. What are you going to do to me?" The black shirt man asked in a panic. Although he was good at stealing, when it came to fighting and killing, he wasn't good at it. The driver transformed by Yang Ming was also tall and sturdy. He was much stronger than the black shirt man. In terms of fighting, the black shirt man couldn't be his opponent. Now, There is a way for me to let you go. That is to give me half of the jewelry you stole. Let's split it evenly." As Yang Ming said this, he turned around and showed a greedy expression on his face. The black-shirt man wasn't stupid. When he saw Yang Ming's appearance, his heart trembled. He said, "I'm afraid it wasn't the boss who asked you to kill me. It was you who was greedy, right?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect the black-shirt man to association this. However, since he said so, Yang Ming simply sneered and said, "Humph, humph. Since you know, hurry up and divide the loot. Otherwise, I will kill you directly." "Ha! Ha!" After the black-shirt man heard Yang Ming's words, instead of being shocked, he laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Yang Ming was a little puzzled. "The boss took me in when I was young and taught me the skills. It is impossible for him to kill me," the black-shirt man said to Yang Ming with some ridicule. "So, the only possibility is that you are greedy. I really don't understand why the boss would give such an important thing to you and say that you are a trustworthy person." Yang Ming thought, "The driver has changed. Of course, it is different. Only you are an idiot who thinks that I am the original person. It is useless to say so much. Where are the things? If you don't take them, I will do it myself." "Things? Of course, they're not in my hands." The black-shirt man laughed and said, "Don't you know? The things have already been transferred. How can I bring them with me? The boss arranged for me to immediately leave for Macau to lie low after the mission. How can I take the things with me?" Yang Ming was shocked in his heart. He looked into the black-shirt man's backpack with his special ability. Sure enough, except for some tools, there was no jewelry in it. Yang Ming didn't expect that there would be such a change during this time. During the short time when he seized the car, he didn't monitor the black-shirt man. The black-shirt man just happened to complete the transfer of the jewelry during that time. "Where did you transfer it?" Yang Ming frowned and asked anxiously. "It doesn't matter if I tell you. I just threw it in the garbage bin in the courtyard of the exhibition center. Every day at 4 o'clock in the morning is the garbage transfer time. Now it is already 4:10. The things have already been transferred." "Ha ha!" The black-shirt man smiled proudly. "How is it? You didn't expect it, right? I advise you to put away your evil intentions and apologize to the boss. Maybe the boss will forgive you." The shock in Yang Ming's heart could be imagined. Man proposes, but God disposes. I expected all aspects and thought that everything was under my control, but I didn't expect that the black-shirt man actually played such a trick and transferred the jewelry before getting on the car. Yang Ming looked at the clock on the dashboard of the car. It was already 4:12 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that the black-shirt man's time of crime was calculated in detail. It was just a few minutes before the garbage transfer, and then the stolen goods could be quickly transferred. It was estimated that the monitoring room must not have found anything wrong. The people in the exhibition area who were knocked out by the black-shirt man had not yet woken up, so no one would find that the jewelry had been stolen. They wouldn't care about the garbage transfer every day. Yang Ming sighed. In the past few days, there were garbage transfer trucks transferring garbage every night. Everyone was accustomed to it. Perhaps the driver of the garbage specialist truck had long been controlled by the black-shirt man. Now, the jewelry must have fallen into the hands of the mastermind. Yang Ming had no way to regret it. Fortunately, the black-shirt man and the driver were still in his hands. Yang Ming could still get some clues from them. Listening to the black-shirt man, it seemed that he had been taken in by the mastermind since he was a child. He was one of the people close to the mastermind. Yang Ming hoped that he could know some inside information. "You still don't want to send me to the airport? I can treat this as if it didn't happen." The black-shirt man told Yang Ming. He was not stupid. He wanted to stabilize Yang Ming first. Otherwise, if he angered Yang Ming, it would not be worth it if he hurt him. As for after he escaped, the boss had his own way to punish the traitor. "Sorry, I still can't send you to the airport." Yang Ming parked the car on a sparsely populated road. He got out of the car and went directly to the back of the car. However, before getting on the car, Yang Ming restored his original appearance. What are you doing?" The black-shirt man saw Yang Ming get off the car and come to the back. He didn't know what Yang Ming was going to do, but he didn't think that he could escape. With the driver's physique and the car in his hand, he couldn't escape at all. However, after seeing Yang Ming get on the car, the black shirt man was stunned. He was shocked. Who are you? We just talked. Your memory isn't very good. Yang Ming got on the car and sat directly next to the black shirt man. However, his left hand was pressing the major acupuncture point on the black shirt man's waist. As long as the black shirt man had a slight movement, he would be paralyzed by Yang Ming. The black shirt man was obviously also proficient in the acupuncture points of the human body. For Yang Ming's sudden move, his face suddenly had a cold sweat. In their line of work, if the limbs were paralyzed, it was equivalent to a disabled person. The black shirt man was obviously still not used to it. He didn't understand why Yang Ming changed people in such a short time. It was also me just now. Haven't you heard of the disguise technique? Yang Ming said disdainfully. The real driver has already been killed by me. I'm still misunderstood by you even after I died. I am really unlucky. Who are you? How do you know our actions? The black shirt man was obviously more afraid of Yang Ming at this moment. The driver was one of his own people anyway. Yang Ming, a stranger, suddenly appeared in front of him, and he knew his robbery plan very well. It was reasonable to say that his actions were confidential. It was impossible for anyone to know. Who am I? Good question. Yang Ming said faintly. I am the person in charge of the security work of this jewelry exhibition. You stole from my site, and you still ask me who I am? It turned out to be you. No wonder. The black shirt man heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly said, The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I thought the plan was perfect. I didn't expect you to play such a trick, but it doesn't matter. The jewelry is not on me. This was the pain in Yang Ming's heart. He originally thought that the matter could be solved satisfactorily. If he knew this, he should have informed Li Chong to arrest the black shirt man before he stole the treasure. He had made such a mistake because he had been too arrogant. I thought that after the black shirt man stole the treasure, I would do a double cross and dig out the behind-the-scenes boss to force them to submit. However, I didn't expect the other party to be smarter and directly transfer the jewelry. Yang Ming knew that even if he ordered to check the garbage trucks in the city now, it would certainly be useless. The jewelry was on the garbage trucks, only to be transferred out of the exhibition center. Once it left the exhibition center, it would be transferred again. Now, the jewelry must have fallen into the hands of the behind-the-scenes boss. Although the owners of these jewelry were registered before the exhibition, it should be some virtual names of foreign people. It was not real. Even if they followed the vine to find the melon, they would not find anything. Yang Ming sighed slightly. This behind-the-scenes boss is very brilliant in terms of IQ and cautiousness. If I continue to be so arrogant, I will definitely suffer. I have already suffered this time. Seeing that Yang Ming's face was not good, the black shirt man was very straightforward. Anyway, the jewelry is no longer in my hands. If you want to kill me, just do it. It was fine if the black shirt man didn't speak. When he spoke, it reminded Yang Ming. Yes, the black shirt man said that he was adopted by the boss since he was a child and taught him skills. Then, the relationship between the boss and the black shirt man is extraordinary. Can I use the black shirt man as a bargaining chip to exchange for what I want? Thinking of this, Yang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. The black shirt man's skill was very good. Even Yang Ming felt that if he only compared in terms of stealing, the black shirt man was almost on par with him. Such a powerful person was quite rare. Moreover, the black shirt man was not like the previous mercenaries. If the mercenaries died, it was other people's business. It had nothing to do with the boss, but the black shirt man was different. It seemed that the black shirt man was probably the boss's apprentice. At least, he should be a very close person. In that case, it was impossible for the boss not to be worried about the black shirt man's life and death. It could be said that how much was the jewelry worth? With the black shirt man's kung fu, even if he wanted to have more valuable jewelry, it wouldn't be difficult. I believe the boss will calculate this account. What I have to do now is to control the black shirt man and wait quietly for the boss to contact me. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the black shirt man's phone to ring. The black shirt man was shocked. Just as he wanted to pick up the phone and hang up, Yang Ming directly took it away. In terms of speed, the black shirt man was not slower than Yang Ming, but in terms of strength, the black shirt man was far inferior to Yang Ming. So the phone was directly snatched by Yang Ming, and Yang Ming casually hit the black shirt man's mute acupoint, making him temporarily mute and unable to speak again. The person sent by the boss to wait for the black shirt man at the airport didn't wait for the black shirt man to appear, so he contacted the boss. The boss then called the black shirt man. Yang Ming smiled slightly and picked up the phone. Hello. Yang Ming's voice obviously surprised the other party. The other side of the phone was silent for a moment before saying, "Who are you?" The voice was processed by a voice changer. It was extremely unpleasant, but it could be clearly heard what the other party said. "I am Yang Ming." Yang Ming said, "I believe you know who I am. I don't need to introduce myself. We're my people." "What did you do to him?" The other party didn't answer Yang Ming's words, but asked directly. "Don't worry. He's fine now." Yang Ming casually opened the black shirt man's acupoint again. The black shirt man suddenly shouted, "Boss, don't worry about me. He talks too much." Yang Ming snorted and turned the black shirt man into a mute state. Then he said to the phone, "I asked you what is your purpose and why you're targeting me. You obviously won't tell me." "Humph." The other party obviously agreed with Yang Ming's words. "Then what do you want?" "What I want? I believe you know better than me." Yang Ming said indifferently, "You didn't do anything, and I didn't do anything." The other party hesitated, but responded firmly. The jewelry was not stolen. It was just withdrawn from the exhibition hall early. "There is nothing tomorrow. I will naturally ensure that your people are fine," said Yang Ming. "I will believe you once." The other party said after listening to Yang Ming's words. "You have to believe." Yang Ming said, "You are targeting me. You should have some understanding of me. Even if I have to compensate for the loss of the jewelry, I can afford it." Yang Ming's words made the other party stunned, but he immediately figured it out. Indeed, Yang Ming should also have some gray income in his hands, not the ones on the surface. "I hope we have a good cooperation." The other party hung up the phone after saying that. Yang Ming looked at the call record on the mobile phone. He didn't intend to check the location of the phone number that came in. Obviously, it was called after many transfers. He couldn't find the location of the call. The result made Yang Ming quite satisfied. Sure enough, the boss didn't intend to give up the black shirt man, and Yang Ming wouldn't get anything even if he killed the black shirt man. Yang Ming also knew that with the degree of caution of the person behind the scenes, even if the black shirt man was relatively close to him, it was impossible to know all his secrets. Wait a minute. Yang Ming seemed to have thought of something. Previously, the black shirt man said that he wanted to go to Macau to avoid the limelight. This made Yang Ming suddenly think of Zheng Xiaopeng, the consultant of Macau's Huawei Casino, the person who planned to harm Wang Xiaoyan. How similar was his experience with the black shirt man? The person behind the scenes was also called the boss, and the black shirt man was going to Macau. So, would these two people have any connection? Would the person behind the scenes be the same person? In this way, everything could be explained. The person behind the scenes was not only targeting him, but also targeting Wang Xiaoyan. The death warrior who appeared at Wang Xiaoyan's house that day might also be sent by the boss. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly asked, "What are you going to do after you go to Macau?" "Oomph." The black shirt man snorted coldly and showed a fearless attitude. He didn't answer Yang Ming's words. "I can see that you also have a certain understanding of the acupuncture points of the human body." Yang Ming said faintly, "There's a kind of pain. I don't know if you have experienced it before." "What?" The black shirt man was obviously somewhat inexplicable. He didn't understand what Yang Ming said. However, Yang Ming wasn't very surprised. It was no wonder that some of his acupuncture points were Feng Tian's unique skills. Even if someone knew the acupuncture points, it was impossible to know so much. Chapter 1087. Some of Feng Tian's acupoint sealing techniques were unique. In the normal acupoint chart, these special acupoints were not reflected. Moreover, the acupoint sealing technique was also quite important. It wasn't something that could be done with just a touch. Otherwise, if someone accidentally touched the acupoints, then it couldn't be cured. Yang Ming promised the boss that he wouldn't kill the black shirt man, but he didn't say that he wouldn't ask anything from him. Yang Ming directly touched the acupoints on his body with his hand. This was Yang Ming's tried and tested technique. Suddenly, the black shirt man's face turned green. While he was twisting his body, there were beads of sweat on his forehead. In the beginning, he could still bear it, but this feeling was getting more and more uncontrollable. It was as if tens of thousands of ants were drilling around his body. It wasn't painful, but it wasn't itchy either. It was an indescribable feeling that drove people crazy. The black shirt man couldn't help but scream. This feeling was even more uncomfortable than killing him. Although he didn't know what Yang Ming did to him, Yang Ming said something about the acupoint sealing. Obviously, after Yang Ming sealed one of his acupoints, he had such a weird feeling now. Is it very satisfying? Yang Ming said with a blank expression. Before tomorrow, you can continue to feel good like this. I don't know if you can bear it. It's like heaven and hell. Stop. Stop. When the black shirt man saw that Yang Ming didn't intend to unseal his acupoints, he was immediately shocked. He shouted, "What did you do to me?" "Who? Just give me a quick death. I can't bear it anymore." "Are you asking me to kill someone? That's against the law. I don't like it." Yang Ming shrugged innocently. After the black shirt man listened to Yang Ming's words, he was so angry that he wanted to curse. He thought, "You just said that you killed the driver, and now you don't want to kill anymore. You even said that killing is against the law. Who the fuck is this person? Wasn't this too fucked up?" However, the black-clothed man's life. It should be said that whether he would continue to suffer was in the hands of Yang Ming. Therefore, the black-clothed man did not dare to offend Yang Ming too much. Now, it was clear that Yang Ming wanted to torture him until he gave in. "I can kill myself too." The man in black didn't have anything that could be used to kill himself, but even if he did, he might not be able to do it to himself. Although the man in black was skilled, in the end, he was a technical talent. He could be considered a master thief, but his heart was not ruthless. He had never killed anyone, nor had he fought, let alone committed suicide. Yang Ming sneered at the black-clothed man without saying anything. "I can't take it anymore. It's so uncomfortable. Oh." At first, the black-clothed man could still bear it, but this feeling of thousands of needles piercing into his heart continued. The black-clothed man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his voice became vague and trembling. Yang Ming didn't expect the black-clothed man's physical fitness to be so poor. It was reasonable to say that this kind of pain was not a problem for those who were relatively strong to torment them for a few days. However, if the body was weaker, it was possible that they would not be able to bear it and would die suddenly. Yang Ming reached out and unsealed the black-clothed man's acupoints. The black-clothed man suddenly gasped with relief. Yang Ming didn't disturb him. Yang Ming knew that he couldn't speak now, so Yang Ming was waiting for him to catch his breath before continuing to ask. Finally, when the black-clothed man's breathing became even, Yang Ming spoke again. The black-clothed man's body was really weak and couldn't withstand too much torment. Although Yang Ming could use other methods to make him recover faster, since the acupoints had been unsealed and he wouldn't die, Yang Ming didn't mind letting him suffer for a while. "Now we can talk. Of course, if you don't want to say it, we will continue the game until you say it." Yang Ming said faintly. "Demon." At this moment, the black-clothed man only had this word in his heart to describe the person in front of him. This guy's method of interrogating others was really unique. He tortured people, but couldn't cause any harm to the human body. "I don't know anything. Even if I know, I can't say anything." The black-clothed man gasped and said, "You don't have to waste your energy. Just kill me." "Kill you? Do you think I'm a fool?" Yang Ming sneered and said, "You heard the phone call just now. I used you in exchange for not holding me responsible after the jewelry was lost. If you die, what will I use as a bargaining chip? In that case, do as you wish." The black-clothed man recovered his look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Yang Ming was a little amused. This guy really forgot the pain after the scar healed. He changed another acupoint. For this kind of person with poor physical fitness, Yang Ming didn't dare to use the same trick continuously. Otherwise, if he died, Yang Ming wouldn't have any bargaining chips. Yang Ming used another acupoint technique this time. It could make the black-clothed man have a strong itch all over his body, but it was different from the usual itch. Yang Ming's itch was under the skin, so no matter how the black-clothed man scratched, even if he scratched his skin, it was useless. After Yang Ming put down his hand, the black-clothed man began to scratch his body crazily. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after scratching a few times, he felt that something was wrong, because no matter how he scratched, he couldn't stop the itch. The itch on his body was still there. He scratched and scratched, but there was no effect. However, the black-clothed man still scratched his whole body vigorously. There were even blood marks in many places, but the itch still didn't disappear. Until this moment, the black-clothed man showed pain and horror. I said, "Stop. I will tell you everything." Oh, the black-clothed man couldn't bear it. He didn't want to die now. If Yang Ming really intended to kill him, there would definitely be more painful tricks than this until he tortured him to death. "You should have said so earlier." Yang Ming unsealed his acupoint and said, "Actually, I'm not such an unreasonable person. If I kill you, it won't be good if I become a murderer." The black-clothed man thought, "There is no one in this world who is more hypocritical than you," but he didn't have the courage to argue. He said weakly, "What do you want to know? After you went to Macau, who did you seek refuge with?" Asked Yang Ming. "I don't know who I sought refuge with, but it is said that he has some influence in Macau, but I heard the boss's men call him something like a consultant." The black-clothed man said, "Other than that, I don't know." "Consultant?" Yang Ming's heart moved. "Wouldn't it be Zheng Xiaopeng? Isn't this guy the technical consultant of Huawei Casino?" In this way, it also confirms my previous thoughts. The boss behind Zheng Xiaopeng is the boss behind the black-clothed man. The two bosses are the same person. However, the problem came again. When the boss was in Macau, the person he targeted seemed to be Wang Xiaoyan. In Songjiang, Wang Xiaoyan's home, the person he targeted seemed to be Wang Xiaoyan more. However, this jewelry exhibition had nothing to do with Wang Xiaoyan. So, who is the person this boss is targeting? Or is it that I have ruined the boss's plans to deal with Wang Xiaoyan several times? So the boss is angry and wants to kill me first to vent his hatred? And the strange experience that night. Yang Ming frowned. What does this boss want to do? What is his purpose? How did Wang Xiaoyan offend him? Boss's underling? Who is the boss's underling? Yang Ming continued to ask, "Does the boss have other underlings?" "It's the driver. For my escape this time, he is responsible for everything," the black-clothed man said, "including the contact with the people in Macau." "Driver?" Yang Ming suddenly found that this driver didn't seem to be as simple as a driver. Originally, Yang Ming thought that this driver was just a small role, but he didn't expect that the thing he was responsible for was even more important than the black-clothed man. He knew more inside information. The association recalled what the black-clothed man said before. The driver was trustworthy. Yang Ming was suddenly shocked. He picked up the phone and was about to call Lu Xinyang. He asked them to guard the driver strictly and not let him escape. At first, Yang Ming thought that the driver was just an insignificant character. He didn't even care about his life when he started. At that time, keeping the driver alive was just a thought. Later, he asked Lu Xinyang to catch the driver, and it was just a casual order. However, when he just took out the phone, Yang Ming's phone became a call. Although Yang Ming turned it to vibrate mode, the number of the call was Lu Xinyang. Yang Ming's heart suddenly had an ominous premonition instinctively. He looked at the black-clothed man next to him. Yang Ming frowned, raised his hand slightly, and knocked him out. There were some things that Yang Ming didn't want him to hear. "Hello, Lu Xinyang, what's the matter?" Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked. "Brother Yang, something happened." Lu Xinyang's tone sounded a little anxious. The driver is dead." "What? Who did you say is dead?" "The previous driver?" Yang Ming thought that the driver's identity was suspicious and wanted to investigate further, but he didn't expect that the driver would die. "How'd he die?" "Suicide." Lu Xinyang's tone was a little guilty. Sorry, Brother Yang. I didn't look after him. Now is not the time to apologize. Yang Ming interrupted Lu Xinyang's words. I just want to know, you tied him with a rope. How did he commit suicide? I did tie him up and locked him in the back of the car. But when he woke up and saw the situation, he slammed his head against the car window and the pillar of the car. He only slammed his head twice, and before I could stop him, his brain burst open and he died. Lu Xinyang said with some regret. Motherfucker. Yang Ming cursed and sighed. This isn't your fault. You don't have to blame yourself. Yang Ming wasn't an unreasonable person. This driver was determined to die. No matter how you prevented him, he would commit suicide unless you kept him asleep. Yang Ming also discovered the importance of this person later. Looking at the black-clothed man next to him, Yang Ming sighed. It turned out that the person responsible wasn't him, but the driver. The black-clothed man obviously didn't know much. He was just used as a tool. Even if he said it, it didn't matter. He didn't need to commit suicide, but the black-clothed man directly committed suicide. Obviously, there was a problem. Yang Ming made 2 mistakes in a row today. It could be seen how strong his opponent was. For the first time, Yang Ming felt this sense of crisis. In the past, no matter what kind of opponent Yang Ming faced, he could easily deal with them. But this time it was different. This opponent was too cunning and insidious. When the boss called, he didn't even mention the driver. It seemed that this person had nothing to do with it at all. Instead, he only asked for the black-clothed man's life in exchange. So Yang Ming naturally ignored the importance of the driver. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly, took out his mobile phone, and dialed the phone number of Macau's Zheng Xiaopeng. Yang Ming didn't do anything to Zheng Xiaopeng, but let him continue to stay in Huawei Casino as his own eyes and ears. Hello, how are you? Zheng Xiaopeng picked up the phone, and his tone was very polite. A public figure like Zheng Xiaopeng always had to maintain his image because he didn't know who would call. I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming directly reported his identity. Yang, Mr. Yang. Zheng Xiaopeng was shocked, and then quickly said, Mr. Yang, hello? I'm looking for you, but the young lady is not here. I can't contact you. Yang Ming didn't leave his phone number to Zheng Xiaopeng, but told him that if there was any situation, he could find him through Huang Lele. Now, that Huang Lele had an accident. She was under house arrest at home. As a result, Zheng Xiaopeng really couldn't contact him. This is my phone number. You write it down, and you can keep in touch at any time in the future. Yang Ming said, Okay, Mr. Yang. Zheng Xiaopeng said, This is the case. The boss's assistant, Chun Xixing, called and said that there is one of his own. Of course, it is one of the boss's own people. He wants to come over and hide for a while. He asked me to help entertain him. Sure enough, Yang Ming was completely sure this time. The boss that Zheng Xiaopeng mentioned was the black shirt man's boss. This series of things were done by this person. Although Yang Ming had not fully understood the ultimate purpose of the boss, he could put together a series of reasonable and unreasonable things before. Who is that Chen Xixing? Is he a driver? Asked Yang Ming. Driver? Yes, he is also the boss's driver. Zheng Xiaopeng said, however, he is more like the spokesperson of the boss. He often contacts us for the boss. It can be said that he is one of the most trusted people of the boss. So, then he knows a lot about the boss? Asked Yang Ming. I don't know if he knows, but I think it should be like this, said Zheng Xiaopeng. Well, we can contact you at any time if there is anything. Yang Ming nodded and hung up the phone. Then he regretted it. Obviously, the driver who committed suicide was Chun Xixing, one of the most trusted people of the boss. He must know a lot of things, and he was very loyal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the path of suicide. The black shirt man's usefulness was not great. He knew very few things. Yang Ming didn't need to interrogate him. He just used him as a bargaining chip in his hand. After starting the car, Yang Ming drove in the direction of the exhibition center. Li Chong had already woken up at this time. He was very ashamed of being drugged by someone else's incense. However, Yang Ming did not reprimand him. He just instructed him to clean up the scene as soon as possible and restore it to its original state. Although Li Chong was surprised that Yang Ming didn't call the police after such a big thing, but asked them to clean up the scene, Yang Ming didn't say much, so he didn't ask much. What Yang Ming asked him to do, he just did it. Since he had reached an agreement with the boss, Yang Ming didn't need to look for the jewelry anymore. Both of them knew that the boss was a thief crying thief. He stole his own things. His sentence, the thing was not lost, but it was withdrawn in advance, showed that he would no longer pursue the theft of the treasure. It was his own withdrawal, and it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. Although it seemed that neither of them got any benefits, it was basically a tie. The loss on the boss side was more serious. At least one of his confidants died. However, Yang Ming was very upset. He had suffered 2 hidden losses, but he couldn't do anything about it. Are we really going to let it go? Don't pursue it anymore? Then, isn't our efforts this time in vain? The young man was a little unwilling. He clenched his fists and said, "What if we don't?" The boss shook his head helplessly. "The person is in Yang Ming's hands. I can only do this." "The person? Is it so important? You're willing to let go of Xiao AI. Can't you let go of this stealing tool?" The young man was a little puzzled. "He is a rare talent, but it's not that I can't let go." The boss sighed and said, "The one who really can't fall into Yang Ming's hands is Chun Xisha, my driver. He knows my identity. If it really leaks out, it will be a big problem." "Chun Xisha? The driver who drove?" The young man frowned. "It turns out that you have an ulterior motive. You didn't mention a word about him just now. It's useless for Yang Ming to keep a driver. He promised to release Xiao Gu, and he will also release Chun Xisha." The boss nodded and said, "There's no other way. Because of him, I can only compromise." "Well, but we didn't suffer a loss." The young man also knew that there was no room for maneuver. The boss's affairs couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to seek revenge from the boss in the future. There will be opportunities in the future. There's no rush this time. The boss said, "Next time I want him dead." The young man gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "I want him dead more than you." The boss sneered and said, "Yang Ming, you were lucky this time, but there won't be a next time. I hope you won't be so lucky next time." After the boss finished speaking, he instructed his men to send a message to the Jewelry Association that the jewelry had safely evacuated. This was an agreement between him and Yang Ming, and he had to abide by it. Chapter 1088. In the Jewelry Association, the vice president who was bribed was also baffled. "Didn't we agree at the beginning? After the jewelry was stolen, we asked the Ming Yang security company for compensation. How do we evacuate safely?" However, the reward had already been received, so he couldn't care so much. What did it have to do with him if you want to pursue it or not? Therefore, the vice president of the association finished the registration, and the jewelry in the exhibition area had been safely evacuated from the exhibition center. Back at the exhibition center, Yang Ming looked at the body of the driver, Chun Xisha, on the ground and felt a little emotional. Sometimes it was often the seemingly insignificant person who was the most important person. Looking at the body on the ground with half of its head deflated, Yang Ming could only sigh helplessly. Even if Bien Ke and Hua Tuo crossed over, they couldn't save this person. "Have you searched the body?" Yang Ming asked faintly. "I have searched. There is only one mobile phone, but..." Lu Xinyang hesitated and said, "This mobile phone should be customized. There's a password. If the password is not correct, you can't enter." "Can it be cracked?" When Yang Ming heard that there was still a mobile phone left on Chun Xisha's body, he suddenly became interested. After all, there might be clues in it. There should be no hope. Lu Xinyang spread his hands and said, "I have seen similar special mobile phones on foreign military websites. There are only 3 chances to enter the password. Once the password is entered incorrectly, it will start a self-destruct system. Some erase the chip data. In this case, there's a chance that professional software can be used to try to recover, but the new generation of products destroy the memory chip through the circuit. In this case, the situation can't be recovered because the chip has been completely burned." "So high-tech?" Yang Ming looked at the inconspicuous mobile phone in his hand in surprise. However, upon closer inspection, this mobile phone did not have a place to insert SIM card, UIM, or PIM card. It should be a special satellite phone. In other words, You can't try to decrypt it? Although Yang Ming was a computer science major, he could understand Lu Xinyang's words, but in the end, he didn't know much about the hardware circuit of the mobile phone. It should be like this because I have also checked it. There is no data cable socket on the mobile phone. How can it communicate with the computer? Lu Xinyang shook his head and said. It seemed that he had studied the mobile phone for a while and looked up the relevant information. All right, let's talk about the phone later. I'll see if I can think of another way. Yang Ming took the phone and put it in his pocket. Since it couldn't be decrypted, it was no different from a waste product. He would ask Xiao Qing when he had time to see if she had any way to solve this. Xiao Qing was a doctoral supervisor in the computer science department. She should know more about these aspects. This corpse, Lu Xinyang and the others had also seen dead people. When the underworld of Jiduan City was annexed, Lu Xinyang was also present, so he was not very interested in corpses and had no fear. Find a bag and put it in it. Yang Ming waved his hand and said. Lu Xinyang responded and went to find someone to put the corpse away. Yang Ming walked into the exhibition area of the exhibition center. At this moment, the exhibition area had been cleaned. The broken window guardrail was restored to its original state. The glass and touch panel were also replaced with new ones. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't see the traces of the battle. As for the exhibition cabinets in the hall, they were originally custom-made by the Ming-Yang Security Company, so it didn't matter even if they were broken. Li Chong had already removed all of them. The hall was also very clean. Seeing Yang Ming come in, Li Chong was very ashamed. Brother Yang, needless to say, I underestimated the enemy too much. Yang Ming waved his hand and interrupted Li Chong's words. The opponent was too strong. Even I suffered a loss in his hands, let alone you. Li Chong listened to Yang Ming's words and felt a chill in his heart. How good was Yang Ming's skill? Even Yang Ming suffered a loss, so it was not shameful for them to be tricked by others. However, Li Chong didn't know that Yang Ming's opponent referred to the person behind the scenes, not the black shirt man. In fact, the black shirt man was not so strong. The boss who coordinated the overall situation behind him was the most important person. Only this person could really be called Yang Ming's opponent. The sky gradually brightened. Li Chong and Bao Sanli also assisted the jewelry manufacturers in the exhibition area step by step under the instructions of Yang Ming. They didn't mention anything about the theft that happened before. Not long after, the phone that Yang Ming found in the black shirt man's hand rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was the word boss, so he picked up the phone. The boss knew that the black shirt man's phone must be in Yang Ming's hands at the moment. So after sending a message to the Jewelry Association to withdraw from the exhibition hall, he called Yang Ming to inform him to release the black shirt man. Hello, boss. Although Yang Ming was angry in his heart, there was nothing inappropriate in his words. After all, at this level, it was impossible to be like the little gangsters in the past. Yang Ming also maintained his proper bearing. Hello. The boss's harsh voice sounded. I have informed the Jewelry Association. Our jewelry has been safely evacuated. You can release the black shirt man. Okay, I will ask in a while. If this is the case, I will release the black shirt man immediately. Yang Ming didn't want to entangle with the boss on this matter. Killing the black shirt man didn't benefit Yang Ming, and Yang Ming couldn't get anything. Very good. I hope you will keep your promise. The boss said, right, let them drive back. Drive? Drive what? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. Didn't you detain the driver of the car? Let them come back together. The boss said lightly. When Yang Ming heard the boss say this, he immediately understood. The boss originally said driver. It seems that this driver really has a problem. This boss also has an ulterior motive. Looking at his understatement tone and pretending to be casual, he should be very anxious in his heart. Thinking of this, Yang Ming deliberately said naughtily, Oh, you mean the driver? He was caught by my men. I don't know where he is. It's not easy to find him. Well, I will send a car to send the black shirt man back. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he was secretly happy. He finally vented his anger. Moreover, not only that, Yang Ming suddenly had another plan in his heart. Since the boss cared so much about the driver, why not take the opportunity to trick him again? When the boss heard Yang Ming's words, his face suddenly turned green. He wanted the driver, Chun Xixing, to come back, but not the black shirt man. Yang Ming actually only released the black shirt man and not Chun Xixing. How could this not make the boss anxious? Didn't we agree yesterday? You let my men go, and I won't pursue it. Why? Do you want to go back on your word? The boss asked in a deep voice. Let him go. I will naturally let him go. However, we agreed yesterday to let the black shirt man go, right? You asked me to find the driver. Aren't you giving me a hard time? Yang Ming said lightly. I am very busy. How can I find a driver for you? Besides, is the driver important? The boss's face twitched twice, and he said calmly, They are all my people. Naturally, they have to come back, regardless of whether he is the driver or not. Well, the previous condition was to exchange for the black shirt man. If you want the driver, tell me the whereabouts of the jewelry. Yang Ming said indifferently. The boss really wanted to throw the phone, but the association knew about Yang Ming's shameless character, so there was no way. He took a few deep breaths and then said, Okay, let's wait and see. After that, he hung up the phone. What does okay, let's wait and see mean? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable after listening to the boss's words. Why does it sound so awkward? Did he agree or not? However, since this driver, Chun Xixing, was so important, the boss would not give up easily, so Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Anyway, the Jewelry Association had approved that the jewelry was withdrawn normally, so Yang Ming was not worried at all. He continued to help the jewelry dealers withdraw from the venue in an orderly manner. A subordinate ran to Li Chang's side and whispered a few words to Li Chang. Li Chang quickly walked to Yang Ming. Brother Yang, at the entrance of the exhibition center, there's a courier who claims to be from a courier company. He said that there's a package for you. Courier? Package? Yang Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he faintly thought of something. So he said, Let him come in. Not long after, the courier was brought in by several of Li Chang's men. The courier was obviously a little scared and said carefully, Who is Mr. Yang Ming? I am him. After the courier came in, Yang Ming used his special ability to check his body. He did not carry any weapons, but the package in his hand was full of jewelry stolen by the black shirt man. You sent it back so quickly. Yang Ming smiled faintly and signed for the package. He did not investigate the true identity of the courier. Thinking about it, this person could not be the boss's core subordinate. The boss could not send his core subordinate to perform this task. If he was detained, the boss's loss would be even greater. Not long after signing for the package, the phone that Yang Ming took from the black shirt man rang again. Yang Ming picked up the phone directly. Hello. Yang Ming picked up the phone. Have you received the item? The boss's voice came over. Not bad. It's quite efficient. Yang Ming's mood was very good. Okay, I hope you will abide by the agreement. The boss said with a snort. Well, call me later. I will find someone to check where the driver is, said Yang Ming. Yang Ming was very surprised. He didn't expect to inadvertently reverse the situation. He got rare jewelry worth nearly $10 billion for no reason. Isn't this money too easy to earn? 20 minutes later, the phone rang again. Yang Ming smiled and picked up the phone. Boss, sorry, I found the person, but unfortunately, the person committed suicide. You must believe it. He really committed suicide. Think about it. It's useless for me to kill him. He is just a little driver. I can't ask someone to kill him. Moreover, he killed himself. His brain burst out. Such a disgusting way to die. I can't kill him even if I want to. It's disgusting. When the boss heard Yang Ming's words, he was so angry that he wanted to curse. However, it was possible for Chun Xixing to commit suicide. Chun Xixing could only choose to commit suicide in order to keep a secret. If he committed suicide, it would be fine. He didn't have to worry about his secret being leaked. But the key problem was, wouldn't his jewelry be given away in vain? Isn't it equivalent to throwing it away? In the situation where no one lost and no one won, it became Yang Ming who was slightly better. He didn't do anything to Yang Ming, and he didn't get the person back. Instead, he lost $10 billion worth of jewelry. However, since it had come to this, the boss couldn't say anything more. He snorted coldly. Let the black shirt man bring the corpse back together. This is naturally no problem. I have no use for this corpse. Yang Ming thought, I'm not that perverted elder you. I'm not using this corpse to practice any evil techniques. Motherfucker. The boss hung up the phone and slammed the phone on the ground. It suddenly broke into pieces and the parts scattered on the ground. This Yang Ming actually dared to trick me. What's wrong? The young man looked at the boss's angry look and said faintly, Chun Xixing committed suicide. The boss said angrily, those jewelry are equivalent to throwing it away. Suicide? When did it happen? The young man asked calmly. It should have been a while ago. If Chun Xixing wanted to commit suicide, he would definitely have committed suicide shortly after he was caught. He couldn't have waited until now, said the boss. That's it. He committed suicide. How could Yang Ming not know? The young man shrugged and said, Do you believe that Yang Ming's management of his subordinates is so chaotic that he doesn't report anything? Could it be? The boss was just blinded by anger. At this time, when he listened to the young man's analysis, he was immediately shocked. Yes, Yang Ming should have known that the driver committed suicide long ago, and he also realized the importance of this person. He took the opportunity to trick you and wanted to get more benefits. The young man nodded and analyzed. I was fooled by this kid. The boss also knew Yang Ming's character, so after listening to the young man's analysis, he immediately realized that he was fooled. Moreover, this was not a small trick. However, if you don't test like this, he won't let go. Just treat it as buying a lesson. In the future, try not to use your own people to deal with Yang Ming unless you are 100% sure. The young man waved his hand and said, That's the only way. Although the boss didn't care about the money, it was less than 1% of his property. His gray income was even higher than the gray income of some of the world's underworld bosses. However, these couldn't be made public, and it couldn't be listed on the world's rich list. The jewelry manufacturers safely evacuated the exhibition center, and the Ming-Yang Security Company successfully completed the transaction with the China Jewelry Association. At this point, the security work of the Ming-Yang Security Company was successfully completed. Although there was a robbery in the middle, it was also successfully resolved. It also made the name of the Ming-Yang Security Company. It was believed that the Ming-Yang Security Company would undertake more and more security services for large-scale events in the future. The black shirt man's mobile phone was just an ordinary mobile phone, the newly released Nokia N97 smartphone. Yang Ming checked the information inside, including the short message box, photo album, and so on, but he didn't find any useful information. Obviously, this was a mobile phone that was just bought. Perhaps it was only equipped for this mobile phone. There was only one phone number in it, and it was the boss's number. However, thinking about it, he couldn't find anything from this number. It was probably a virtual number or a number that had been transferred from overseas many times. Judging from the mobile phones of the black shirt man and the driver, Chun Xixing's mobile phone was a professional encrypted mobile phone, and the black shirt man was just an ordinary one. This could show that Chun Xixing's position in the behind-the-scenes boss's organization was definitely not low. However, it didn't make any sense to think about this now. At least, in this game, Yang Ming won by a narrow margin. From a draw to a slight win, he let the boss suffer a hidden loss. Yang Ming didn't delay, but drove directly to the school. He wanted to find Xiao Qing to ask about the mobile phone. After all, there might be the boss's information in it. Yang Ming was afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. If this thing had a self-destruct device, then it would be fucked up. Therefore, Yang Ming wanted to solve the mobile phone problem as soon as possible. If Xiao Qing couldn't find a way, then Yang Ming simply didn't think about it. After all, the possibility of cracking the most advanced foreign military mobile phone was very small. This week's security operation made Yang Ming a little tired, but finally ended safely, and he also extorted a lot of valuable jewelry. As for the jewelry, Yang Ming didn't intend to sell it. First, Yang Ming wasn't short of money. Second, and most importantly, Yang Ming had several women around him. Although Yang Ming was good to them, he never bought too expensive jewelry for them. Although it seemed that jewelry was flashy and had no practical use except for looking good, the appeal of jewelry to girls was invincible. Otherwise, who would Yang Ming sell the jewelry in his company to? Therefore, Yang Ming decided to give these jewelry to his several girlfriends. Anyway, it was extorted, so Yang Ming didn't feel distressed. When he visited Shaoqing this time, Yang Ming picked a brooch. It was said that the Queen of Tsarist Russia used to wear it. Yang Ming didn't look at the introduction carefully. Anyway, there was a detailed introduction in the jewelry box and a certificate of authenticity issued by several famous international jewelry identification institutions. The car was parked downstairs in the computer teacher building. Yang Ming got out of the car and walked quickly to Shaoqing's office. He knocked on the door of Shaoqing's office, but no one answered. Yang Ming glanced inside with his special ability and found that Shaoqing wasn't in the office. Generally at this time, Shaoqing was at school, so Yang Ming didn't call when he came today. He didn't expect to find nothing. Chapter 1089. Sister Shaoqing, where are you? Yang Ming called Shaoqing. Of course, in public, Yang Ming still called Shaoqing as Sister Shaoqing. If he called her Qing Qing here, it wouldn't be good if someone with bad intentions saw it. Yang Ming, I'm at school. Shaoqing said, why? What's the matter? School? I'm at the door of your office. You're not there either? Asked Yang Ming. I'm in the laboratory. I'm recently researching a new topic about the underlying network protocol. I'm busy. I'm having a video conference. Wait for me. It will end in about half an hour. Shaoqing said. Well, I'll wait for you at the laboratory building. I just have some things to ask you. I should need the laboratory equipment, said Yang Ming. Because the mobile phone needed to be decrypted immediately, it also needed the help of some professional experimental equipment. It was impossible to solve the problem in the office. Yang Ming went out of the faculty building and drove slowly to the computer laboratory building. There is a speed limit of 20 kilometers on campus, but few people would abide by it. However, Yang Ming paid more attention to the traffic rules. Many people often regretted it after an accident. However, Yang Ming drove slowly, but some people weren't willing. There was a sound of a car horn behind him. Yang Ming glanced in the rearview mirror. It was a Land Rover Discovery 3. Because many of the lanes in the school were one-way streets, only one car could pass. The car behind couldn't overtake. Yang Ming glanced at the speed limit sign on the side of the road and still maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. The Land Rover behind him was obviously impatient. It actually honked the horn. The sound was shockingly loud like a train horn. If Yang Ming didn't have good physical fitness, he would definitely be shocked. Woo! The car behind was still honking the horn. The students walking on the side of the road covered their ears and showed a disgusted expression. However, the driver of the Land Rover still didn't know and kept honking. This kind of high-decibel siren was used on trains and some large transport vehicles, and it was not allowed to be used in the city, let alone in the campus where sirens were not allowed. However, in order to look cool or have other motives, some drivers installed sirens on their cars and used them crazily in places where there were no traffic police. It was like some non-police vehicles that were equipped with a loudspeaker and honked madly on a small street, except that the sound of the siren was louder and worse. Yang Ming found it hard to understand the intentions of these people. He did not understand the meaning behind their actions. Just like the young man in the Land Rover, he didn't care about the reactions of the passers-by and kept pressing the horn, enjoying the shock brought by the sound of the horn. Of course, Yang Ming wouldn't speed up just because he kept blowing the horn, so he continued to move forward slowly. Out of the one-way road, it was the laboratory building of the computer science department. Yang Ming parked the car next to the flower bed in front of the teaching building. Although there were no flowers in the flower bed in this season, there were 2 snow sculptures carved by the students. Although they were not so professional, they had a youthful atmosphere. Yang Ming parked the car and waited for the end of the video conference on Shaoqing's side. Not long after he parked the car, the Land Rover that had been behind Yang Ming drove over. With a turn, the front of the car directly faced the door next to Yang Ming's driver's seat. Then it braked and stopped. The front of the car was less than 5 centimeters away from Yang Ming's door. Woo! The young man in the Land Rover pressed the horn again and jumped out of the car. He said in a demonstration, "Kid, aren't you fucking awesome? Let me see how you get out of the car. Idiot blocking my way. I will block your way this time. You think you're awesome just because you drive a BMW, right?" Yang Ming frowned and looked at the young man as if he was crazy. He opened the window and said, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" The young man looked at Yang Ming proudly and circled around Yang Ming's car twice. He said, "Damn, is it a pile of eights? Is it a fake brand?" Speaking of this, the young man waved to another Audi Q7 behind his car. "Betsy, you stay behind him and block him." The Audi Q7 was obviously in cahoots with this young man. He parked the car directly behind Yang Ming's car, completely blocking Yang Ming's car. Yang Ming's left was the Land Rover, right was the flower bed, behind was the Audi Q7, and in front was the teaching building. It could be said that there was no way to go in all directions. The person who came down from the Audi Q7 was also a young man. He was dressed very fashionably. He didn't even look at Yang Ming. He directly went up and patted the young man's shoulder. "Third brother, he is such an idiot. Don't be angry with him. There is no need." As they spoke, the two walked into the computer science laboratory building together. The young man before was called Xia Wenjin, and the person behind him was called Qijida. Both of them were students in the preparatory class of Songjiang Industry University. The so-called preparatory class was for some students who had not been admitted to university. It was self-funded. First, they would go to the preparatory class for a year, then they would go to the freshman year. The preparatory class of Songjiang Industry University was originally in the campus, but this time it was merged with the other departments of the campus into the main campus. The two just ate mutton skewers at the school gate. They drank too much and held their pee, so they were so anxious to honk the horn. However, Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Xia Wenjin was naturally angry, so he asked Qijida to block Yang Ming together. Both of their families were very rich. Usually, they could do whatever they wanted in the campus. No one dared to provoke them. Now that he saw Yang Ming actually dared to disobey him, Xia Wenjin was naturally furious. Although Yang Ming's car was also very high-end, Xia Wenjin was the campus bully. He didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes. Yang Ming didn't want to do anything to Xia Wenjin, and he didn't want to find trouble with him. However, this guy was insatiable. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't spoil him. The X5 had a skylight. Yang Ming directly opened the skylight and then jumped out from the roof of his car. He first came to the front of Xia Wenjin's Land Rover and kicked directly on the front windshield of the Land Rover. Although the front windshield of the Land Rover was very strong, and it was covered with an explosion-proof membrane, it couldn't withstand Yang Ming's kick. Yang Ming could break a tree that was as thick as a person with a kick, let alone a layer of glass. Pong! With a sound, the Land Rover's windshield was broken by Yang Ming's kick. Then, with another kick, the whole piece of glass fell directly with the explosion-proof membrane. Yang Ming threw the broken windshield aside and jumped into the Land Rover's driver's seat. He took out the special universal Lily key, inserted it into the keyhole, and started the car. Yang Ming reversed the Land Rover and then turned the steering. The front of the car was aimed at the butt of the Audi Q7 that was parked behind his BMW. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't hit it all at once. Instead, he stuck the front of the car to the tail of the Audi Q7 and slowly increased the throttle. Boom! The Audi Q7 was pushed forward slowly by the Land Rover. Because the Q7's handbrake was already pulled, it could still be pushed with brute force. It was just damaging the car. The power of the Land Rover was very strong. Although it was difficult to push the Q7, it was not impossible. The Q7 was pushed directly to the wall, and the front of the car hit the wall. Yang Ming jumped down from the Land Rover. The Q7 was still okay, but the Land Rover had been destroyed by Yang Ming. Yang Ming jumped down from the Land Rover and looked at the Audi Q7 in front of him. He felt that it was a bit unfair, so he kicked the driver's seat of the Q7. At this moment, not only was the door of the driver's seat dented, but even the door glass was also broken. Xia Wenjin and Qijida just solved their physiological problems and walked out of the laboratory building. "Motherfucker, I'm suffocating. Xiao Wenjin said, I don't know if that idiot is out yet. Huh. If I wasn't in a hurry to pick up girls, I really should have blocked him for a while. Qi Jita also said indifferently. These two people were used to being overbearing when they were at the campus. They didn't put Yang Ming in their eyes. When Xiao Wenjin saw the situation in front of him, he was shocked. What the fuck is going on? Third brother, our car. Qi Jita was also shocked. He just saw the scene of Yang Ming kicking the car. Although the two people were overbearing, they were only dealing with ordinary students. Now that they saw Yang Ming was so fierce, they suddenly became timid. These people were also people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They saw that Yang Ming's kick was so powerful that even the car door was deformed. If he kicked a person's body, wouldn't he be crippled? Xiao Wenjin didn't know what to do. After all, this wasn't a problem that could be solved with fists. Third brother, why don't we call the police? Qi Jita said carefully. Obviously, he was a little scared. Call the police? Call the police, my ass. Xiao Wenjin said, if we call the police, we will be disgraced. We won't be able to mingle in the school in the future. Then, Qi Jita asked, what should we do? Third brother, the two of us don't seem to be his opponent. This kid is too fierce. Don't worry. I will find my cousin to deal with him. Xiao Wenjin waved his hand and said, kill him. Your cousin in the Taekwondo club? Qi Jita said happily. Can he come? Of course. Let's see who is looking for him. If I look for him, he will definitely come. Xiao Wenjin said, my cousin is now the vice president of the Taekwondo club. He is very powerful. He can kill a cow with one punch. Fuck, that's great. This kid is dead. Qi Daji said excitedly after listening. Third brother, then you should contact your cousin. Cousin, I'm Xiao Wenjin. Xiao Wenjin took out the phone, dialed a number, and said, cousin, it's like this. Just now, there was a little brat who pretended to be badass in front of me. I don't know what to do. He blocked the road in front of me and didn't let me go. He also took advantage of the time when Xiao Qi and I went to the toilet and smashed our car. Oh, is there such an arrogant person? On the other side of the phone, Xiao Wenjin's cousin asked, then didn't you mention that you were my brother? I mentioned it, but it was useless. Xiao Wenjin began to add fuel to the fire. The kid said that no matter who comes, it is useless. Not to mention your cousin. Even if your uncle came, it would be useless. Really? Did he really say that? The cousin was obviously very angry. In this school, he was also very famous. How could there be someone who didn't give him face? Yeah, he said that if you come, he will kick you to death. Xiao Wenjin said, right? He is really powerful. He kicked Xiao Qi's car door and dented it. What is that? I can kick a cow to death with one kick. The cousin said disdainfully, you wait for me. I will go and solve it for you now. That is. Cousin is a very bad-ass existence. Xiao Wenjin said, I am here in the computer laboratory building. Come quickly. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Wenjin breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, he said to Qi Jita, it's done. Just wait for a while. Not long after, a young man wearing a black Taekwondo suit came over to the computer laboratory building. Xiao Wenjin's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled Qi Jita and ran over. Just now, Yang Ming was outside. Both of them didn't dare to go out of the teaching building. Now that there was a strong foreign aid, Xiao Wenjin dared to run out. At this time, Yang Ming had already returned to his car. He closed his eyes and waited for Xiao Qing. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to the situation outside. These days, Yang Ming was really too tired. It was rare to have time to take a break from work. Naturally, he had to grasp it well. Where is he? Cousin Lu Xiaojun said faintly with the demeanor of a master. He is in the car over there. Xiao Wenjin pointed to Yang Ming's BMW X5 and said, it is the kid in the car. Not only did he scold me, but he also scolded you. He said that even if the emperor came, he would still beat him. If you don't believe it, you can ask Xiao Qi if it is like this. Qi Deji quickly nodded at the side. However, Lu Xiaojun waved his hand and said, don't say so much. Leave it to me. After that, he strode to the BMW X5. Xie Wenjin and Qi Daji saw that the matter was done. They suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked in the direction of Lu Xiaojun. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Xiaojun vigorously knocked on the door of the BMW. Come out, motherfucker. Yang Ming took a rare break, but he was disturbed by Lu Xiaojun's action. Yang Ming opened the door abruptly and pushed Lu Xiaojun, who was outside the door, to the point that he almost fell down. What's the matter? Yang Ming glanced at Lu Xiaojun and looked at Xie Wenjin and Qi Daji, who were not far away. He understood everything. This guy must have been found by those two people to seek revenge. Lu Xiaojun just wanted to attack, but he suddenly found that Yang Ming was very familiar. He was very familiar. He remembered who the person in front of him was. Yang Ming had taught him a lesson several times, and he also beat up the Taekwondo Club's president, Ren Jianren, in the ring. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaojun's face suddenly changed. At this time, Yang Ming also recognized Lu Xiaojun. Isn't this Vice President Lu of the Taekwondo Club? Why? Are you challenging me again? What new tricks did you learn this time? Did you find any backup? Lu Xiaojun obviously didn't have the courage to fight with Yang Ming. Even the president couldn't beat Yang Ming. How could he be Yang Ming's opponent? Lu Xiaojun was angry in his heart. If I knew it was Yang Ming, I wouldn't have come. Isn't this embarrassing? Looking at Xie Wenjin and Qi Daji's expectant look, Lu Xiaojun was embarrassed. Speak. Yang Ming was already in a bad mood because of Xie Wenjin. When he saw Lu Xiaojun stuttering again, he suddenly became angry. Do you have something to say? No, nothing. Lu Xiaojun was shocked and couldn't help but say, I'm leaving. Why did you knock on my car? Do you have ADHD? Yang Ming naturally knew why Lu Xiaojun appeared here, but he didn't expose him. For such a small character, Yang Ming was too lazy to care about it. Yes, yes. Lu Xiaojun saw that Yang Ming was angry and nodded quickly. I have ADHD. Go to the hospital if you have ADHD. Don't be crazy here. Yang Ming glared at Lu Xiaojun and sat back in the car. Lu Xiaojun was afraid that Yang Ming would hold him accountable again, so he quickly ran away and returned to Xie Wenjin and Qi Daji. Cousin, what's going on? Why didn't you beat him up? Because of the distance, Xie Wenjin couldn't hear the conversation between Yang Ming and Lu Xiaojun, so he asked curiously. Lu Xiaojun hesitated. He wanted to fabricate a reason, but he was afraid that these two ignorant kids would cause trouble for him. Next time, they would look for him. So, he said, he is from the Wushu Club, our Taekwondo club, and he don't interfere with each other. We can't fight openly. We can only fight in the arena. Let's just forget about this. Although I am not afraid of him, you also know that the school pays attention to conflicts between clubs. If I beat him up and he tells the school, I will be punished. After Lu Xiaojun finished, he thought, I am really a genius. I can make up such a wonderful reason. Not only did I save my face, but I also save trouble in the future. So that's the case. Xie Wenjin nodded without any doubt. In his heart, his cousin was a very badass person, so he naturally had no doubts. So you just let the kid go. Let's talk about it later. Although our Taekwondo club is very prosperous, we can't bully others. If the school knows, it will be severely punished. Especially since I am the vice president of the Taekwondo club, I can't take the lead to suppress other clubs. Lu Xiaojun said, we have to compete fairly. That's fine, cousin. I will make it difficult for you. That kid is lucky. Xie Wenjin nodded and said, cousin, will he still pretend to be badass in front of us in the future? It's okay. I warned him. Lu Xiaojun said casually. Lu Xiaojun thought, the campus is so big. How can there be so many opportunities to meet? How long has it been since I met Yang Ming? If Xie Wenjin didn't look for me, I wouldn't have met Yang Ming. That's good. Xie Wenjin nodded. Let's go, cousin. I will invite you to have fun. Just now, Xiao Qi and I were going to the Nightless Club. Let's go together. Yeah, cousin, the greeter there is very beautiful. Third brother has been chasing her for a long time, but he hasn't gotten her yet. I will take you to have a look. Cousin, you are so handsome. Maybe it will be easy. Chijita nodded and said. Chapter 1090. Really, Lu Xiaojun didn't want to be rewarded without doing anything. He was a little embarrassed. I won't go. You guys have fun. How can that be? Xiao Wenjin shook his head again and again. Without you, cousin, it would be boring. Besides, the entertainment venue is a mix of good people and bad people. With you, a Taekwondo master, in charge, our hearts will be at ease. Lu Xiaojun was flattered by Xiao Wenjin, and his heart began to become active. His family condition wasn't as good as Xiao Wenjin's family. His parents only ran a small business. Last year, they encountered a financial crisis. After a foreigner placed an order, he disappeared. They lost a lot of money, so his pocket money was naturally pitiful. Lu Xiaojun hadn't been to a high-end entertainment venue like the Nightless Club for a long time. Naturally, he wanted to go and have fun. He was embarrassed because he didn't do anything before, but now that he heard Xiao Wenjin say that he had to be in charge, he didn't have so many concerns. He nodded and said, "Okay, great, third brother. When you see the greeter, you will know. It's simply TSK, TSK. AI, it's just not easy to get started, but I believe that third brother is so powerful. Once you set out, you will succeed." Qi Jida also said. Yang Ming was in the car. He looked at the three people whispering in the distance and shook his head disdainfully. Sure enough, it was Lu Xiaojun who was found by Xiao Wenjin and Qi Jida. He listened to Lu Xiaojun, shirking his responsibility for a long time. He despised him in his heart, and he didn't continue to listen to the rest of the words. Xiao Wenjin and Qi Jida obviously couldn't drive anymore. The car was kicked to this extent. They could only call for a 4S shop to tow the car later. However, Xiao Wenjin's family was relatively rich. With just a phone call, his parents' subordinates sent another Honda Accord. The grade of business cars in the company were generally Honda Accord, Toyota Camry, Audi A6, and so on. It was impossible to buy some sports cars like Ferrari. Which company would drive a sports car to meet customers or negotiate? First, there were too few people sitting in the sports car. Second, it was not formal. He asked the man to take a taxi back to the company. Xiao Wenjin sat in the driver's seat, while Qi Jida and Lu Xiaojun sat in the back. But, third brother, our car. Although Qi Jida's family was also very rich, it was one grade lower than Lu Xiaojun's family. He could afford an Audi Q7, but it didn't mean that he could ask for money from his family if it was broken. Xiao Wenjin looked at his cousin's face and saw that his cousin didn't say anything. So he said, forget it. I will pay for the repair. You don't have to ask your family for money." "That's great. Thank you, third brother." Qi Jida naturally didn't dare to ask Yang Ming for maintenance fees. Since Xiao Wenjin was willing to pay, Qi Jida didn't say anything more. Xiao Wenjin didn't think too much about it. He didn't doubt Lu Xiaojun's words at all. After all, the school was not a society. It was impossible to beat up anyone. It was better when he was at the branch campus. The school's main leaders were not there. Now that he had returned to the main campus, he naturally had to restrain himself. What's more, Lu Xiaojun also said that the other party belonged to the martial arts club. If there was a conflict, it wouldn't be as simple as a personal conflict. It had developed into a struggle and suppression between the two clubs. The school was unwilling to not interfere. "Right, cousin, I heard that there will be Thai students coming to our school to challenge in a while. Will your Taekwondo club participate?" asked Xiao Wenjin. Lu Xiaojun's old face was red. The school also looked for their Taekwondo club for this matter, but no one in the Taekwondo club dared to fight. Even the president, Ren Jianren, didn't dare to accept, let alone the others. To put it bluntly, their Taekwondo club was basically a group of people who scared ordinary students. Once they really went on the field, it might not be effective. They want to challenge traditional martial arts. It's their martial arts club's business. They don't want the Taekwondo club's people to participate. Lu Xiaojun's skill in bullshitting was first class. In one sentence, he cleared all the responsibilities. Although our Taekwondo club is powerful, it is also an imported product in the end. If they want to challenge Muay Thai, they will go to the Koreans to challenge. Why look for us? That's true. Xiao Wenjin nodded after listening. Then, that Yang Ming just now, will he participate in the battle? Who knows? Lu Xiaojun thought of the scene of Yang Ming beating Ren Jianren, and his heart trembled. If this Yang Ming went on the field, the outcome was really hard to say. This kid never played by the rules. Maybe he could really beat up those Muay Thai students. Motherfucker. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaojun blushed. How can I boost the morale of others? It would be best if Yang Ming lost. Then I would lose my face. When they passed by a small road, Xiao Wenjin pressed the horn twice because he was impatient with the car in front of him driving too slowly. After pressing the horn, he found that the car was no longer his Land Rover. The horn was not modified into a siren, and he was a little upset. Xiao Wenjin parked the car in the parking lot of the Nightless Club. The three of them walked to the nightclub. However, when Xiao Wenjin got off the car, he obviously did not have the style he had before. He felt that his car was of a lower class, so he lowered his head when he got off the car. He felt that he had lost some face. However, Lu Xiaojun did not feel anything. Instead, he was very cool. Many people came to play by taxi. They did not even have their own cars. Welcome. When the hostess saw Xiao Wenjin and Lu Xiaojun come in, she habitually bowed and greeted them. And when Xiao Wenjin saw that the hostess had changed, he was stunned. He frowned and asked, "Where did that Shun Yushi go?" Because the hostess had a name tag on her, Xiao Wenjin remembered Shun Yushi's name. Miss Shun has been promoted to foreman. The forewoman who was Shun Yushi's partner before said politely. Oh, Xiao Wenjin was stunned. How did she get promoted to foreman? Although he had not mingled in the nightclub, he also knew that from a hostess to a foreman, it was a leap of several levels. Shun Yushi could not have a strong background. If she did, she would be directly appointed to an important position like foreman or front desk cashier. It was impossible for her to be a hostess. Therefore, the only possibility was that Shun Yushi suddenly found a backer. But what kind of backer could a hostess find? Therefore, there was only one possibility. That was, Shun Yushi was a mistress of a big shot. Xiao Wenjin had also pursued Shun Yushi for a while, but he had not succeeded. He thought that this little girl was very pure. He did not expect her to be such a piece of trash. However, Xiao Wenjin's face was a little ugly. In terms of family background, he was not bad. His family was not the richest in Songjiang, but they had hundreds of millions of assets. He was also in the ranks of the prodigal second generation. That Shun Yushi actually ignored him, and now she was a mistress of someone else. How could Xiao Wenjin feel good in his heart? Xiao Wenjin's face sank and asked, "Is Shun Yushi a mistress?" No. This hostess usually received a lot of benefits from Xiao Wenjin. In order to pursue Shun Yushi, Xiao Wenjin often inquired about information from her. However, at this time, the hostess was stuttering. Xiao Wenjin immediately thought that there was a problem. What the hell is going on? You have been working in a nightless club longer than Shun Yushi. How come she is a foreman, and you're not? Besides, how can a hostess be capable of being a foreman? Xiao Wenjin frowned and asked, "Young Master Xiai, I really don't know. Don't make it difficult for me." This hostess really did not know anything, but she also heard some rumors about Shun Yushi's promotion. It was said that a big shot had taken a fancy to Shun Yushi. It was a person that Brother Bao respected. However, how could the hostess dare to comment on the right and wrong of such a person? She naturally knew about Brother Bao's background. Who knew the consequences of gossiping? Why? Are you looking down on me? Xiao Wenjin was suddenly a little angry. This feeling of being ignored made him extremely uncomfortable. Originally, he had a stomach full of anger at Yang Ming. At this time, he took the opportunity to vent. "No, young Master Xia, I really don't know. You think about it. How can a small hostess like me know about this kind of thing?" said the hostess with a bitter face. The lobby manager also heard the noise at the door, so he immediately came over. When he saw Xiao Wenjin arguing with the hostess with a red face, he quickly asked, "Sir, is there anything that you are not satisfied with our service?" Although the Nightless Club had a strong background, they would not bully people and guests. On the contrary, they were very respectful to some guests who came here for entertainment, but it was another matter if they deliberately came to make trouble. Of course, there were also guests who were not satisfied with the service. For this kind, As long as their situation was not excessive and reasonable, the lobby manager would still deal with it politely. However, if they were unreasonable, then they deserved a beating. How did Shinyushi get promoted to foreman? Where is she? You call her over. I have something to ask her. Xia Wenjin was worried that he couldn't find someone to talk to. It just so happened that the lobby manager came to him, so he spoke immediately. Sir, who are you to Foreman Shun? Why are you looking for her? Asked the lobby manager politely. I am her friend. I have something to ask her, said Xia Wenjin with a black face. The lobby manager frowned. He didn't know who this Xia Wenjin was, and he didn't know what his relationship with Foreman Shun was. Although this request was a bit strange, it couldn't be said to be excessive, so he nodded and said, So, I will ask Foreman Shun and see what she thinks. Sir, what is your surname? My surname is Xia. You just say that young Master Xia is looking for her, said Xia Wenjin. Okay, then you wait for a while. After the lobby manager finished speaking, he turned and went to find Shinyushi. Shinyushi was now learning the experience of hotel management from another more senior foreman. After all, she jumped directly from the position of a greeter. She was not familiar with some professional knowledge. Although everyone in the Nightless Club greeted her with a smile, the old foreman was not afraid that she would endanger her position. Instead, she taught her everything. Shinyushi could probably guess the reason for all of this. The people in the Nightless Club, including Bao Sanli, even thought that she was Brother Yang's woman. At first, Shinyushi also thought so. She was even excited for several days. However, for so long, Yang Ming did not come again, nor did he contact her through other means. Shinyushi knew that she was thinking too much. Perhaps Yang Ming did not mean that at all, but the people below misunderstood. The foreman who taught her everything was probably thinking that Shinyushi, could not be the foreman for a lifetime. The foreman was just a transition. Being promoted to the deputy general manager might be a matter of time. Therefore, she did not treat her as a competitor at all, but respected her as a boss. Indeed, the old foreman, Big Sister Chun, did think so. To be able to sit in the position of foreman, she naturally had some connections in the Nightless Club. She was relatively well informed. Generally, Bao Sanli did not interfere in the affairs of the Nightless Club, but Shinyushi's foreman was personally appointed by him. From his point of view, it could be seen that it was unusual. Moreover, according to rumors, it was a big shot of President Bao's life and death friend who took a fancy to Shinyushi. In this way, Shinyushi's transformation from a pheasant to a phoenix was just around the corner. How could Big Sister Chen still think that Shinyushi was stealing her job? In this case, the shrewd Big Sister Chen naturally flattered Shinyushi. Her words even hinted that if Shinyushi became rich one day, she should not forget about her big sister who led the way. Shinyushi's mood had calmed down a lot these days. She did not have the excitement and fanaticism of the past few days. However, in any case, President Bao put her in the position of foreman. It was also a rare opportunity. Shinyushi was not a stupid person. Otherwise, she would not have been able to work in a nightclub with all kinds of people. She would not have been kept as a mistress by some bosses. Shinyushi's vision was relatively high. She naturally would not be interested in the average fat uncle. In her opinion, even if she was kept by someone, it had to be someone she liked and had the ability. The rest was out of the question. However, Shinyushi's thoughts had faded now. It was not a bad thing to be a foreman. At least, she was no longer struggling at the bottom of society and belonged to the management level. Therefore, Shinyushi learned very seriously and cherished this hard-won opportunity. In fact, a foreman was a position that trained people. There was a general manager above and a waiter below. It was a position of coordination in the middle. It was not something that ordinary people could do. However, if one did well and got the boss's appreciation, the chances of promotion would be greater. Bao Sanli also wanted to train Shinyushi. He did not know what Yang Ming meant, but he thought that Yang Ming's woman would not be mediocre and mediocre. Yang Ming had so many companies. If he wanted to find a woman, he would find a capable one, right? Therefore, Bao Sanli planned to train Shinyushi first. If Yang Ming really had that kind of intention for Shinyushi, then everyone would be happy. If Yang Ming did not have that kind of intention, then it was fine. The hotel would just promote a new young talent. There would be plenty of places to use her in the future. Foreman Shun. The lobby manager walked over to Shun Yushi and said very politely. The lobby manager and the foreman did not have a direct relationship. The lobby manager was responsible for the front desk, and the foreman was responsible for the hotel's overall waiter. However, the lobby manager was in charge of the front desk cashier. Generally speaking, the lobby manager had more power and was more trusted by the boss. However, at this moment, the lobby manager did not dare to show any disrespect to Shun Yushi. Rumors spread the fastest in the Nightless Club. The lobby manager naturally knew Shun Yushi's special status, so he was also very polite to Shun Yushi. Manager Zhang. Shun Yushi looked up and saw the lobby manager, Manager Zhang. It turned out that Shun Yushi was Manager Zhang's subordinate. Naturally, she was very familiar with Manager Zhang, so she quickly greeted him politely. Hee, just call me Little Zhang. Old Zhang is also fine. Ha! Manager Zhang's age was obviously a lot older than Shun Yushi, but the people who sat in his position were very clever and tactful. How would they dare to be arrogant in front of Shun Yushi? Manager Zhang, what's the matter? Shun Yushi naturally knew why Manager Zhang was treating her like this. Usually, Manager Zhang spoke to Sister Chun in a businesslike manner and was very serious. He only had this attitude towards her. A person who claims to be young Master Xie wants to see you. You see, Manager Zhang said, he is in the lobby. Young Master Xie? Shun Yushi frowned. Of course, she knew young Master Xie. There were so many guests in the Nightless Club. It was impossible for Shun Yushi to remember all of them. However, this young Master Xie was chasing after her. Shun Yushi naturally had a deep impression of him. Seeing Shun Yushi's frowning expression, Manager Zhang immediately noticed something. So he said, how about I say that you are not here and give him a warning? Forget it. I will go and explain it to him myself. Shun Yushi did not want young Master Xie to cause trouble again. She was more or less clear about young Master Xie's background. However, compared to Yang Ming, young Master Xie was nothing. Okay, I will lead the way for you, said Manager Zhang quickly. Looking at the backs of Shun Yushi and Manager Zhang, Sister Chun sighed. She secretly lamented that Shun Yushi, this little girl, had a good life. She was born with outstanding beauty and immediately jumped into the Dragon Gate. Sister Chun had worked hard for half of her life before she could become a foreman. Shun Yushi was just training in the foreman position. Yushi. Xie Wenjin saw Shun Yushi coming out, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Shun Yushi, who was wearing the foreman uniform, looked more charming. Compared to the previous greeter, she had more temperament. Temperament was mostly cultivated. People would develop their temperament according to their position. Shun Yushi had only sat in the foreman position for a few days, and she had already developed it. Young Master Xie, we're not very familiar with each other. You can call me Foreman Shun or Shun Yushi. Shun Yushi said faintly, welcome to the Nightless Club, but don't say what you said to me before in the future. Foreman Shun? Xie Wenjin immediately frowned. Oh, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have become arrogant? You became a foreman? Which boss's thigh did you rely on? Young Master Xie, please speak respectfully. We welcome you to come here to spend money, but we do not welcome you to cause trouble. Shun Yushi's face suddenly turned red when Xie Wenjin pointed out her thoughts. Although it was not as bad as what Xie Wenjin said, she did become popular because of Yang Ming. Shun Yushi, just say it. Did you ask someone to take care of you? Xie Wenjin noticed Shun Yushi's unnatural expression and snorted. Chapter 1091. Mr. Xie, please pay attention to your words. Manager Zhang listened to the conversation between Xie Wenjin and Shun Yushi and roughly understood the relationship between the two. This Xie Wenjin was Shun Yushi's pursuer, but he had not succeeded. Now that he found out that Shun Yushi was with someone else, he came to question him. However, how can you compare to Shun Yushi's current backer? Manager Zhang did not look down on Xie Wenjin. He also heard about what happened at the Nightless Club that day. Although the story of Yang Ming snatching the gun and fighting the gangsters was blocked, several parties still accidentally leaked the information. Although it was not very detailed, the less detailed the things were, the easier it was for people to make unlimited use of them. Therefore, Yang Ming became an invulnerable god. Therefore, Manager Zhang thought to himself, with your shriveled appearance, Yang Ming can beat you up with one punch. You even came to flirt with Brother Yang's girlfriend. Aren't you looking for death? What are you? Xie Wenjin was a little excited in his heart, and he did not take care of his own words. He forgot that he was in the Nightless Club. Manager Zhang listened to Xie Wenjin's words, and suddenly his face sank. Originally, he advised him with good intentions. He did not expect this person to not know what was good for him, so he could not blame him for being impolite. Qi Jida, who was next to Xie Wenjin, quickly pulled his clothes and said, "Third brother, don't talk nonsense, don't worry about me." Xie Wenjin also became arrogant and said indifferently, "You don't even let me speak? You're not welcome here. Now you get out immediately, or I will find someone to invite you out," said Manager Zhang faintly. "Find someone? Find who?" Xie Wenjin pushed Manager Zhang and said disdainfully, "I have to make it clear today. Shen Yushi, who are you relying on? I will find him." "Security." Manager Zhang waved his hand impatiently and pointed to Xie Wenjin. "Get him out, cousin." Seeing the two burly security guards coming this way, Xie Wenjin was a little flustered. He quickly shouted to Lu Zhaojun beside him, "Cousin, look." Lu Zhaojun was the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Just now in school, he didn't know the true strength of Yang Ming, so he didn't dare to do anything, let alone in this famous Nightless Club. How could he dare to find trouble in a Nightless Club? Wasn't that the same as courting death? Lu Zhaojun stuttered and didn't dare to be rash. The two security guards had already walked over. They directly reached out and pushed Lu Zhaojun, almost causing him to stumble. The security guards in the Nightless Club were not ordinary security guards. They were specially trained. Naturally, they were much better than Lu Zhaojun's showy appearance. Lu Zhaojun's kung fu was just a bluff. It was all showy and impractical. It looked good, but in fact, it had no attack power. However, fortunately, the management of the Nightless Club was now much more civilized. They didn't beat people in the lobby. Instead, after Xie Wenjin, Qi Jida, and Lu Zhaojun were pushed out, they gave each of them a flying kick. After Xie Wenjin fell down, he also sobered up a lot. Looking at the glorious Nightless Club, he had some lingering fear in his heart. "I'm sorry to have implicated everyone. Little San, if you ask me, aren't you too impulsive?" Lu Zhaojun said with a very understanding look. "What kind of place is this Nightless Club? No matter how powerful I am, I can't beat so many security guards, right? What's more, they have weapons in their hands. Maybe they even have guns. Even if we are the martial arts masters, we can't fight with them. So, just now, I also resisted the impulse in my heart and didn't dare to make a move. Otherwise, if I made a move, we would be in big trouble today. It wouldn't be as simple as being thrown out. Probably breaking an arm or a leg would be a small matter." "Yeah, Brother Jun is right." Qi Jida also nodded and said, "Third brother, you are too impulsive. This is not a place for us to be arrogant. You see, Manager Zhang's attitude to us was good before. After you scolded him, he turned hostile. So, even if you have a personal grudge with Shen Yushi, you can't solve it here." "You are right. I was too impulsive today," Xie Wenjin said. "Let's go first. Don't let someone find trouble with us later." "That's not the case." Lu Zhaojun was very open-minded. "If the Nightless Club wants to mess with you, they don't have to be so sneaky. They just beat you up. They won't let you go and look for you to beat you up again. They don't have to do that." The three people returned to the car. Although Xie Wenjin was awake, he was still a little angry. "I chased Shen Yushi for so long, without success. Isn't this Shen Yushi too stubborn?" But this was nothing. The most annoying thing was that Shen Yushi didn't want to be with him. She had ambition. It was fine if she didn't want to be a mistress, but she found someone else. This was what Xie Wenjin couldn't tolerate the most. "I'm a college student. My family is rich, and I'm quite handsome. Why doesn't Shen Yushi like me?" "Cousin, Isn't this Shun Yushi too infuriating? Xiao Wenjin said bitterly. Lu Xiaojun already had a girlfriend. He came to this kind of occasion just to have fun. It was impossible for him to really have feelings for the woman inside. Although he was amazed by Shun Yushi's appearance, and his own girlfriend was not very beautiful, her family was rich. In this day and age, what was the use of being beautiful? She couldn't be used as money at home. For people like Lu Xiaojun, whose family was not very rich, finding a rich girlfriend was more useful than a beautiful girlfriend. How could he be compared with Xiao Wenjin, a rich young master? Previously, Xiao Wenjin said that he wanted Lu Xiaojun to do something. Lu Xiaojun also understood that it was just a casual remark. Now, looking at Xiao Wenjin's attitude, Yang Ming was completely sure that his feelings for Shun Yushi were not as simple as just wanting to possess her. Lu Xiaojun naturally wouldn't compete with Xiao Wenjin for a woman. He didn't dare to compete. First, to really talk about it, Xiao Wenjin's family was much stronger than his. Even if he went into society in the future, he would definitely have to rely on Xiao Wenjin's family. Second, his girlfriend's family was also very rich. There was a very large garment processing factory in the outer city. Lu Xiaojun was afraid that his girlfriend would find out and make trouble with him. So how could he dare to have any thoughts? Little 3, if you really want to get Shun Yushi, in fact, there's a way, but you can't do it in the Nightless Club. Lu Xiaojun might not be good at fighting, but he was good at using dirty tricks. And? What do you mean? Cousin, do you have a good idea? Xiao Wenjin's eyes suddenly lit up after listening to Lu Xiaojun's words, and he quickly asked, "It's not a good idea, but..." Lu Xiaojun smiled. Yang Ming's mood was a little bad because of the 3 pieces of trash. He wanted to sleep in the car for a while, but he was a lot more energetic after the exercise just now. Looking at the 2 broken cars behind him, Yang Ming sighed. Why bother? Is it so good to be a prodigal young master? So many people are scrambling to do it. After waiting for a while, Yang Ming received a call from Xiao Qing, saying that her meeting was over. She asked Yang Ming to go to the laboratory on the 3rd floor to find her. Yang Ming got out of the car, locked the car, and walked to the laboratory on the 3rd floor. However, when he reached the 3rd floor, he found that he was blocked by an iron fence before he reached the laboratory. A fingerprint lock was installed on the iron fence that required fingerprint verification. In other words, as long as the fingerprint was not in the fingerprint database, the door could not be opened. Yang Ming was a little helpless. Although he could forcibly destroy the fingerprint lock to enter the laboratory, there was no need for that. Yang Ming took out his phone and called Xiao Qing. Sister Xiao Qing, I am at the fence at the entrance of the laboratory. I can't go in. I need fingerprint verification. Ah, Xiao Qing said with some embarrassment. I forgot. Wait a minute. I will pick you up now. Not long after hanging up the phone, an iron door at the end of the corridor opened. Xiao Qing walked out gracefully from inside. She was wearing a professional suit. The mature charm made Yang Ming somewhat impulsive. Sorry, I forgot that there's a fingerprint lock. Xiao Qing apologetically stroked the hair on her forehead. She smiled at Yang Ming and opened the fingerprint door. It's okay. Yang Ming entered the iron door and said, Sister Xiao Qing, you look really good today. Don't talk nonsense. There's a monitor here. Xiao Qing glared at Yang Ming and said, Don't be touchy. Oh. Yang Ming naturally saw the camera in the corner. Otherwise, he would have hugged Xiao Qing when he came up. After all, he hadn't seen Xiao Qing for a long time. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Qing took Yang Ming in her laboratory just now. There were a few doctoral students in the laboratory studying something in front of the computer. Yang Ming glanced at it and didn't understand it. It seemed that they were designing a model of something. After entering the inner room of the laboratory, this was Xiao Qing's territory. There were no outsiders here. Xiao Qing naturally wouldn't be polite to Yang Ming. She directly sat on the boss chair, leaned back, and put her hands on her legs comfortably. These 2 days I am so tired. Yang Ming sat on the sofa, because there was also a surveillance camera here. Although he didn't know if it was activated, Yang Ming didn't dare to be rash. Come to think of it, such a high-end laboratory would be installed with cameras to ensure safety. The camera is not activated. Xiaoqing saw Yang Ming's cautious look and said with some amusement, "The control authority is with me. What are you afraid of? Your students are outside. Who knows if this room is soundproof or not?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "Soundproof? Why? Are you looking for me for a confidential matter?" Xiaoqing was somewhat puzzled, but when she saw Yang Ming's lecherous look, she suddenly understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. Is he saying that he wants to do it with me? Is he afraid that the students outside will hear it? Thinking of this, Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned red. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you have a reason to look for me?" "Of course there is." Yang Ming put away his previous smile and carefully took out a mobile phone from his pocket and put it on Xiaoqing's desk. It was from the driver, Chun Xisheng. "What is this?" Xiaoqing glanced at the mobile phone and asked. "An encrypted mobile phone. It is said that it is used on foreign military spies. Can you see if you can decrypt it?" Yang Ming briefly introduced and asked. "Decrypt?" Xiaoqing didn't ask why Yang Ming wanted to decrypt it, because there was no need for that. The relationship between the two people no longer had any doubts. Xiaoqing gently picked up the mobile phone and checked it. After turning on the power of the mobile phone, a prompt to enter the password appeared on the screen. Xiaoqing didn't dare to enter it casually. Instead, she turned off the mobile phone, opened the back cover of the mobile phone, took out the mobile phone circuit board, glanced at the back of the mobile phone, and said, "Wait, let me check the relevant information of the mobile phone first." After that, Xiaoqing logged into Google's English website, then entered the model of the mobile phone and quickly found the search results. The third-generation mobile phone produced by DCIKRS. After encryption, the password can only be entered 3 times. After the password is wrong 3 times, it will perform a self-destruct program to destroy the structure of the flash chip and destroy the data inside. It is a more powerful generation product than the second generation of high-voltage breakdown and burn. Xiaoqing looked at the information found on the computer screen and said, "It is difficult to recover the data from the burned flash chip. Only a few laboratories in the country can recover it. But this destruction method that destroys the physical structure of the flash chip is currently impossible to recover." That is to say, there is no way to crack it? Yang Ming heard Xiaoqing say so and asked with some regret. "This mobile phone doesn't have any data interface. It can't communicate with the computer. If you want to decrypt it, I don't think there is any way here." Xiaoqing shook her head helplessly. "But isn't there an infrared and Bluetooth interface on this mobile phone? Can't it be cracked with these?" Yang Ming didn't give up and pointed to the Bluetooth and infrared logo on the mobile phone shell. "I read in some online novels that computer masters can directly connect to the computer with infrared or Bluetooth, and they can decrypt the mobile phone." "Oh!" Xiaoqing couldn't help but laugh after hearing it. She shook her head and said, "Most of the online novels are nonsense. Those authors don't have any computer professional knowledge. Naturally, they will mislead you." "How do you say that?" Yang Ming asked curiously. "You haven't even figured out the most basic mobile phone communication principle. Indeed, Bluetooth and infrared can be used for data transmission, but it also needs to be established after the mobile phone has activated Bluetooth and infrared." Xiaoqing picked up the mobile phone on the table and said, "You see, this mobile phone stops at the password bar when it is turned on. That is to say, the program in the mobile phone stops after entering the password. If you don't enter the correct password, it won't continue with the subsequent boot instructions. If you don't enter the mobile phone interface, how can you turn on Bluetooth or infrared? It turns out to be like this." Yang Ming was also a computer science student, so he roughly understood what Xiaoqing said. In other words, it is like the Windows operating system. If you don't enter the password when it is turned on, no matter how you operate, the system can't be used, right? Almost. However, it is easier to crack the password of the computer operating system. It is much more difficult to crack the password of the mobile phone. Xiaoqing nodded and said, "Even if you turn on the infrared or Bluetooth, you can't guarantee that you can read the password because the infrared and Bluetooth functions of the mobile phone now only allow for file transmission. The functions are limited to the application area. It is impossible to operate the program area in the mobile phone. Therefore, the only thing that can operate the program layer in the mobile phone is the data cable. The computer establishes communication with the CPU of the mobile phone through the data cable and directly reads and writes to the flash memory. It doesn't need the program in the mobile phone to complete the operation. Yang Ming listened to Xiao Qing's explanation and suddenly realized that the web novels were all lies. Although he learned a lot today, Yang Ming was somewhat frustrated. In other words, it is impossible to decrypt it? You can say that. Xiao Qing nodded and said, there is another way to use the programmer to directly read the contents of the flash memory for analysis. However, this method obviously won't work. The flash memory chip in this mobile phone is specially made. There is no model and technical information. No programmer can support this chip. Moreover, even if it is read, it is hard to say whether the program is encrypted or not. Well, it seems that I have overestimated myself. It is really impossible to crack the encrypted phone produced by this world-famous company. Yang Ming shook his head and said, that is not the case. Xiao Qing smiled and said, there are policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. The encryption and decryption of computers is an eternal war. It has been fought for many years. However, no matter how powerful the encryption is, there are always hackers who can crack it. For example, the computer's Windows operating system has just been released, and there are hackers who have cracked it. There's still some video game consoles, and so on. They have also been cracked by some hacker groups. If this mobile phone falls into the hands of those professional hackers, they may be able to figure out a way. Hackers? Yang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. What Xiao Qing said was indeed reasonable. In this world, as long as there was encryption, there would be decryption. The war between encryption and decryption had been fought for many years. However, from the point of view of the encryption technology being updated generation after generation, it could be shown that the previous technology was not secure. It was hard to say who would win or lose. Maybe the encryption today was more powerful, but it would be cracked tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, a new encryption method appeared. When Xiao Qing talked about hackers, Yang Ming suddenly thought of Zhou Jiejia. Moreover, didn't Zhou Jiejia say that she knew the king of hackers? If this mobile phone was in her hands, could she think of a way? Maybe she couldn't think of a way. Maybe the king of hackers would have a way. Why? Are you interested in hackers? Seeing that Yang Ming showed a strange expression when he heard her mention hackers, Xiao Qing asked curiously. Chapter 1092. That's not it. It's just that I have a friend who knows more about hacking. I want to see if she has a way. Yang Ming didn't hide it from Xiao Qing. That's fine. Xiao Qing nodded and didn't ask much. After all, the identity of many hackers couldn't be exposed, so she changed the topic and continued. It's better to try than to do nothing. Right? Did the jewelry exhibition go well? I read in the newspaper. The previous Zhuang Jingtian robbery case had already been reported in the newspaper. Although Chen Fei had tried to downplay the matter at the request of Yang Ming, there were many parties present that day, and it still alarmed the media. However, at the request of Chen Fei, Yang Ming's identity was kept secret. After all, Chen Fei didn't provide information. The media couldn't investigate it even if they were powerful. Therefore, the newspaper only briefly reported the bank robbery case and the news that all the perpetrators were arrested. I read in the newspaper that the second day of the exhibition was robbed, right? Asked Xiao Qing. When the report just came out, Xiao Qing was doing an experiment. When she got the news, it was already a few days later. She knew from Sun Jia that Yang Ming was fine, so Xiao Qing didn't bother Yang Ming again. However, now that she met Yang Ming, she naturally had to ask. It's nothing. It's just a few gangsters who overestimated themselves. They were quickly subdued. Yang Ming tried to be as indifferent as possible and didn't involve himself in it. I believe in your ability. Xiao Qing was still very assured about Yang Ming's ability to adapt. After all, every time she was with Yang Ming could be calm and turn the situation around. What kind of ability are you talking about? Yang Ming asked with a smirk. Annoying. Xiao Qing blushed and said. It was rare for her to show the attitude of a little girl. Yang Ming also knew that this was a laboratory. He couldn't do whatever he wanted. Some things were just a matter of words. You seem to be very busy recently. Yang Ming saw that there was even a bed in Xiao Qing's laboratory, and the quilt had traces of being moved. It was obvious that Xiao Qing had slept here, so he asked, "And I have been researching a new model of network transmission protocol recently. It is jointly developed with the laboratories of several famous universities in the world. I often sleep here in the laboratory," said Xiao Qing. "Will you be busy for a long time?" Yang Ming stepped forward and touched Xiao Qing's hair. He said, "It's easy to age if you stay up late. Try to get your subordinates to do it. You just have to command them." Heh. Xiao Qing smiled after listening. "You are bad enough to make others stay up late. It's fine for those university students to stay up late," Yang Ming said with a smile. "But you, if you don't take care of yourself, be careful that I don't want you." Xiao Qing naturally knew that Yang Ming was just joking. Moreover, Xiao Qing herself was very careful about taking care of herself. She rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said, "The age of the PhD student is about the same as mine. I'm just saying. Then I won't bother you for a while. When you're done, contact me." Yang Ming picked up the phone on the table, put it in his pocket, and said, "Right, Yang Ming. That mobile phone is classified as a confidential device overseas. You should be careful when you hold it. Don't let anyone with bad intentions see it. Don't tell your friends that you don't trust." Xiao Qing hesitated. If your relationship with your hacker friend isn't very good, it's best not to say it, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Xiao Qing was very proficient in technology. She also knew the consequences of this advanced technology. Since Yang Ming wanted to decrypt this phone, then this phone must not be obtained through normal channels. If it was publicized, it would inevitably cause a storm. That friend of mine can still be trusted. Yang Ming listened to Xiao Qing's words and smiled. Yang Ming also knew that Xiao Qing was worried about him. After all, there was nothing wrong with being careful. And then I won't say anything else. It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. You should be careful. Xiao Qing said. Sister Xiao Qing, why don't I tell the truth?" Yang Ming saw that Xiao Qing was worried about him. So he simply confessed, "The relationship between that friend and me is just like how you treat me. She won't betray me." Xiao Qing was stunned, and then she understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. Her face turned red and said, "Have I seen her before?" "You should have seen her before. That time at the entrance of the restaurant." "Zhou Jiejie." Yang Ming said, "My classmate, and it's easy to say that she is one of us. At least she won't betray you." Xiao Qing nodded and no longer asked anything. After leaving Xiao Qing's laboratory, Yang Ming returned to the car and called Zhou Jiejie immediately. This kind of problem of decryption, Zhou Jiejie should be more professional. Although Xiao Qing was a master in the field of computer science and even participated in the formulation of some agreements, when it came to these peripheral technologies, she didn't know as much as Zhou Jiejie. After all, Xiao Qing was exposed to some formal technologies, unlike Zhou Jiejie, who specialized in these peripheral technologies. Yang Ming. Zhou Jiejie received a call from Yang Ming, and she was obviously very happy. She also knew that Yang Ming was busy with the jewelry exhibition with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun, but Zhou Jiejie felt a little regretful that she couldn't attend it together. However, she didn't know much about jewelry. Although Chen Mingyan also invited her to go together, Zhou Jiejie was afraid that she wouldn't be able to help and would cause more trouble, so she declined and stayed at school. "Jiejie, where are you?" Yang Ming naturally felt Zhou Jiejie's excitement at the moment, and he was slightly embarrassed. Sometimes, just a phone call would make this girl happy. "I'm at school. What about you? Are you done with the exhibition?" asked Zhou Jiejie. "And the exhibition is over. I'm also at school. Do you have time in the evening? Let's have dinner together." Yang Ming looked at the time, and it was basically dinner time. "Of course I do. When?" "Now." Zhou Jiejie had already made an appointment with Wang Shui to eat in the cafeteria, but since Yang Ming called, Zhou Jiejie naturally left Wang Shui behind. Wang Shui, who was on the side, listened to Zhou Jiejie's words and she was so angry that she pouted. Now is fine. I'll wait for you at the school gate, Yang Ming said. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie came to the school gate. Wang Shui had already gone to find Yang Ming. Although Zhou Jie felt that it was inappropriate for her to do so, she hadn't seen Yang Ming for a long time. Zhou Jie had to make a decision to value a lover over a friend. Zhou Jie got in the car and sat in the front passenger seat. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun weren't there, so Zhou Jie could naturally relax. Where are we going to eat? Yang Ming waited for Zhou Jie to get in the car and started the car. Anything is fine. We can eat anything. Or we can buy something to eat at home. It's quite cold outside. Zhou Jie thought about it and said, then let Annie Li make something. There should be ingredients at home. Yang Ming said, I will inform Annie Li and let her prepare some dishes. Sure enough, Yang Ming called home and confirmed with Annie Li that there were indeed a lot of ingredients at home. She could prepare some dishes directly. Yang Ming instructed Auntie Li to simply prepare 2 home-cooked dishes because there were only him and Zhou Jie. If there were too many dishes, they wouldn't be able to finish it. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun returned to the company together to help Zhang Bin and Zhao Cixi check the accounts and deal with some large orders received at the exhibition because the jewelry exhibition had just ended. They would probably be busy these few days. There was also a temporary dormitory in the company. Lin Jiyun and Chen Mingyan could also sleep together. The school was very close to the Huashang district where their home was located. Yang Ming and Zhou Jie returned home after parking the car. Annie Li just began to prepare. When she saw that Yang Ming and Zhou Jie came back so quickly, she said with some embarrassment, Mr. Yang, Miss Zhou, I just started preparing. I didn't know that you would come back tonight, so I didn't prepare in advance. It seems that I have to wait for a while. It's okay. We aren't too hungry. Annie Li, you can take your time. Don't worry. Yang Ming waved his hand and smiled. That's good. Auntie Li nodded and said, there are fresh bamboo shoots and cabbage in the refrigerator at home. I will make a bamboo shoot meat and a stir-fried cabbage. Is that okay? Okay. Annie Li, you can prepare as you see fit. Jie and I aren't picky. Yang Ming said, let's go up and study something first. After the meal is ready, you can inform us with the internal phone. Call the phone in my small bedroom. Okay, Mr. Yang, Ms. Zhou, you can go ahead. After Auntie Li finished speaking, she went into the kitchen again. Zhou Jie apparently misunderstood Yang Ming's words. When she thought of being kissed and hugged by Yang Ming before, her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. Previously, Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were there, so Yang Ming wouldn't do anything to her. But now that both of them weren't there was only herself and Yang Ming, so Zhou Jie would inevitably think more. However, although Zhou Jie's heart was somewhat perturbed, she didn't reject these things in her heart. She was just a little reserved on the surface. She went up to the second floor with Yang Ming and entered Yang Ming's small bedroom. Seeing that Yang Ming was sitting on the bed, Zhou Jie didn't know what to do. Sit? Yang Ming naturally didn't think so much. When he saw that Zhou Jie was still standing, he suddenly felt a little strange, so he waved to her. Why are you standing? This is your own home. Why are you so restrained? Oh, Zhou Jie blushed and carefully sat next to Yang Ming. However, there was a little expectation in her heart. Yang Ming looked at Zhou Jie's appearance. At first, he was surprised. Then he immediately understood why Zhou Jie was like this. He naturally reached out and held Zhou Jie's soft body in his arms. Zhou Jie didn't struggle and fell into Yang Ming's arms. My dear little Jie, did you miss your husband these days? Yang Ming saw Zhou Jie's shy look and couldn't help but tease her. When Zhou Jie heard Yang Ming say this, she immediately felt embarrassed. Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend first? I haven't become your husband yet. It's the same. There's no difference. Yang Ming said shamelessly. Could it be that you don't want me to be your husband? Where? Of course not. Zhou Jie quickly shook her head to deny it. Looking at Zhou Jie's cute appearance, Yang Ming couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He gently lowered his head. Zhou Jie seemed to realize something. Her body trembled slightly, and she closed her eyes. However, her eyelashes were still trembling. Obviously, her mood was not calm. Yang Ming gently kissed Zhou Zhejia's lips. It wasn't the first time that Zhou Zhejia kissed Yang Ming, but she was bold enough to take the initiative before, but now she was a little embarrassed. The 2 times at the resort and the cinema at the class reunion, Zhou Zhejia was stunned. She even forgot to be shy, but this time was different. Even if Yang Ming was already her boyfriend, Zhou Zhejia was still a little shy. However, when Zhou Zhejia adapted, she took the initiative to cooperate boldly. Although Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun weren't at home, Yang Ming didn't want to fuck too much. After all, if he proposed it, Zhou Zhejia wouldn't refuse. However, Yang Ming felt that it was better for them to take it step by step. Otherwise, Zhou Zhejia's heart would definitely have regrets. After the long kiss, Yang Ming didn't do any other excessive actions. Zhou Zhejia's mood also calmed down. She leaned on Yang Ming's arms and enjoyed the warmth at the moment. Zhejia, do you know anything about mobile phone password decryption? Yang Ming almost forgot about the business. Originally, he called Zhou Zhejia upstairs to talk about the mobile phone, but Zhou Zhejia's charming appearance made him a little distracted. He put the mobile phone matter aside. He was afraid that he would do other things in a while and forget about the mobile phone. So he quickly talked about the business. Mobile phone decryption? Zhou Zhejia nodded after listening, but she asked curiously, I know a little. Is your mobile phone locked? It's not my mobile phone. It's someone else's mobile phone. Yang Ming handed the mobile phone from the driver, Chun Xisheng, to Zhou Zhejia from his pocket. I checked on the internet. This is the latest 3rd-generation encrypted mobile phone launched by the DCIKRS company. And I have heard of this DCIKRS company. I have also seen the news that they launched the 3rd-generation encrypted mobile phone, but I didn't have this mobile phone in my hand, so I didn't do any research. It turns out that this is the 3rd-generation encrypted mobile phone. Zhou Zhejia took the mobile phone from Yang Ming's hand with some surprise and said, the mobile phone that will activate the self-destruct program if the password is wrong 3 times. Right? Yang Ming nodded and said, yes, it's that one. Do you have a way to decrypt it? I'm not sure now, but I can try. Zhou Zhejia held the mobile phone in her hand, looked at it briefly, and said, you really have a way? Yang Ming was pleasantly surprised after listening to Zhou Zhejia's words. Even Xiao Qing was sentenced to death, but Zhou Zhejia actually said that she could try it, which meant that there was still hope. However, Yang Ming reminded, this mobile phone has no data interface to communicate with the outside world, and it is said that the flash memory chip is also specially made. It can't be read and written by normal means. This is not the main problem. Zhou Zhejia shook her head and said, there is no data interface. You can find the JTAG point to communicate with the CPU on the motherboard of the mobile phone and complete the reading and writing in the form of a fly line. Even if there is no chip data, you can analyze the JTAG point from the peripheral circuit by measuring the connection line between the CPU and the library chip on the motherboard, which is the flash memory. But the key problem is that even if the data is read, the password inside is likely to be in an encrypted form. This is equivalent to wasting your efforts because you don't know the CPU data. There is no way to simulate the mobile phone's program in the computer. If you can simulate it, you can use the dictionary to crack the password. Yang Ming could understand what Xiao Qing said. After all, it was the orthodox knowledge of computer science. However, the technology that Zhou Zhejia said was somewhat marginalized, which gave Yang Ming a headache. At least, he didn't know what the JTAG was. That means the hope of cracking it is relatively slim? Yang Ming didn't quite understand, but he could still understand the meaning expressed by Zhou Zhejia. That is not the case. Zhou Zhejia said, there is a more troublesome way, which is to use the hardware platform of the mobile phone itself and combine it with the computer to complete the cracking. It can be achieved from a technical point of view. How do you say that? Yang Ming heard that there was a way, so he asked quickly. No matter how it is encrypted, what algorithm is used, even if there is no way to reverse the algorithm, when you enter the password, the program will compare this password with the correct password. Even after tens of thousands of encryption, there is a comparison process. After the comparison, the program will perform a judgment and jump. If the password is correct, it will run the boot program. If the password is wrong, it will record the number of errors in the information area of the mobile phone. Once this number is equal to 3, it will start the self-destruct program. After knowing the operating principle of this mobile phone, it is still possible to crack it. Zhou Jia explained. In this way, there are 2 ways to crack it. 2. Yang Ming was a little surprised after hearing it. It was not easy to crack it, but Zhou Jia actually gave 2 solutions. It's just 2 solutions. Whether they can be implemented successfully is another problem. Zhou Jia shook her head and said, I just analyzed it from the common cracking ideas. The first one is relatively simple, but the risk is high. Find a way to find the communication point of JTAG, read the program in the mobile phone, and then enter the wrong password. Then, write the previously read program into the mobile phone, cover the mark of the password error, and let the program return to its original state. Although this approach seems simple, we don't know if it will cause any adverse reactions because we don't understand the structure of the mobile phone. We don't know if the number of errors in the password is written in the flash chip of the mobile phone, the CPU, or other chips. If it is written in other chips, we can't achieve the purpose of recovery. Instead, it may directly cause the mobile phone to start the self-destruct program because the error information in the program and other hardware is inconsistent. Chapter 1093. Information can still be written in other hardware? Yang Ming originally only knew how to use a mobile phone. He didn't know that the mobile phone had so many uses. At this moment, he understood why this encrypted mobile phone was used by many organizations. It turned out that it was so difficult to crack. Of course, Zhou Jia nodded and said, let's not talk about these professional encrypted mobile phones for military use. Let's talk about our civilian mobile phones. For example, the Nokia mobile phone that you and I use, the power of the mobile phone is encrypted. Power? Yang Ming was confused. It is a UEM power manager chip in the mobile phone. Do you know that there is an IMEI string code in every mobile phone? Zhou Jia said, Nokia's IMEI code is not only in the flash memory library, but also in the power chip. Only when the 2 codes are the same, the mobile phone will operate normally. Otherwise, there will be a notification that the mobile phone is restricted or 2 lines of English. Moreover, the power chip is written once and can't be changed. That is to say, if your encrypted mobile phone uses a similar technology, it will write the password error message to other chips. If it is the kind that cannot be erased, then the method mentioned before has no meaning. Yang Ming nodded. He also roughly understood what Zhou Jia said. Although Yang Ming didn't know the specific role of the UEM chip, Yang Ming could still understand its role in encryption. What is the other method? The other method is more reliable, but it is more complicated to implement. Zhou Jia said, the other method is actually what I just said. It is to cooperate with the computer to perform simulation operations on the hardware of the mobile phone. However, the communication between the mobile phone and the computer is more complicated because there is no debugging interface. It can only be inferred from the peripheral circuit. If you really find a connection point that can be debugged, then the mobile phone may be decrypted. The specific operation method is that after the mobile phone verification program is executed, the computer sets a breakpoint to make the program in an interrupted state. That is, the program is forcibly interrupted before the program jumps to the step of writing the error message. Of course, it is also possible that the program has an anti-debugging function, so you can only use a forced power cut to cut off the writing operation of the mobile phone. If this method is used properly, the real password can be cracked by brute force. This is also the way I intend to try. Okay, then do it according to your method. Yang Ming nodded and said, I hope it will succeed. I will publish some information and pictures of this mobile phone in our hacker circle. It may be faster if everyone studies it together. Do you mind? Zhou Jia asked Yang Ming for his opinion. It doesn't matter, but others won't ask you where you got this thing. It won't cause any trouble. right? Yang Ming reminded. That won't happen. Yes. Yang Ming nodded and was relieved. He didn't understand some of the rules in the hacker world, and the rules of each hacker organization were different. Yang Ming couldn't understand it. This was just like how Zhou Jiejia didn't understand the rules of the assassin world. The mobile phone was left with Zhou Jiejia. Auntie Li also called and said that dinner was ready. She asked Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia to go down to eat. So, the two tidied up the clothes that were messy when they kissed before and went downstairs. Auntie Li's craftsmanship was quite good, but according to her own words, she was trained by the housekeeping company before she became a nanny, so it wasn't a big deal. However, Yang Ming believed that if Auntie Li didn't have the talent, it was useless to learn. So many people went to the chef school to learn, but there were only a few people who could be top chefs. Therefore, learning was one aspect, and personal understanding was also very important. A plate of bamboo shoots fried with meat and a plate of stir-fried cabbage were originally two very ordinary home-cooked dishes, but they became delicious in Auntie Li's hands. However, Chen Mingyin's dishes were also good. It was a different style from Auntie Li's. Auntie Li's dishes were more spicy, and Chen Mingyin's dishes were more light. Each had its own merits. Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia naturally praised when they ate. Today was not Saturday. Yang Ming wanted to let Zhou Jiejia stay at home, but because the school started not long ago, the female dormitory was particularly strict. So after dinner, Yang Ming drove Zhou Jiejia back to school. Is the mobile phone thing urgent? Zhou Jiejia asked when she got out of the car. No hurry. You can do it when you have time. You don't have to specifically study it, said Yang Ming. After all, Yang Ming didn't have much hope in the beginning, but Zhou Jiejia said that it was possible to solve it. However, Yang Ming didn't want Zhou Jiejia to delay her normal study because of this mobile phone. Watching Zhou Jiejia enter the female dormitory building, Yang Ming started the car. He didn't know where to go. Young Master Tian and Wang Shui want to have fun. Zhou Jiejia was the class cadre, so she had to set an example. However, Wang Shui didn't need to do that. Even if she wasn't in the dormitory and was caught by the tutor, it didn't matter. Anyway, Tian Donghua was already registered in the school, and his girlfriend was Wang Shui. The teachers in the department also knew, so there weren't any particularly strict requirements. Zhang Bin, Zhao Cixi, Chen Mingyin, and Lin Jiyun went to the jewelry company to work. Zhao Cixi, Chen Mingyin, and Lin Jiyun had already asked for leave because of the company's matters in the school, so it didn't matter if they weren't in the dormitory. Nowadays, universities generally encourage students to find jobs and start their own businesses in advance. After all, the purpose of going to university was to find a job after graduation, and capable students could find jobs or start their own businesses before graduation. The university also reduced the pressure of public opinion on employment and looked good. Therefore, after Zhao Cixi and the others submitted a leave request with the company's official seal, the university's leaders naturally approved it. It was meaningless for Yang Ming to go back to the school dormitory. It was also meaningless for him to go home. Xiaoqing was doing experiments again. For the first time, Yang Ming realized the feeling of loneliness when there were many women. Picking up the phone, Yang Ming called Sun Jia. He wanted to see if she was there so that he could give her a piece of jewelry. Previously, because of Xie Wenjin and Qi Jida, Yang Ming's mood was in a mess, so he forgot the gift for Xiaoqing in the car. He even forgot the gift for Zhou Jiejia. He only remembered it now. However, Zhou Jiejia and Xiaoqing weren't outsiders, so it was the same when he gave it. Dear little Jiejia, where are you? Yang Ming dialed Sun Jia's phone. Yang Ming, I'm Sun Hongjun. Sun Hongjun heard his daughter's phone in the living room ring. He picked it up and saw that the caller ID showed Yang Ming's name. So he picked it up. He didn't expect Yang Ming to say such mushy and ambiguous words in the first sentence. It made Sun Hongjun's face a little hot. He thought, I really shouldn't have picked up this phone call. Why did I listen to the sweet words between young people? Yang Ming was stunned, and then he was a little embarrassed. Previously, when he called Sun Jia, it was Sun Hongjun who answered. This time, it was Sun Hongjun who answered the phone. Yang Ming said with some embarrassment. Uncle Sun, where is little Jia? Little Jia drove back in the afternoon. She just chatted with me for a while. She was a little sleepy, so she went upstairs to rest. Her phone was left in the living room. Are you looking for her for an urgent matter? Asked Sun Hongjun. Ugh, nothing urgent. I just made a phone call. Yang Ming thought, I can't say that I want your daughter to sleep with me, right? Besides, Sun Jia has returned to Donghai. I can't accompany her even if I want to. Oh, I see. Right, little Jia has returned to Donghai. You didn't know? Sun Hongjun listened to Yang Ming's tone. It seemed that he didn't know that Sun Jia had returned to Donghai. These few days, I was busy with the Song Jiang jewelry exhibition. I haven't contacted little Jia. Now that the exhibition is over, I called her, said Yang Ming. So it's like this. I also heard that the exhibition was handled by your Mingyang security company. The matter was handled very well. Not bad. Sun Hongjun praised after listening. And it's quite well done. I called little Jia to talk about this. Yang Ming said, since she is asleep, then forget it. When she wakes up, I will ask her to call you back. Sun Hongjun said, do you have time to come to Donghai to play? Uncle Sun, you see that I am so busy every day. How can I have time? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. That's true. In our position, there are always a lot of troubles every day. Sun Hongjun thought so. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. He said in his heart, when did I become on equal footing with you? Did my status increase? That's fine. Let's do this first. When little Jia wakes up, ask her to contact me. Yang Ming said, okay. When she wakes up, I will tell her and ask her to call you back. Sun Hongjun nodded and said. Yang Ming hung up the phone and began to think about who else he could look for. Now, there was only Wang Xiaoyan left. Zhao Ying was definitely out of the question. The previous matter had not been explained clearly. Now, even if he looked for her, it would be awkward. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was ready to dial Wang Xiaoyan's phone to see what she was doing. However, just as Yang Ming was about to dial, Yang Ming's phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from Bao Songli, so he pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Yang Ming picked up the phone and asked. If there was nothing important, Bao Songli would not call Yang Ming. Generally, he would discuss with Yang Ming to solve it. Only when he couldn't solve it, he would ask Yang Ming, Brother Yang, something happened. Bao Songli's voice sounded a little anxious and uneasy. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he immediately said, something happened? What happened? Yang Ming also smelled something unusual from Bao Songli's tone. It's Shun Yushi. She fell from the corridor where she lived, said Bao Songli. Shun Yushi? Who is that? Yang Ming was stunned. I don't seem to have heard of this name. Who is Shun Yushi? She is the greeter of the Nightless Club. Now she is the foreman, the girl who was kidnapped by the gangsters that day. Bao Songli saw that Yang Ming didn't understand and suddenly sweated. It seems that I really misunderstood. Brother Yang didn't have the intention of liking Shun Yushi at all. Otherwise, it was impossible that he didn't even know her name. However, after Bao Songli's reminder, Yang Ming had some impression. He remembered the girl who looked very sweet that day. It turned out to be her. Fell from the building? What happened? Did her family sue the Nightless Club or something? Yang Ming didn't understand how an employee falling from the building was considered an accident. This wasn't a big deal. How could Bao Songli be so flustered? Is there any unspeakable secret in it? When the association thought of the girl's appearance, Yang Ming's heart tightened. Could it be that there were some higher-ups in the Nightless Club who wanted to play with the unspoken rules? So that led to the disaster? Thinking of this, Yang Ming looked solemn. He said, Baozi, what the hell is going on? Is it done by our internal people? What kind of unspoken rules do they want to play with? Bao Songli sweated after hearing it. He thought, Brother Yang, you don't know what Shun Yushi's identity is now. She is your woman. Who dares to play with the unspoken rules? Isn't that courting death? However, after listening to Yang Ming, Bao Songli's originally nervous heart was relieved. If Shun Yushi wasn't the woman that Yang Ming liked, then it would be much easier to handle. The reason why Bao Sanli was so nervous just now was entirely because Shun Yushi was Yang Ming's rumored girlfriend. Bao Sanli was afraid that Yang Ming would be angry and blame him. Seeing that Bao Sanli didn't speak, Yang Ming was more convinced of his thoughts. He asked, Baozi, what the hell is going on? Who would be so daring? Could it be you? Because Bao Sanli didn't speak for a long time, Yang Ming naturally thought that the person who played with the unspoken rules was Bao Sanli himself. Otherwise, why would he be nervous? Brother Yang, you misunderstood. How could it be me? Bao Sanli quickly denied with a bitter smile. The reason why I am so nervous is that it is widely rumored in the Nightless Club that Shun Yushi is your woman. My. Yang Ming was stunned. Is there a mistake? How did it become mine? Maybe you were misunderstood by others when you heroically rescued Shun Yushi that day and fought with the gangsters. So, the rumors spread, and in the end, it became like this. Bao Sanli explained. Thinking about what Bao Sanli said, it was indeed possible. Yang Ming sighed and said, but since she is my woman, then there is no possibility of the unspoken rules. Then, you tell me now, what's going on? Shun Yushi went home after the day's shift today. However, we just received a call from the police saying that Shun Yushi fell from the second-floor platform in her own corridor and was unconscious. Now, she has been sent to the hospital. Bao Sanli said, we don't know the specific reason, but according to the police's judgment from the scene and the emergency doctor's examination of Shun Yushi's body, they found that Shun Yushi should have been pushed down. Moreover, there were contusions on Shun Yushi's body. It should be caused by a push criminal case? Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened when he heard it. He didn't know why, but when he thought of the young and beautiful Shun Yushi that day and how she was gone today, his heart felt heavy and unspeakable bitterness. Yang Ming was not a bad person. He was only cruel to those who violated his bottom line. Yang Ming was still very kind to ordinary people. Moreover, Yang Ming's heart was also very soft, so when he thought of Shun Yushi's current appearance, his heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It's not clear yet. It's still not clear. After all, the corridor is a place where people come and go. Most of the traces are gone. The police only judge from the angle of the fall, because it is impossible for people to accidentally fall from above. Then, there are only two possibilities. One is that he was pushed down, and the other is that he jumped down by himself. But this still needs to be investigated. Bao Sanli sighed and said, which hospital is Shun Yushi in now? I'll go and take a look. Yang Ming's heart was also a little heavy. First People's Hospital. I'm here. Captain Xia of the Criminal Investigation Team is also here. Bao Sanli naturally knew Xia Shui. Although Xia Shui probably knew some of Bao Sanli's past, after all, he was now the general manager of the security company. He was a legitimate entrepreneur. The security company was also a subordinate company of the police station, so Xia Shui was very polite to Bao Sanli. She also attached great importance to this case. Give the phone to her. Yang Ming thought about it and said to Bao Sanli. Okay. After Bao Sanli finished speaking, he handed the phone to Xia Shui, who was talking to the doctor. Captain Xia, your phone. My. Xia Shui picked up the phone with some doubts, but after hearing Yang Ming's voice, Xia Shui suddenly realized, it's you. Why are you looking for me at this time? I'm working. I'm talking about work. That Shun Yushi is my friend. What's going on? Is there any progress? Asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming also knew that Xia Shui would not disclose some of the latest cases to Bao Sanli, but Yang Ming was different. Xia Shui knew Yang Ming's identity, so she would not hide it from Yang Ming. Besides, it was not the first time that the two of them worked together to solve cases. Friend? Xia Shui smiled after listening. She said in a weird tone, what kind of friend? It was no wonder. Shun Yushi was so beautiful. For Yang Ming, this pervert, Xia Shui naturally thought of something else. Just ordinary friends. Yang Ming sweated. Hurry up and talk about the case. Initially, it can be determined that the injured person had a physical dispute with others before she was injured. There are traces of her pants being torn, said Xia Shui. However, the injured person's hymen is intact. She should not have been violated. Then, it is also possible that she jumped down herself? Although Xia Shui said it simply, Yang Ming also understood some of the meaning. It is also possible. Now, the injured person is undergoing emergency surgery. It is not over yet. Everything has to wait until the injured person wakes up, said Xia Shui concisely. I will go over now, Yang Ming said after listening to Xia Shui's words. Chapter 1094. Yang Ming hung up the phone and let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was a conflict within the Nightless Club. That would be bad. He had been coordinating these industries for less than a year, and such a horrible thing had happened internally. Yang Ming found it hard to accept. However, even if Shen Yushi was hurt because of other things, Yang Ming still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Although it had nothing to do with her, Yang Ming still vaguely remembered Shen Yushi's face since they had met. She was a very beautiful and sunny little girl. Now that such a thing had happened, it was not what Yang Ming wanted to see. Perhaps she was also a little princess at home who was doted on by her parents, but she also had to work hard at the bottom of society in order to make a living. As a greeter in the Nightless Club, it could be imagined that her family was not very good. After all, if the family had a little bit of connections, they could also find a similar job for their child. Therefore, after such a thing happened, this kind of weak family often chose to deal with it in silence. If Shen Yushi's incident happened to Chun Mingyan, Yang Ming did not even have to do it. Chun Fei could clean up the criminal. If she fell into Yang Ming's hands, she would not even be able to beg for death. Thinking of the gap between them, Yang Ming felt a little emotional. Since he had encountered this matter, then he should take care of it. In any case, Shen Yushi was his employee, and she was also his rumored girlfriend. What made Yang Ming angry was that since there was news that Shen Yushi was his rumored girlfriend, then whether it was true or not, if someone dared to make a move on Shen Yushi, it meant that they did not put Yang Ming in their eyes. Moreover, there were a lot of things happening recently. Yang Ming thought that the person who made a move on Shen Yushi was targeting him, and Shen Yushi was just a victim. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly drove to Songjiang City's First People's Hospital. Xia Wenjin was at home. Xia Wenjin sat on the sofa with a bitter face, smoking one cigarette after another. His fingers that pinched the cigarette but kept trembling, and his voice was a little hurried. I killed someone? Lu Zhaojun and Qi Jida also sat silently at the side, not knowing what to do. Cousin, the previous idea was also from you. After the accident, you can't ignore me. Xia Wenjin saw that everyone was silent, and he was a little anxious. Wenjin, it's not that I don't care about you. We're also thinking of a way. Lu Zhaojun was also very scared at the moment. After all, in terms of family background, he couldn't compare to Xia Wenjin and Qi Jida at all. If he was made a scapegoat, it would be over. Third brother, I don't think we should be blamed for this. That chick jumped down herself. What does it have to do with us? We didn't push her? Qi Jida hesitated and said. Even so, if I didn't take off her clothes, would she have jumped? Xia Wenjin worriedly said. His body kept trembling. He couldn't control his emotions. Although he bullied the weak at school, this was the first time he killed someone. If you don't say it, who will know what's going on? Qi Jida was more courageous. He hesitated for a moment and suggested. But can't Shen Yushi say it herself? Asked Xia Wenjin. First, you look at her now. Can she still wake up? Second, even if she wakes up, she jumped down herself. If we don't admit that it has anything to do with us, then what can she do? Lu Zhaojun listened to Qi Jida's words and began to come up with ideas. Can this work? Xia Wenjin asked with some hesitation. What's wrong with that? Now, many rich people often say that black is white. Aren't they still living well? Qi Jida said disdainfully. This matter is easy for me to handle. Let's just say that Shen Yushi is a nightclub hostess. Once you went to the Nightless Club to play. Third brother, you drank too much, and then you had sex with her. Both of you were willing, but after that, Shen Yushi didn't want to do it. She wanted to take the opportunity to extort a sum of money from you. If you didn't give her the money, she would pester you. If you didn't give her the money, she would tell her school about it and let the school punish you. Then, I push her down in a fit of anger? Xia Wenjin listened to Qi Jida's words and was somewhat inexplicable. That won't work. Isn't that still my fault? Wait, listen to me. I haven't finished yet. Chijita waved his hand and continued. Didn't she threaten you to tell the school? Xiao Wenjin nodded and didn't speak. He listened to Chijita's words attentively. So, you plan to go to her house today and tell her parents what she had done. Her parents thought that Shun Yushi was a pure child, so you plan to tell them those dirty things. Chijita continued. Then Shun Yushi didn't agree, but we insisted on going. So, there was a dispute and a physical struggle in the corridor of her house. Then, when you were struggling, you accidentally pushed Shun Yushi down. An accident? Is it a mistake? Hearing this, Xiao Wenjin also understood something, but his brain wasn't as good as Chijita's. He wasn't as good as Chijita at shirking responsibility. Bullshit. Chijita quickly shook his head. Third brother, why do you always take responsibility for yourself? Obviously, you didn't push her. Shun Yushi, that chick, jumped down herself. Why did you say that you did it? Even if it was a mistake, we can't admit it. It has nothing to do with us. Why should we be responsible for it? Yes, it's not a mistake. It has nothing to do with us. She jumped down herself. But why did she jump down? Xiao Wenjin nodded, but he was somewhat inexplicable. We insisted on telling her parents about her behavior. When she was anxious, she threatened us with jumping off the building. We weren't afraid of her, so we used words to provoke her and said that she should jump if she had the ability. Then, she was agitated and didn't hold on to it, so she really jumped down. Chijita said, in this way, Brother Liu and I will be your witnesses. Even if Shun Yushi turns the world upside down, we won't be afraid of her. Can it work? Didn't you inquire about it? Shun Yushi is a virgin. The police aren't stupid, right? They will not check, right? Xiao Wenjin finally became smart for once. Why are you so stupid? You see that chick, Shun Yushi, is so badass now. It's obvious that she hooked up with a rich man. That's why she was promoted to the position of foreman. Think about it. If she didn't do it with someone who would work so hard to promote her, she used to be a virgin, but now she definitely isn't. So, what you said is definitely not a problem. Chijita waved his hand and said as if everything was under control. Moreover, I think the possibility of Shun Yushi speaking up is relatively small. She fell like that. How can she recover? Taking a step back, even if she doesn't die, she is a disabled person. The person who promoted her can't find a disabled person to be his mistress. He must have said goodbye to her. In this way, Shun Yushi's medical expenses are also a problem. You can give her family some money and pretend to be a good person. As long as she doesn't sue, everything will be fine, right? Maybe she will be touched and let you sleep with her. Then she is disabled. How can I sleep with her? Xiao Wenjin listened in a daze. Why can't you sleep with her if she is disabled? She is not disfigured, and she is not mute. She can still scream. You will still feel good. Chijita said lasciviously. That's true. Xiao Wenjin was so tricked by Chijita that he suddenly fell into an infinitely beautiful fantasy. Lu Zhaojun was not Xiao Wenjin. He looked at things from the perspective of a third party. Although Chijita's plan was okay, there were many loopholes. However, at this time, it could only be done this way. Anyway, Xiao Wenjin's family was rich. If it didn't work, he could just spend money to avoid disaster. Shouldn't we inform Uncle about this? Lu Zhaojun thought for a moment and reminded him, no matter what, Uncle's network is still very wide. Let him go and try to find someone okay. Xiao Wenjin listened to Lu Zhaojun's words and felt that it was necessary to talk to his father to find a solution. So, Xiao Wenjin dialed his father's phone. Xiao Wenjin's father was in a meeting, but when he heard that Xiao Wenjin was involved in a lawsuit, he hurried back. In fact, the truth of the matter was that Lu Zhaojun came up with a bad idea. After Shun Yushi got off work, Xiao Wenjin followed Shun Yushi to a place where no one was and forced to sleep with her. Lu Zhaojun's analysis was that Shun Yushi was now involved with a big boss. If news of her being raped spread, the big boss would probably not want her anymore. So, after being raped, she could only swallow her anger. In this way, Xiao Wenjin could not only vent his anger, but also get benefits and do what he had always wanted to do. Xia Wenjin thought about it. This is good. There is no risk, and I can still exo Shun Yushi, whom I have always dreamed of. So, he clenched his teeth and did it. However, he found that after Shun Yushi became the foreman, she was on the day shift. That was to say, there was no chance for her to work the night shift, so he could only do it during the day. It couldn't be helped. He followed Shun Yushi all the way, but he found that the roadside was full of people. Even if it was a small road, there were many stalls selling vegetables. It was only when they reached the community where Shun Yushi lived that there were fewer people. Seeing that Shun Yushi went upstairs, there would be no more chance if he didn't make a move. So, Xia Wenjin simply implemented his plan in the corridor of Shun Yushi's house. But Shun Yushi, this chick, was very stubborn. She refused to obey him. Lu Xiaojun and Qi Jida held her down, but they didn't pull down her pants. With a little carelessness, they didn't expect Shun Yushi to jump down from the window of the second-floor corridor. So the tragedy happened. Xia Wenjin and the others looked down and found that Shun Yushi had fallen in a pool of blood. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Xia Wenjin was dumbfounded at the time. He only wanted to retaliate against Shun Yushi, but he didn't want to kill anyone. Now that such a thing has happened, what should I do? Xia Wenjin didn't want to go to jail. He was still young. However, Qi Jida and Lu Xiaojun reacted quickly. When they saw that the situation was not good, they quickly pulled Xia Wenji and fled the scene together. After all, if something really happened, the two of them were also accomplices. It was impossible for them not to be responsible. Now, if Xia Wenjin was fine, then Lu Xiaojun and Qi Jida would also be fine. If something happened to Xia Wenjin, they certainly couldn't escape the responsibility, so they racked their brains to help Xia Wenjin get out of the crime. Xia Wenjin's father, Xia Changshui, hurriedly returned home. With an anxious expression, he looked at the three helpless children sitting on the sofa. He frowned and said, "Wenjin, what's going on?" Xia Wenjin just wanted to tell the truth, but he was kicked by Qi Jida on the side. Xia Wenji immediately understood and told Xie Zhangshui the story that the three of them had made up. Xie Zhangshui listened to his son's flawed words and sighed in his heart. If this was directly heard by the police, then it would be over. However, Xie Zhangshui had been in the business world for many years. He knew how to say some things. He roughly understood the process of the matter, but Xie Zhangshui did not expose his son's lie. After all, at this time, it was useless to ask the truth. He could only think of ways to remedy it. Xie Zhangshui pondered for a while and deeply modified Xia Wenjin's story. Then, he told his modified story to Xia Wenjin, Lu Xiaojun, and Qi Jida. Then, he took out the phone and dialed a number. "Secretary Wang, you checked the family background of 701, Building 3, Unit 6, Electrocarbon Community for me," Xia Wenjin said. "The sooner the better. Find something and report it." "Yes, you must do it as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Xie Zhangshui sighed and waited quietly for the news. It didn't take long for Secretary Wang to send a text message. After Xie Zhangshui glanced at it, he picked up the phone again. "Brotherly? I am old Xie Zhangshui." Xie Zhangshui said respectfully and politely. "President Xie, why are you looking for me?" asked Mr. Li. "This is the case. My son has encountered some trouble. Can you help to inquire about it and then deal with it?" said Xie Zhangshui. "What's the matter? Isn't your son my nephew? Just say it." The relationship between Mr. Li and Xie Zhangshui was obviously good. They were very close. "This is the case." Xie Zhangshui told about the trouble Xia Wenjin encountered. What was the background of the girl's family? Mr. Li didn't say anything after listening. He just asked. "She lives in the electrocarbon plant community in Renwan district. Her family should be the employees of the Yinqing electrocarbon plant. They definitely don't have much ability. That community is where the poor live. The middle-level leaders of the electrocarbon plant don't live there. There should be no problem." Xie Zhangshui already knew this information from the secretary before he called. That's easy to handle. If there is someone in the other party's family, it will be difficult to handle. Don't think that the electrocarbon plant is very poor. The factory director and director are all local rich people. They have a wide range of connections. Said Mr. Lee, don't worry. She lives on the 7th floor. How could she be a big shot? It's the top floor. Which factory director can live on the top floor? Xie Zhongshui said quickly. This is true. Okay, I will ask for you. If I can help, I will definitely help, said Mr. Lee. Then I will trouble you, Brother Lee. I will visit you another day, said Xie Zhongshui. No problem. You wait for my news. Mr. Lee hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Xie Zhongshui breathed a sigh of relief. Since Mr. Lee promised, it means that there's a way. Yang Ming rushed to the Songjiang First People's Hospital and called Bao Sanli. Bao Sanli came down to pick up Yang Ming. They walked in the direction of the emergency room together. How is the situation? Looking at Bao Sanli's silent appearance, Yang Ming asked with some concern. Still in the operation. I don't know the situation. Bao Sanli shook his head, but he was very puzzled. Yang Ming was very busy every day. If Shun Yushi really had nothing to do with him, why would he come to the hospital personally? Shun Yushi's identity was just an employee of the Nightless Club. There were so many employees in the Nightless Club, the security company, the Heavenly World, and the newly established real estate company. If everyone was hospitalized, wouldn't Yang Ming be busy? Therefore, this reason was difficult to stand firm. However, since Yang Ming denied the relationship between the two, Bao Sanli did not dare to ask more. Who knew if the two really had nothing to do with each other, or if Yang Ming deliberately concealed it for some other reason? Anyway, since Yang Ming was here, whether Shun Yushi was Yang Ming's woman or not, Bao Sanli must do his best. He could not make any mistakes. Where is Xia Shui? Asked Yang Ming. She left first. After all, the operation will take a long time. Captain Xia still has other things to do. 2 police officers were left here to stay. If there is any news, just inform Captain Xia at any time, explained Bao Sanli. What did the doctor say? Asked Yang Ming as he looked at the emergency room that still had the operation in progress sign on. The doctor only said that Miss Shun was seriously injured, but fortunately, her head was not injured. This is relatively lucky. Her head hit the ground from the back, so she was only in a coma. However, the brain tissue and cranial cavity were not damaged, said Bao Sanli. But the doctor said that according to the current situation, Miss Shun may be paralyzed. Yang Ming nodded silently. After all, in this situation, it was better to save her life first. Other plans could be made later. Have you informed Shun Yushi's family? Asked Yang Ming with a sigh. Not yet. Bao Sanli shook his head. Make a call. You have to inform them sooner or later. Yang Ming said, make the call now. Okay, Brother Yang. I will ask someone to check Miss Shun's family information. Bao Sanli nodded and said, right, the Nightless Club will pay for the medical expenses. Is that okay? Yang Ming thought about it and asked. Of course, no problem. Bao Sanli shook his head quickly. He thought, the Nightless Club belongs to you, Brother Yang. You could do whatever you want. Besides, it was Bao Sanli who paid for the medical expenses. At that time, Bao Sanli thought that Shun Yushi was Yang Ming's woman. How could he not be anxious? When the hospital said to pay, Bao Sanli directly swiped his card without saying anything. Yang Ming sat on the hospital bench and looked into the operating room with his X-ray vision. He saw that several doctors were still nervously performing the operation on Shun Yushi. Shun Yushi's face was pale, and her eyes were closed. She did not have the youthful health that he saw that day. Fortunately, there was no danger to her life. Otherwise, Yang Ming's heart would feel very sad. Chapter 1095. After finding Shun Yushi's home phone number, Bao Sanli personally called her home and briefly explained what had happened. Although it was simple, it was enough to make Shun Yushi's parents worry. Not long after, a middle-aged couple rushed to the hospital. They looked nervous, but didn't dare to make a ruckus. It was obvious that they were very honest people. Even if something happened to their daughter, they didn't dare to make a ruckus. Excuse me. The middle-aged woman found the emergency room on the 2nd floor according to the location Bao Sanli said. She said carefully, "Who is President Bao?" "Auntie, Are you Shin Yushi's mother? Looking at the middle-aged woman's trembling appearance, Yang Ming felt a pain in his heart. He quickly walked forward and held the middle-aged woman's hand. Shin Yushi is being resuscitated inside. Her life should not be in danger. How could this be? How could this be? The middle-aged woman saw that she had found the right place and immediately looked at the emergency room. Seeing that the emergency room light was still on and that the operation was still in progress, she could not help but sigh. I said at the beginning, there are too many bad people in a nightclub. Yushi should not go there, but you were not willing. Look at it now. The middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged woman and could not help but complain. Something has happened, and you still blame me. The middle-aged woman was also very self-reproachful. If it weren't for your incompetence and being laid off, would your daughter drop out of school to be a greeter? The middle-aged woman's words made the man speechless. He lowered his head silently and took out a pack of cheap cigarettes from his pocket, but he was stopped by the nurse on the side. Sir, this is the hospital. Smoking is not allowed. Oh, I'm sorry. The man hurriedly put away the cigarettes and kept apologizing. I didn't know. I'm really sorry. Seeing the middle-aged man like this, the nurse was a little embarrassed. She smiled slightly and said, You can go to the special smoking area, but smoking is absolutely not allowed near the operating room. I won't smoke. The middle-aged man said hurriedly, My daughter is inside. The nurse nodded and did not say anything. She turned around and went to do her own thing. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming sighed slightly in his heart. If he didn't know about this, how would this honest couple deal with it? If this wasn't an accident and someone was manipulating it behind the scenes, and the culprit behind the scenes had a powerful identity, perhaps they would have used money to settle this honest couple. After all, no one would want to cause trouble for such honest people. Just a little bit of intimidation would be enough to achieve the goal. And because of this matter, the originally happy family was torn apart, and they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. The old couple had lost their daughter. What was the use of money? What the hell is going on? Who harmed my Yushi? After the middle-aged woman and middle-aged man finished complaining to each other, they began to look for someone to ask for the truth. However, from her somewhat bitter eyes, Yang Ming saw despair. Perhaps, in the eyes of the old couple, this matter itself couldn't be separated from the Nightless Club. However, the Nightless Club had a strong background. The old couple must have heard from their daughter about the identity of this President Bao. So, although they were eager to know the truth, they didn't dare to offend this big shot in front of them. Bao Sanli sighed and said, Auntie, Uncle, I'm the general manager of the Nightless Club, Bao Sanli. You can rest assured. No matter who is involved in this matter, we will not let them go. Yushi is an employee of our Nightless Club. We have to be responsible for her. The old couple looked at Bao Sanli's sincere look and sighed slightly. How could they believe Bao Sanli's words? Don't those big bosses talk like this after something happens? And then they just let it go in the end? The old couple now didn't ask to bring any bad guys to justice. Their only thought was to let Shun Yushi recover so that she would never go to a place like the Nightless Club again. Seeing the confusion in the old couple's eyes, Yang Ming stepped forward and said, Two elders, you can rest assured. President Bao is right. No matter who is involved, we will not let them go. If the law can't punish them, I will help you kill them. The two policemen who stayed in the hospital were Xia Shui's confidants. After the jewelry robbery case, they also faintly knew Yang Ming's other identity. So, in their opinion, Yang Ming had the capital to say this. After all, Yang Ming's identity was there. If the Supernatural Investigation Bureau wanted to intervene in the investigation, they didn't need to inform anyone. Young man, you are? Shin Yushi's mother looked at Yang Ming and then looked at Bao Sanli. She felt that the two people didn't seem to be on the same side. Yang Ming was so young, and he didn't look like a leader, so she asked curiously, I'm a friend of Shun Yushi. Yang Ming hesitated and said. Now, if he said that he was Shun Yushi's big boss, they would definitely not trust him. It was better to say that he was Shun Yushi's friend. Yushi's friend? Shun Yushi's mother looked at Yang Ming up and down. She faintly guessed something. After all, Shun Yushi was in her youth. If a friend of the opposite sex, who was about the same age as her suddenly appeared, It was inevitable that there would be other aspects of the association. Yes, I also work at the Nightless Club. I am Yushi's friend, Yang Ming said with a smile. He wasn't lying. The Nightless Club was originally Yang Ming's. It was normal for Yang Ming to say that he worked at the Nightless Club. Young man, then don't be impulsive. Shen Yushi's mother listened to Yang Ming and was even less suspicious. She quickly advised, "You can't do anything irrational because of Yushi's matter. Wouldn't that ruin your future?" "Don't worry, Andy. I know what I'm doing," said Yang Ming. "Then you tell me. What happened to Yushi? Is it serious?" Shen Yushi's mother had a good impression of Yang Ming. She had been here for so long, but she didn't know what happened to her daughter. Now that she saw that Yang Ming seemed to be a person who could tell the truth, she asked. "Yushi went back after work. When she went upstairs in your house, I don't know who she had an argument with, and then she suddenly fell off the building." Yang Ming sighed and said, "Because Yushi is still in surgery, I can't know other things. Everything can only be decided after the surgery is over." "Ah," Shen Yushi's mother exclaimed after listening to Yang Ming's words. "Fell off the building? So serious." Previously, Bao Sanli only said that Shen Yushi had an accident and was injured. He didn't say it in detail. Shen Yushi's parents thought that Shen Yushi was beaten up or most likely raped by a guest, but her life wouldn't be in danger. However, they didn't expect that she would fall off the building. That was a life-threatening situation. Shen Yushi's parents suddenly showed horror on their faces. "How could this happen? Who wants to murder Yushi? I don't know about this. We can only wait for the police to investigate," said Yang Ming helplessly. Shen Yushi's parents were silent when they heard that they needed to investigate. Although they were honest, they weren't stupid. Since the other party dared to do this, it showed that the other party's background was very strong, and they were fearless. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered such a thing before. Before they were laid off, the son of a deputy director of the Yinxing electrocarbon factory played with a young female worker in the factory. As a result, the female worker lost a lot of blood, and she couldn't even have children in the future. In the end, didn't they compromise under the threat and temptation of the deputy director? After taking 200,000 yuan from the deputy director, the matter was left unsettled. They heard that she later became the mistress of the deputy director's son. In their eyes, the deputy director was already a big shot. They didn't even dare to think about someone like Bao Sanli, who could call the wind and summon the rain. However, the people who Shen Yushi usually contacted were all people who came to the Nightless Club to have fun. Such people were either big bosses or powerful people. How could they provoke them? Xia Shui's efficiency was very fast. Now, Yang Ming also understood Xia Shui's background. No wonder this girl was so strong and didn't care about anyone. It turned out that she had Xia Bingbao's protection. As for the power of the Xia family above Xia Bingbao, Yang Ming didn't know. Soon, Xia Shui learned from the Nightless Club staff and the lobby manager, Manager Zhang, that Shen Yushi had a conflict with a person named Young Master Xie today. As for Young Master Xie's full name, Manager Zhang and the staff weren't very clear. They always called this person Young Master Xie. However, even so, there was an important breakthrough. This Young Master Xie became the key suspect of the police. However, when Xia Shui was about to report to Chan Fei, something unexpected happened. Songjiang City's famous lawyer, Mr. Li Meiyao, brought 3 young people to the police station to report the situation. Li Meiyao was a very powerful lawyer in Songjiang. He worked in the judicial industry in his early years. Later, he resigned and opened a law firm. He was the legal consultant for several famous companies. It was said that the cases he handled could even turn a dead horse into a living one. Therefore, Li Meiyao was favored by some bosses involved in illegal businesses. At first, Bao Sanli wanted to invite this person to be the company's legal consultant, but it was rejected by Ho Jinhan. Because the companies under Ming Yang were already transforming and developing into a formal industry, there was no need to hire such a lawyer. Instead, they would be criticized by others. Li Meiyao's notoriety had spread far and wide in the police station. Because he worked in the judicial industry in his early years, he was very familiar with the process of handling cases. Everything he did was a walk in the park. Previously, the drunken sex in the private room had also turned into a relationship between Xiao Wenjin and Shun Yushi. Recently, because Shun Yushi had hooked up with a rich man, she planned to break up with Xiao Wenjin. Xiao Wenjin was unwilling, so the two quarreled. As for the tugging of her pants, because the two of them were in a relationship, they did not propose to officially break up. So, Xiao Wenjin wanted to have sex with Shun Yushi in an emotional state, but Shun Yushi did not agree. In the end, Xiao Wenjin was angry and wanted to tell her parents about Shun Yushi's scandal. Shun Yushi was so emotional that she threatened to kill herself, but Xiao Wenjin did not give in. So, Shun Yushi really jumped. Although there were still some loopholes in the middle, under Mr. Li's embellishment, it had become a reasonable situation. In this way, whether Shun Yushi was a virgin or not, Xiao Wenjin would not take any responsibility. It had to be said that Li Meiyao considered things more thoroughly than Xiao Wenjin and others. He did not let go of any details that could go wrong. Because Shun Yushi had not woken up yet, and what Mr. Li said was reasonable, the three parties were in agreement. Oh, right, in Mr. Li's arrangement, Lu Xiaojun and Qi Jida were no longer the parties. The two of them appeared as witnesses because the conflict was limited to Xiao Wenjin and Shun Yushi. They were all bystanders. Although Xia Shui was very skeptical about the authenticity of what Li Meiyao said, there was no way to do anything in this case. Everything could only wait and see. When Xia Shui told this result to the two police officers in the hospital, the police officers told Shun Yushi's parents about the incident. Shun Yushi's parents sighed, as if they had expected this result. Shun Yushi hooked up with a rich man? Why didn't we know? Besides, isn't Yushi's boyfriend Yang Ming? Through the conversation, they already knew Yang Ming's name and misunderstood that Yang Ming was Shun Yushi's boyfriend. After all, if Yang Ming had nothing to do with Shun Yushi, it was impossible for him to rush around and comfort them. If he was just an ordinary friend, he could not avoid this matter. How could he come forward? Also, Yang Ming's words that he wanted to kill the behind-the-scenes murderer made Shun Yushi's parents even more convinced. Otherwise, what did it have to do with Yang Ming? Why was Yang Ming so angry that he wanted to kill the bad guy? What they didn't know was that it was very easy for Yang Ming to kill the behind-the-scenes murderer. The two police officers also smiled bitterly. They did not expect this result, but with the intervention of the famous lawyer, Li Meiyao, this result was not unusual. Now, let's go back to the police station together. The person involved, Xiao Wenjin, is also there. If there are any problems, we can talk about it face to face, said the police officer to Shun Yushi's parents. Shun Yushi's parents were more concerned about Shun Yushi's condition than the murderer. After all, the other party had completely shirked the responsibility. Even if they went, what could they do? Let's go and take a look. Yang Ming stood up and said faintly. In Yang Ming's eyes, Lawyer Li Meiyao was bullshit. As long as he was unhappy, he would directly kick him in the head. Yang Ming naturally knew about the illegal dealings between some illegal lawyers and criminal suspects, so he naturally had to go personally to see who this Xiao Wenjin was. Then, old man, let's go and take a look. With Yang Ming here, it will be easier to confront. Shun Yushi's mother was more flexible than her father. She wanted to see if there was any possibility of turning the situation around. However, in the parking lot in front of the hospital, Shun Yushi's parents were really surprised. They thought that Yang Ming was also a worker like Shun Yushi, but they did not expect that Yang Ming would have his own car. Although they did not know the brand of the car did not look like a cheap car. Yang Ming, this car is... After getting in the car, Shun Yushi's mother couldn't help but ask. It's mine. Yang Ming did not deny it and said, actually, but it's nothing. I belong to the company's top management like Shun Yushi. It's just that Shun Yushi has just been promoted to foreman and doesn't have much money. Yang Ming's explanation was not wrong. He was originally a company's top management. The foreman of the Nightless Club had a monthly salary of more than 30,000 yuan. It was not uncommon to buy a BMW in a few years, and there was also a year-end bonus. It was just that Shun Yushi had just been promoted to foreman for less than a month, so she had not received her salary yet. After listening to Yang Ming's explanation, Shun Yushi's mother also remembered that Shun Yushi seemed to have said on the day she was promoted to foreman that the monthly salary could be more than 10,000 yuan. At first, she thought that Shun Yushi was just saying it, but she did not expect it to be true. Yang Ming drove the car and followed behind the police car in front, heading in the direction of the police station. That Xiao Wenjin is. Do you know him? In the car, Shun Yushi's mother asked carefully. I don't know him. I haven't heard of him. Who knows where this Birdman came from? But, Annie, don't worry. If this matter is really related to him, I will never let him go, Yang Ming said firmly. Although Shun Yushi had no specific relationship with him, Yang Ming had encountered this matter. If Yang Ming did not care, he would feel uneasy. Indeed, there were many unfair things in this world. Yang Ming could not manage it even if he wanted to. However, Yang Ming did not know about those things, so out of sight, out of mind. If Yang Ming knew about it, then he could not ignore it. AI, it's all Yushi's fault. I said, why does she always dress up? Now there's a disaster. Connecting the incident before and after, Shun Yushi's mother naturally understood that it must be because of Shun Yushi's beauty that caused the trouble. Hee, Andy. Yang Ming smiled and said, which girl doesn't love beauty? This age is the age to dress up. It can't be her fault. If Chun Mingyan or Zhou Jia dressed up, or her son Jia dressed more sexily, no one would dare to provoke them, right? If a beautiful girl did not have a strong backer, it was indeed a headache. After all, there were too many people who coveted beauty and took risks. Yang Ming didn't know what the background of this Xiao Wenjin was, but since Yang Ming met him, Yang Ming had to teach him a lesson even if he didn't die. Of course, this referred to the situation where it really had nothing to do with him. If what he said was a lie, then Yang Ming would make him feel very comfortable. In an office in the police station, Yang Ming saw the legendary Xiao Wenjin and couldn't help but be stunned. It is actually him? Yang Ming was also very familiar with the two people beside him. One was Qi Jida, who was with Xiao Wenjin, and the other was the vice president of the school's taekwondo club, Lu Zhaojun. When Yang Ming saw these three people, his heart was disgusted. These people were not good people. Yang Ming had no doubt in his heart. If there was no problem in this matter, Yang Ming would not believe it. Chapter 1096. The Yinxing Electrocarbon Factory was just a private enterprise. Shun Yushi's mother was a temporary cleaner here, and Shun Yushi's father was directly laid off in the layoff storm. Xiao Wenjin's lawyer, Li Meiyao, had investigated these things in advance, so he was basically fearless. Never mind that Shun Yushi's parents were such low-level people. Even the small leaders of the factory were not a problem. After knowing that the Shun family did not have a strong background, Li Meiyao dared to help Xiao Wenjin mess around. Otherwise, Li Meiyao was not stupid. Although he could get a large commission by doing this kind of thing, if he did not handle it well, even he would be implicated. After all, Li Meiyao would not be allowed to participate in the battle between the real powerful people of Songjiang. Li Meiyao also knew himself, so he did not dare to participate. When he came to the police station and learned that Shun Yushi was the foreman of a nightless club, he suddenly frowned. He looked at Xiao Wenjin with some anger. Wasn't she just a greeter? How did she become the foreman? Although the foreman was not a big figure in Li Meiyao's eyes, it also depended on where the foreman was from. Was a nightless club's foreman so easy to provoke? In this matter, if the nightless club's higher-ups wanted to intervene, then Li Meiyao would not be able to bear the consequences. Li Meiyao usually dealt with those ruthless bosses. He knew the means of these people. Now, he had to face Bao Sanli, who was even more ruthless than these people. If people wanted to mess with you, they did not need to reason with you at all. A reason of not being pleasing to the eye was enough. They could directly find someone to beat you until you were paralyzed. Therefore, after Li Meiyao heard about Shun Yushi's identity, he was also a little scared. While waiting for Shun Yushi's parents to come, Li Meiyao didn't have much confidence in his heart. He didn't know if Bao Sanli would follow. However, when he saw a young man walking in with a middle-aged couple, he was relieved. He naturally knew Bao Sanli, but he didn't know the young man in front of him. Xia Shui didn't expect Yang Ming to come. After seeing Yang Ming, she nodded to Yang Ming as a greeting. Then, she pointed to Li Meiyao and Xia Wenjin and said, "This is Xia Wenjin and his lawyer, Mr. Li Meiyao." "Kid, your name is Xia Wenjin?" Yang Ming waved his hand. Without waiting for Xia Shui to finish speaking, he walked in front of Xia Wenjin, reached out and lifted him up from his seat, and said with a sneer, What are you going to do?" Xia Wenjin was shocked. He didn't expect to meet Yang Ming here. The scene of Yang Ming kicking the car door was still vivid in his mind. He was afraid of this kind of violence from the bottom of his heart. Xia Shui knew Yang Ming's style. She wanted to stop it, but she was helpless when she thought of Yang Ming's special identity. She complained about her elder brother in her heart. This Yang Ming was violent in his way of doing things. He used violence to curb violence. Her elder brother gave him a legal identity, which made him do things more righteously. She didn't know if it was right or wrong. Xia Shui still remembered the scene of Yang Ming beating and bullying the old man, selling roasted sweet potatoes in front of her. It seemed that Yang Ming's style was like this. However, Xia Shui did not believe in Li Meiyao and Xia Wenjin's words from a subjective point of view. However, as the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, she could not rely on her own subjective judgment for everything. She had to focus on objective facts. Everything had to wait until Shun Yushi woke up before making a conclusion. Therefore, at this moment, she could not do anything to Xia Wenjin in front of his lawyer. However, she didn't need to do anything. Yang Ming had already done it for her. "You let go. I am Mr. Xia's lawyer. If you don't let go, I reserve the right to pursue your legal responsibility." When Li Meiyao saw that Yang Ming actually made a move without saying anything, he was immediately shocked and reached out to stop him. "You get the fuck out of here. Otherwise, I will deal with you too." Yang Ming glared and pushed Li Meiyao casually. Li Meiyao staggered and fell to the side. You, Captain Xia, what do you think?" Li Meiyao spoke halfway before he realized that Xia Shui had already left the office and closed the door. Only Yang Ming and Shun Yushi's parents were left in the room. When Yang Ming saw that he was still lying on the ground, he stepped on his mouth and broke half of Li Meiyao's front tooth. Li Meiyao's mouth was suddenly full of blood. He spat out half of his front tooth and screamed. Li Meiyao didn't expect Yang Ming to be so violent. He didn't even say a word before he started fighting. He was simply a violent maniac. Li Meiyao had also seen some ruthless people, but these people would say something before they started. There were only two possibilities to start a fight. One was that the other party didn't put you in their eyes at all. They disdained to say anything to you and beat you up first. The other was a reckless person who was not afraid of anything. The second was easy to deal with, but the first was the scariest. However, seeing Yang Ming's fearless look, he was afraid that it was the first kind. Moreover, when Yang Ming came in, the small details of Xia Shui nodding to him also fell into Li Meiyao's eyes. That meant that Yang Ming and Xia Shui knew each other. Thinking of this, Li Meiyao's heart suddenly went thump and thought that it was not good. "You said that you're Shun Yushi's boyfriend?" Yang Ming grabbed Xia Wenjin's neck with one hand, pushed him against the wall, and asked fiercely, I. Xia Wenjin didn't know how Yang Ming was involved in this matter, but his fear of Yang Ming was real. "Cousin, save me." Lu Zhaojun was also full of cold sweat. Seeing Li Meiyao's miserable appearance, he was also scared. It seemed that Yang Ming had already been very merciful in the ring before. Otherwise, Li Jiaxing and Ren Jianren would not be much stronger than Li Meiyao. Lu Zhaojun didn't dare to be rash. He lowered his head and pretended not to hear. "So you are this kid's cousin?" Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Lu Zhaojun jokingly. Lu Zhaojun's head lowered even lower, fearing that Yang Ming would turn the attack target to him. "You dare to say that you are Shun Yushi's boyfriend? How come I don't know?" Yang Ming tried to make himself look rough and evil, but he also had a sense of propriety. Although he didn't care about anything with his current identity, it was best not to kill people in the police station casually. Then, Xia Bingbao would not be able to deal with the aftermath. Therefore, what Yang Ming wanted to do was to destroy Xia Wenjin mentally. I don't need to tell you about Shun Yushi and me. Xia Wenjin also thought that they were in the police station now. Yang Ming shouldn't dare to do anything to him, so he said stubbornly in fear, "Really? If you were Shun Yushi's boyfriend, then what am I?" Yang Ming smiled faintly. He grabbed Xia Wenjin's neck and put him in front of the window on the side. He opened the window and pushed Xia Wenjin's head out directly. "Do you believe that I will throw you out?" Xia Wenjin shuddered. He was suddenly scared. He secretly regretted it in his heart. This guy is actually Shun Yushi's boyfriend? Could it be that Shun Yushi's backer is him? It is very possible. This kid drives a BMW. His family must be very rich. If I knew that I would provoke him, I wouldn't have listened to Lu Xiaojuan's words and done those things. Seeing Xia Wenjin's inner thoughts, Yang Ming smiled coldly. Sure enough, this guy did it. It seems that I really didn't wrong him. Yang Ming's previous series of rude behavior was to make Xia Wenjin feel psychological fear and nervous. In this way, Yang Ming could smoothly see Xia Wenjin's inner thoughts. Although Yang Ming suspected that Xia Wenjin did it, there was no evidence. Now, Yang Ming could be 100% sure that Xia Wenjin did it. Yang Ming pulled Xia Wenjin down from the windowsill and threw him on the ground. At this time, Xia Wenjin was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He sat on the ground as if he had collapsed. He gasped for breath. Yang Ming originally wanted to deal with Xia Wenjin in private, but he thought that this matter had already alarmed the police. It was more appropriate to leave it to the police to deal with. After all, if something happened to Xia Wenjin at this time, the first suspect would be himself. Yang Ming didn't want to cause any trouble for Xia Bingbao. Now, the two people were just in a cooperative relationship. Yang Ming didn't want to owe him too much and bind himself. Once he owed too many favors, then he wouldn't know how to repay them. When the matter calmed down, Xia Wenjin would be in prison. Wouldn't he be at Yang Ming's mercy? He can't be released from prison, right? Although this matter was bad, it was not enough to sentence him to death. After he was released, there were ways to deal with him. In other words, it would be better if he could be sentenced to death. He would not have to do it himself. Yang Ming walked out of the office under the inexplicable gazes of Li Meiyao and Shun Yushi's parents. They didn't expect Yang Ming to be all bark and no bite. He just threatened Xia Wenjin with a few words and left him aside. Could it be that Yang Ming was just bluffing? He didn't dare to act rashly in the police station. Was it just to vent his anger? Li Meiyao thought so in his heart and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After Yang Ming went out, he found Xia Shui directly. "How is it? Did you find anything?" Xia Shui knew Yang Ming's identity. If Yang Ming helped solve the case, it would be twice the result with half the effort. "Yes," Yang Ming said faintly. The whole thing was done by Xia Wenjin. With that said, Yang Ming told Xia Shui the whole story and how Li Meiyao instigated Xia Wenjin and others to tamper with the testimony. The more Xia Shui listened, the more she frowned, but her eyes were shining with excitement. If what Yang Ming said was true, then this was probably a good opportunity to get rid of Li Meiyao, the unscrupulous lawyer. "Are these all true?" Xia Shui asked after listening to Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming nodded and said affirmatively, "It's true. You separate these 4 people and interrogate them separately. You use the fact that the other 3 people have confessed as a lure. Reveal what I said before to everyone. I don't believe that they won't tell the truth." In fact, this was also a common technique used in interrogations. It was often mentioned in TV dramas. The police made the criminal suspect mistakenly think that his accomplice had confessed and let them put down their psychological defense and confess truthfully. If this trick was used well, it would get twice the result with half the effort. However, there was a condition before it was used. That was, the police had a lot of criminal facts. In today's situation, if there was no Yang Ming, it would be impossible to use this trick. However, Yang Ming had the ability to detect other people's thoughts. All these impossible things became possible. Xia Shui understood that Yang Ming had extraordinary abilities and means. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Moreover, Xia Shui also knew the rules. It was common for the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to assist in a case, but the process of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau's case was extremely confidential. Although Xia Shui was curious, she wouldn't ask much. Okay, I will start the interrogation immediately. Xia Shui nodded and said excitedly. With Yang Ming's help and support, then everything was easy. Even if the bureau chief asked, there was also Yang Ming as a shield. With this information, if Xia Shui still couldn't ask anything, then there was a problem with her ability. However, Yang Ming wasn't worried about this. He still believed in Xia Shui. If Xia Shui really didn't have the ability, she wouldn't be sitting in her current position. In the criminal investigation team, it was difficult for an incompetent person to be the leader. Once this happened, then it would be difficult to carry out the work in the future. The bureau chief wouldn't let this happen. Under the leadership of Xia Shui, several police officers entered the office. Without saying anything, they controlled Xia Wenjin, Li Meiyao, Lu Zhaojun, and Qi Zhida and escorted them out of the office. Li Meiyao was shocked. What are you doing? I'm a lawyer. You have no right to do this to me. Xia Shui smiled slightly. You are a lawyer now. No one can guarantee that you won't be a lawyer later. With Yang Ming's intervention, Xia Shui wasn't afraid of anything. Anyway, if something happened, Yang Ming would take care of it. If Yang Ming couldn't handle it, there was still her elder brother. Of course, Xia Shui had nothing to fear. Seeing the 4 people being escorted out of the office, this scene made Shun Yushi's parents very surprised. Wasn't it just an accident? How come in the blink of an eye, these 4 people were taken away as if they were criminals? The police have obtained new evidence. Now we can roughly judge that Xia Wenjin is the murderer who hurt Yushi. Yang Ming explained to Shun Yushi's parents. Shun Yushi's parents were a little overwhelmed. However, they could also think that all of this should be due to Yang Ming. Otherwise, how could things suddenly take a turn for the better? Although they didn't know what Yang Ming did, Shun Yushi's parents were still very grateful to Yang Ming. Little Yang, thank you, Shun Yushi's mother said with some excitement. If it weren't for Yang Ming, how could things be solved so smoothly? I didn't do anything. This is the result of Captain Xia's efforts. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. He naturally wouldn't admit any credit. Then, let's thank Captain Xia? Shun Yushi's mother hesitated and asked. It's not too late to thank her after the case comes to light. Let's go back to the hospital first. The most important thing is that Shun Yushi wakes up, said Yang Ming. That's right, that's right. When Shun Yushi was mentioned, Shun Yushi's parents immediately showed a worried look. On this side, although the murderer of Shun Yushi had been brought to justice, Shun Yushi was not out of danger yet. In contrast, Shun Yushi being safe and sound was what the 2 elders wanted the most. After Yang Ming greeted Xia Shui, he rushed back to the Songjiang First People's Hospital with the 2 elders. Li Meiyao, Xia Wenjin has already confessed. Don't you want to say anything? You also know our policy. We will be lenient if you confess, but we will be strict if you resist. Xia Shui looked at Li Meiyao, who was sitting there leisurely, and was angry. What should I say? What should I confess? Li Meiyao said faintly, with a fearless look. I'm very clear about your methods of handling cases. You want to trick me into talking. Don't think that I don't know. If it were before, then Xia Shui would definitely be angry. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. He understood the procedures of handling cases. It was basically impossible to get some fact from him. The only thing that could make them admit their guilt honestly was absolute evidence. However, Xia Shui wasn't worried today. She trusted Yang Ming. She was 100% sure that she could make Li Meiyao admit his guilt today. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door outside the interrogation room. Xia Shui pretended to be calm and glanced at the door of the interrogation room. She said faintly, "Please come in." A police officer took a file and walked quickly to Xia Shui's side. Captain Xia, Xia Wenjin has confessed. The confession is here. Please take a look. Of course, all of this was arranged. In the interrogation room of Xia Wenjin, Lu Zhaojun, and Qi Jida, the same scene was playing out. It was just that Li Meiyao was not easy to deal with, so Xia Shui personally went. The others could be dealt with by ordinary police officers. Oh, so fast. Xia Shui nodded and took the file to read. Li Meiyao looked at Xia Shui and the police officer who came in with a smile. In his view, all of this was an act to create psychological pressure on him. Li Meiyao didn't believe that these police officers dared to extort a confession by torture. After all, he was also there. Xia Wenjin's father was also a big shot. Once the matter was exposed, Li Meiyao was confident that the police wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, he didn't believe that the police would get any valuable confessions. Li Meiyao, don't you want to say anything this time? Xia Shui held the file and looked at Li Meiyao. She asked, just act. Continue acting. It's quite realistic. Li Meiyao stretched. My work is quite tiring. In my spare time, watching you act is also a kind of leisure. Really? Xia Shui smiled faintly and threw the file in her hand to Li Meiyao. What is this? Take a look at it yourself. What can it be? Li Meiyao casually took the file and flipped through it. However, after he read a few lines, his face suddenly changed. Chapter 1097. Li Meiyao felt that his hands were trembling, and his face became extremely ugly. This is impossible. How is this possible? This is not true. On the file, the matter of him instigating Xia Wenjin to import the confession was written word for word in the file. If Xia Wenjin or others hadn't confessed, it was impossible to know so much based on the police's guess. It wasn't the first time that Li Meiyao had committed fraud in a lawsuit, but it was the first time that he was seen through. He couldn't figure it out. How did Xia Wenjin escape so quickly? Didn't he know what was waiting for him after he told the truth? If this case of attempted rape causing disability was really judged, it would be at least 5 to 10 years in prison. He was a lawyer, so he was very clear in his heart. Moreover, this was still the case when the victim was not dead. If the victim was dead, then the sentence would not necessarily be decided. Originally, Li Meiyao didn't take this lawsuit seriously. Shin Yushi's family had no background. She was just a small character. At that time, he would ask Xia Wenjin's father to give her family a lot of money. He believed that it would be easy to settle. However, in this, Li Meiyao didn't expect the appearance of Yang Ming. Who is this person? What role does he play in the whole incident? Li Meiyao had been in the Songjiang legal circle for so many years, but he had never seen this person. However, it seemed that Yang Ming was very familiar with the police, even too familiar. Li Meiyao had a bad feeling. It seemed that Yang Ming was also a person on the police's side. When this thought came out, he suddenly frowned. There is no possibility or impossible. The situation has been written very clearly. You can see it yourself. Xia Shui pointed to the file of the case and said, "Are you illiterate?" Li Meiyao didn't speak. He looked at the file in front of him with cold sweat. The details of the case written in it even made Li Meiyao a little scared. Isn't this too detailed? Even the details of the conversation between him and Xia Wenjin were clearly written in it. After reading the entire case file, Li Meiyao knew that he was finished. As a lawyer, he participated in fraud. It was not a problem to be sentenced to 1 or 2 years in prison. Most importantly, his future as a lawyer was ruined. In the future, there would be no more opportunities to collect dirty money. However, since it had already come to this point, there was no other way. Anyway, he had received enough black money in the past. Even if he stopped being a lawyer, he would definitely not starve to death in the future. I have nothing to say, Li Meiyao said lightly. He didn't want to argue. He was a lawyer, and he knew this very well. In the face of absolute evidence, any debate was meaningless. Then you're sure that everything written here is true? Xia Shui asked happily. She didn't expect that the evidence Yang Ming gave her would be so shocking. After Li Meiyao saw it, he didn't even try to defend himself before admitting his guilt. I don't know what happened earlier. Li Meiyao naturally wanted to shirk the responsibility that he could. He said, I was the one who instigated Xia Wenjin and the others to say that. In other words, You haven't figured out the truth yet, but you helped the person tamper with the confession? Xia Shui asked. Li Meiyao nodded. He couldn't deny this point. There was nothing to refute. However, it wasn't enough to convict him of a serious crime just based on this. He signed the confession directly, and Xia Shui quickly ended the interrogation. Xia Shui was really shocked. She had been a police officer for so long, but she had never encountered such a smooth interrogation work. If Yang Ming participated in every interrogation, wouldn't her future work be successful? However, Xia Shui just thought about it. Yang Ming couldn't have so much time to help her. Even if he did, it was impossible for him to help. After all, she still had to rely on herself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if she became dependent on him. On the other side, Xia Wenjin's interrogation was even smoother. After a little intimidation, he said that Qi Jida had already confessed, and the same transcript was shown to Xia Wenjin. Xia Wenjin collapsed. Originally, he didn't want to confess. He held the principle of holding on as long as he could, and he was in a stalemate. After all, if this matter was really put on the table, it would be a big deal. He also knew that it was impossible for him not to go to jail. Therefore, Xia Wenjin initially wanted to repeat what Li Meiyao told him, who didn't know how to repeat the same words. Anyway, he didn't want to talk about the main point, but he didn't expect that Qi Jida and Lu Zhaojun actually confessed. Before Xia Wenjin saw the case record, he thought that the police were scaring him. But when he saw the case record, he was completely dumbfounded. Isn't what is written on it the truth? Not a single detail is missing. Xia Wenjin was so angry that he only wanted to curse. Motherfucker, I promised before that I wouldn't say anything even if I were to die. Now it's great. I haven't been in the police station for half an hour, and I already said everything? If you say it, do you think you're fine? You're also an accomplice. Thinking of this, Xia Wenjin told Lu Zhaojun's dirty trick, and the whole plan was planned by Lu Zhaojun. When the police officer who recorded Xia Wenjin's statement heard what Xia Wenjin said, he suddenly became spirited. These things were not written in this file. If what Xia Wenjin said was true, then Lu Zhaojun was also an accomplice. Lu Zhaojun and Qi Jida were easier to interrogate. The two people's matter was not big. At most, they were just accomplices. Seeing that Xia Wenjin confessed, then they didn't need to insist. They directly said it. At this point, a somewhat complicated case with the participation of a lawyer was easily solved before the victim woke up. Of course, Yang Ming's contribution couldn't be ignored, but only Xia Shui knew it in her heart. Others admired Xia Shui's ability to calculate, but they didn't know that this was actually provided by Yang Ming. Xia Wenjin probably never dreamed that the reason why his matter was exposed was entirely because of himself. If his thoughts weren't probed by Yang Ming, the truth wouldn't be revealed so quickly. He was still complaining and scolding Qi Jida and Lu Zhaojun for not being loyal. It was ridiculous. Things were unusually smooth. After the case was solved, Xia Shui immediately notified Yang Ming. As for how the case would be judged and what kind of punishment Xia Wenjin and the others would receive, it was not up to Xia Shui to decide. This result was also expected by Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't believe that anyone's psychological quality would be so good. After he wrote down what he did, it would be a bit unbelievable if he still didn't admit it. Yang Ming hadn't met such a person yet. From a normal point of view, it was impossible to guess so accurately. Therefore, Li Meiyao didn't even suspect that there was a trick and pleaded guilty. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming sighed. Even if Xia Wenjin and the others were punished by the law, so what? Can it be exchanged for Shen Yushi's health? Obviously, it was impossible. Xia Wenjin has confessed. He tried to rape Yushi, but failed, causing Yushi to jump off the building. Yang Ming told the truth to Shen Yushi's parents, who were sitting in the back of the car. Although this result was a bit heavy, it was necessary to let Shen Yushi's parents know. After all, this result was already very gratifying for them. Sure enough, after Yang Ming said this, Shen Yushi's parents suddenly showed a surprised expression. They didn't expect the matter to be solved so quickly. The truth of the matter was actually similar to what they thought. A beautiful girl inexplicably jumped off a building. and there were traces of her pants being torn. What other reason could there be? Shen Yushi's parents were still very gratified that Xia Wenjin could be punished by the law. Originally, when they saw the hypocritical smile of lawyerly Mei Yao, they even thought that this case was hopeless. They didn't expect the tables to turn. In less than an hour, Xia Wenjin pleaded guilty. When they returned to the hospital, Shen Yushi had been pushed out of the operating room, but she was still in the intensive care unit. Although she was out of danger, she had not yet woken up. Although Shen Yushi's life was not in danger, they got very unfortunate news from the doctor. Shen Yushi's lumbar spine was seriously injured, and it may lead to paralysis of the lower body. When they heard the news, Shen Yushi's parents' bodies obviously trembled, but Shen Yushi's father was more optimistic. Forget it, old woman. It's good that our daughter's life is not in danger. If she is paralyzed, then let her be paralyzed. We'll just take care of her. It's good that we don't have to go out to attract bees and butterflies and cause trouble. Shen Yushi's mother nodded silently. Now, this was the only way. She didn't know what to do about Shen Yushi's medical expenses. The subsequent medical expenses would definitely not be small. So, she asked timidly, "Little Yang, did police officer Xia say that Xia Wenjin can compensate Yushi with some money?" "There will definitely be civil compensation attached to this, but it won't be a lot. It's probably about 100,000. Yang Ming told Shen Yushi's parents what Xia Shui said to him. Then, when will the compensation be paid? Yushi needs money to stay in the hospital now. Shen Yushi's mother said with some worry. You mean this? Yang Ming suddenly understood. Originally, Yang Ming was surprised that Shen Yushi's mother was so concerned about the compensation. Her daughter was injured like this. What was the use of the compensation? However, now that the association mentioned the situation of Shen Yushi's family, it was not surprising that Shen Yushi's mother was worried. After all, Shen Yushi's family was in a difficult situation. Shen Yushi's subsequent medical expenses were definitely not low. It was not something they could afford. Thinking of this, Yang Ming quickly said, You don't have to worry about the money. Shen Yushi is a foreman in the Nightless Club. She is also a middle-level leader. The company will pay for her medical expenses. She has only been a foreman for a few days. She has not been promoted. Can a company care so much? Shen Yushi's mother was stunned. Apparently, she did not expect that the Nightless Club would bear the medical expenses. Not to mention a nightclub-like company like the Nightless Club. Even those multinational companies often did not care about the medical expenses of their employees. Moreover, Shen Yushi had only been a foreman for a few days. She had not even signed a contract. Can a company care? Naturally, they can care. Yang Ming smiled and glanced at Bao Sanli next to him. Bao Sanli got Yang Ming's signal and quickly said, This is the company's rule. We are a legitimate company. We keep our word. How can we not care? Auntie, uncle, you can rest assured. We will take the money that Shen Yushi spent. Not a penny less. Shen Yushi's mother felt that Shen Yushi's medical expenses should not be paid by the Nightless Club. They were also reasonable people. This matter had nothing to do with the Nightless Club. The place where it happened was not the Nightless Club. So even if it was a lawsuit, the Nightless Club was not afraid. However, Bao Sanli took the initiative to bear the matter and bear all the subsequent medical expenses. Then, Xia Wenjin's compensation could be regarded as Shen Yushi's nutrition fee. In this way, the two elders also had a lot of money, and they could get some supplements for Shen Yushi. Before this, they also heard about Bao Sanli's background. They thought that Bao Sanli was a person who was difficult to contact, but now it seemed that this person was more loyal than those hypocritical bosses who seemed to be philanthropists. Then, thank you, President Bao, Shen Yushi's mother said. I will bow to you here. Don't. Bao Sanli was shocked. Although Yang Ming denied his relationship with Shen Yushi, Bao Sanli still felt that there was a problem with Yang Ming being so busy. Otherwise, what does this have to do with Yang Ming? Why is Yang Ming not so enthusiastic about other people's matters? He quickly stopped Shen Yushi's mother from bowing to him. Bao Sanli said, Auntie, don't do this. I can't afford it. Although Bao Sanli wanted to say that she was Brother Yang's mother-in-law, he didn't dare to say so. He had to shake his head helplessly. Bao. Yang Ming wanted to instruct Bao Sanli to go to the ATM and withdraw some money, but he suddenly remembered that Shun Yushi's parents were still around. So he looked at a follower beside Bao Sanli and said, "You go and help me withdraw 50,000 yuan. The password is 123456. As Yang Ming said this, he handed a bank card to the follower. He didn't know the name of the follower, but he felt that he was familiar. However, the follower vaguely knew the identity of Yang Ming. Without waiting for Bao Sanli to speak, he hurriedly took Yang Ming's bank card and ran to the bank near the hospital to withdraw the money. Generally, there were several banks near larger hospitals for people to withdraw money. The business was very good. Shun Yushi's parents didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yang Ming ordering Bao Sanli's follower to do things. After all, Yang Ming had said before that he was also a leader of the company. Soon, the follower came back and handed a paper bag with 50,000 yuan to Yang Ming. "Brother Yang, this is 50,000 yuan. Yang Ming took the paper bag and nodded to him. "Thank you for your hard work." The follower was suddenly excited. Originally, he was very happy to be able to do things for Yang Ming. Now that Yang Ming said that he had worked hard, he was naturally very happy. "Auntie, this is 50,000 yuan. Yang Ming handed the paper bag in his hand to Shun Yushi's mother. Although the company has paid for the medical expenses, other places also need money. Besides, Xiao Wenjin's compensation won't be paid in a short time. You should take this money first." Originally, Shun Yushi's mother was very happy that the company would pay for the medical expenses. At this time, when she saw Yang Ming giving her money again, she quickly refused. "This can't be done. How can I take your money? It was fine if the company paid for the medical expenses. At least this was reasonable." Shun Yushi's mother would not have too much psychological burden. However, the money Yang Ming took was his own money. How could Shun Yushi's mother accept it? "Yushi is my girlfriend. She has an accident. Naturally, I have to buy something for her." Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's just that I am busy with work, so I can only trouble you." Yang Ming sighed in his heart. This was also a white lie. Anyway, when he was at the police station, Shun Yushi's parents had heard him say it once. This. Indeed, when they were at the police station, Shun Yushi's parents also heard Yang Ming's words. They thought that Shun Yushi had an accident that might lead to paralysis. Even if Yang Ming was Shun Yushi's boyfriend, it was impossible for him to be the same as before. After all, who would find a paralyzed girl to be his girlfriend? Moreover, it could be seen that Yang Ming had a successful career at a young age. Such a boy, what kind of girl couldn't he find? Why would he want a disabled person? Therefore, when Yang Ming took out 50,000 yuan, Shun Yushi's mother was so surprised. What was even more surprising was that Yang Ming actually emphasized that Shun Yushi was his girlfriend. Bao Sanli secretly despised Yang Ming in his heart. "Damn, she is obviously your girlfriend, but you insist that she isn't. Now you finally admit it, right?" However, he only despised him in his heart. He didn't dare to say it, and he was very fortunate that he had been dealing with this matter very seriously. Outside the hospital, Yang Ming's mood was a little upset. Although the matter was handled satisfactorily, a girl in her prime might have to sit in a wheelchair for a lifetime. After knowing this result, Yang Ming was even more unwilling to let go of Xiao Wenjin. No matter what Xiao Wenjin's final judgment was, Yang Ming would not let him have an easy time. Fang Tian sent a message from Country X's General Cars, asking the Black Butterfly organization to prepare to carry out the assassination of his political enemy. As long as it was successful, all rewards were negotiable. General Cars really couldn't sit still. He also knew in his heart that he was in the stage of recuperation. Some of his political enemies were also waiting for the opportunity to make a move. General Cars lived in fear every day. In fact, he also knew that it was only a matter of time before he was ousted, but everyone had a fluke mentality. They would hold on for as long as they could. In his opinion, as long as he could pay a high enough reward, he could assassinate all his political enemies so that he could sit firmly in the position of the president. However, there was no end to political enemies. After one political enemy was assassinated, another one would emerge. Even if he could assassinate them, in the end, all the available resources in Country X would be given out as rewards. What was the point of a president without an army? Chapter 1098. When Yang Ming received Fang Tian's call, he was lying on Wang Xiaoyan's bed and making out with her. These days, Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun were busy with the company's affairs, and Xiao Qing's experimental project was not over yet. She was very busy. Zhou Jiajia, the obedient assistant class monitor, naturally had to stay in the school's dormitory to set an example. Besides, the relationship between Yang Ming and her was limited to kissing and hugging. It would be awkward if they were out alone. Sun Jie was still in Donghai. According to her, something happened at home. On the night of Xin Yushi's accident, Sun Jie returned a call to Yang Ming. It was very late at that time, about 11 o'clock in the evening. However, Yang Ming was a little upset because of Xin Yushi's incident, so he didn't sleep. Xiao Qing's call came in. Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID and picked up the phone. "Hello, dear. Why did you call me back so late?" Yang Ming asked with a tired voice. Sun Jie noticed that Yang Ming's mood didn't seem to be very good, so she didn't care much about his dear. Instead, she said, "Today, it snowed on the highway again. I was stuck for more than 3 hours. After returning home, I felt a little tired, so I slept. I didn't expect to wake up at 11 o'clock. Your dad hasn't slept yet?" He answered my call before. Yang Ming was a little surprised about Sun Hongjuan's resting time. Sun Jie woke up at 11 o'clock. Did he not sleep until 11 o'clock? "Oh, you're talking about your previous call. My dad has already rested. Third uncle told me that he hasn't rested yet." Sun Jie said, "Why are you looking for me?" "The jewelry exhibition is over." Yang Ming said, "I wanted to report to you, but since you've gone back, let's talk about it when we meet." "Are you really going to report to me about the exhibition?" Sun Jie's tone was a little playful, as if she saw through Yang Ming's mind. Yang Ming suddenly blushed and said, "It can also improve our relationship as husband and wife. But those are all subsidiary." After Sun Jie heard it, she smiled and said, "I don't think you are so honest. Is the jewelry exhibition going well? I read about the robbery in the newspaper, but there should be more to come, right?" And you guessed it right. Just this morning, they launched the final blow. As Yang Ming spoke, he told the story of the black shirt man sneaking into the exhibition center to steal the treasures. He talked about how he was careless and let people move the jewelry. However, Yang Ming did not say that he monitored all of this through his special ability. Instead, he vaguely said that he set up a spy. Fortunately, Sun Jie did not ask much about these small details. After listening to Yang Ming's words, she said sarcastically, "This is the consequence of being arrogant. Let's see if you are still arrogant in the future." I wanted to see if the black-clothed man contacted anyone after he succeeded and see if there were any new clues. Who would have thought that they would be so meticulous? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. However, the ending of the matter is still considered satisfactory. Perfect? What do you mean? Sun Jie asked strangely. The things were lost, and you still talk about satisfactory. Oh, I know. You must have used the black-clothed man as a hostage in exchange for the other party's compromise, right? So, in this way, the other party will not pursue the responsibility of the jewelry loss, right? After listening to Sun Jie's words, Yang Ming sincerely admired. "You are indeed Sun Jie. You can even analyze this. But you only guessed the first half right. Oh, do you have any better remedies?" Sun Jie listened to Yang Ming, and she was also interested and asked curiously. "I not only let them give up the responsibility of the jewelry loss, but I also let them send the jewelry back." Yang Ming smiled with some pride. "In the end, you achieved your purpose of taking advantage of others." It was no wonder that Yang Ming would be proud. Among all the women around Yang Ming, Sun Jie was undoubtedly the most cunning. Not to mention whether she was smarter than others. But in terms of these conspiracies, no one could defeat her, including Yang Ming himself. He admitted that he wasn't Sun Jie's opponent. However, he finally saved his face in this game, and it also made Sun Jie have unexpected moments. Not bad, Sun Jie said after listening. Tell me, how did you do it? I'd like to hear the details. Therefore, Yang Ming connected the flaws in the tone of the behind-the-scenes person and the suicide of the driver. He told Sun Jie about his speculations and practices at the time until the behind-the-scenes person was fooled and took the initiative to express the jewelry to his hands. Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to be so capable. It could be heard that Sun Jie was really praising Yang Ming this time, and it wasn't the kind of hypocritical promise. So, am I considered to have passed the test? Asked Yang Ming. What test? Sun Jie was stunned and immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming's words. This is only the first time. It can't prove anything. I have to continue to observe. Yang Ming smiled faintly and didn't care. It was impossible to make Sun Jie completely fall in love with him with just one thing. To conquer Sun Jie, he had to let her completely admire him and feel that he was stronger than her and that she could rely on him. However, Yang Ming believed that this day wouldn't be too far away because he was constantly growing. Now, he was much stronger than when he was a fledgling a year ago. Now that he thought about it, he was like a silly boy a year ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't be easily fooled by Wang Jitao. Right? Aren't you in a graduate class? Why did you go back to Donghai? Asked Yang Ming. Xiao Qing went to research a topic these days, and the graduate class was suspended. Sun Jie said, Moreover, there is a small matter in my family. I came back to deal with it. What's the matter? Do you need my help? Asked Yang Ming. No need. If I can't handle it myself, I will ask you for help. Sun Jie smiled. However, listening to the tone, it was also a joke because Sun Jie didn't think that Yang Ming would help with something that she couldn't handle. Yang Ming sighed and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, sooner or later, you will worship me to death. Okay, then when you return to Songjiang, let's meet and talk, said Yang Ming. And let's meet and talk. I just woke up and sweated a little. I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going to take a shower, said Sun Jie. For a few days, Yang Ming hadn't contacted Sun Jie. He didn't know how she was handling the matter in Donghai, but he believed that with Sun Jie's ability, there should be nothing that could trouble her. Struggling to pick up the phone from the bedside table, little girl Wang's energy is really not ordinary. Yang Ming sighed. Being an assassin is different. Her physical strength and endurance are super strong. Fortunately, I am also a person in this field. Otherwise, I would be tortured to death by little girl Wang. This little girl is also very feminist. She always likes to play with men on top. Fortunately, my skills are better than hers. Otherwise, wouldn't I be bullied to death? Hey, old man, why are you looking for me? Is there news over there? Yang Ming already knew that Karsi in Africa's country X was going to let him do it. He came to Wang Xiaoyan's place. In addition to learning from Wang Xiaoyan on cooperation tacit understanding, he mainly studied this mission. Well, on the 15th of this month, you will leave for Africa. I will arrange your itinerary, said Fong Tian simply. Damn, my birthday is on the 14th, and we are leaving on the 15th? Aren't you too cruel? Yang Ming smiled bitterly after listening. Then, are you going or not? Fong Tian smiled. Go. Of course I am going. Yang Ming said helplessly. Are we going by water or by plane? Water. First, smuggle into Vietnam. I will arrange a plane there, and then fly directly to Africa's country X, said Fong Tian. There may be a change of planes in the middle of the way, but you don't have to worry about it. Okay, I understand. Yang Ming nodded after listening. Smuggling into Vietnam was a relatively easy thing. They could go directly from the Red River in Baishan. Of course, the Red River was the name of Vietnam. This side was called Yuanjiang. Yang Ming's phone call woke up Wang Xiaoyan, who had just fallen asleep. She opened her sleepy eyes. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming and said, Are we going out for the mission? We will leave on the 15th. Are you okay with it? Yang Ming nodded and asked. Naturally, there's no problem. Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's affirmative answer. She shook her head excitedly, and then sat up directly from the bed. Finally, we can go out for the mission. We will smuggle into Vietnam first, and then my friend will arrange a plane there to fly directly to Africa, said Yang Ming. Speaking of this, Yang Ming had to admire Fong Tian's connections and relationships. He had already retired for so many years, but he could still arrange some things at any time. If it were Yang Ming, it was impossible to go to Africa through an irregular channel in a short period of time. However, there was always a process for everything. Fong Tian also said that after Yang Ming had enough experience, he would hand over all his connections to Yang Ming. Just the two of us? Wang Xiaoyan had never taken on such a big mission. Although she was excited, she was still a little nervous. And just the two of us. Yang Ming said, "How many more people do you want to go? It's just killing a person. Why do you need to make such a big scene? If it weren't for bringing you to see the world, I could have done it myself." TSK, you're bringing me because you want to mess with me, right? Wang Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and said jokingly. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. Am I so unbearable in Wang Xiaoyan's eyes? March 14th was Yang Ming's birthday. Although there were still many things in the company that were not done, Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, Zhang Bin, and Zhao Cixi naturally wanted to celebrate Yang Ming's birthday. Of course, Yang Ming also sent an electronic invitation to Sun Jie, Xiao Qing, and Zhao Ying. However, Sun Jie had not returned from Donghai. He could only call to apologize. Xiao Qing was even more busy. The experiment was at a critical stage. As the person in charge of Songjiang Industry University, she couldn't get away. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ying would reply to an email saying that she would be on time. This made Yang Ming very surprised. After all, when Yang Ming sent the email, he also sent an invitation to Zhao Ying with the intention of trying. His relationship with Zhao Ying was now so stiff. Yang Ming didn't think that Zhao Ying would come to his birthday party. However, in Yang Ming's view, the person who shouldn't have come came, and the person who should have come didn't come because of something. As for the identity of Xiao Qing and Sun Jie, it was easy for Yang Ming to explain. Chen Mingyan also knew them, so she wouldn't have any doubts. However, thinking about it carefully, weren't Sun Jie and Xiao Qing also trying to avoid possible embarrassment? Therefore, Yang Ming's birthday party was now only attended by 4 women who were related to Yang Ming: Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, Zhou Jiejie, and Zhao Ying. In terms of friends, there were Zhang Bin, Zhao Cixi, Tian Donghua, and Wang Shui. Wang Xiaoyan naturally couldn't participate. Yang Ming didn't dare to let her participate. This little girl Wang's character was too hot, and Chen Mingyan was a little vinegar jar. If the two of them didn't get along well and fought, then it would really be bad. If Wang Xiaoyan was angry, it was possible to kill Chen Mingyan. Then it would really be over. Therefore, Yang Ming wouldn't let Wang Xiaoyan participate in the matters between his women in a short time. However, on the day before the birthday, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan celebrated in advance. After all, with the contact with Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming liked this girl who had character and ideals more and more. Are you afraid that I will disturb your plans tomorrow? Celebrate my birthday with me in advance today? Wang Xiaoyan naturally guessed Yang Ming's intention. Whatever you say, Yang Ming didn't deny it. After all, Wang Xiaoyan basically understood Yang Ming's private life, but she didn't want to interfere. Wang Xiaoyan wasn't sure if she could be with Yang Ming in the end. At first, she also held the attitude of being together with him one day at a time. However, now, she was somewhat reluctant to part with Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan didn't know if this was love. In short, Yang Ming was with her, and she would be very happy. When Yang Ming wasn't with her, she would feel that something was missing. Unknowingly, she had become accustomed to this feeling. Therefore, the more it was like this, the more Wang Xiaoyan was afraid that one day this feeling would disappear forever. After all, the world's #1 assassin group. This goal was too ambitious, and the difficulty of achieving it could be imagined. It wasn't that Wang Xiaoyan wasn't jealous. On the contrary, Yang Ming had other women, so she still cared very much. But now, whether she could be with Yang Ming was another matter. Wang Xiaoyan didn't have the mind to care about other things with Yang Ming. Now, all her thoughts were on how to make the assassin group stronger and bigger. Happy birthday. Wang Xiaoyan handed a small box to Yang Ming and said, "Oh." Yang Ming was very surprised. Celebrating his birthday with Wang Xiaoyan in advance was just an impromptu decision. He had been staying with Wang Xiaoyan these days, so he celebrated in advance. He didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to take it seriously and specially prepare a birthday gift for him. "Thank you." Yang Ming took the small box and kissed Wang Xiaoyan's face. He asked, "What is it?" "Open it and you will know." Wang Xiaoyan smiled. Yang Ming opened the box and saw a small knife made of plexiglass. If he remembered correctly, Wang Xiaoyan seemed to have a similar one. Yang Ming had seen it before, so he asked, "You seem to have the same one, right?" "And I have the same one. I ordered it for myself when I left home." Wang Xiaoyan nodded. "I knew it was your birthday a few days ago, so I ordered the same one and sent it by International Express delivery. I just received it. It's very practical. It can pass the security check, right?" Yang Ming weighed the knife, and it was quite handy. Looking at the material, he knew that it was not as simple as ordinary plexiglass. It should be made with a special process. It was first class in both hardness and feel. "Smart." Wang Xiaoyan nodded. "Only you can find its purpose. If you give it to others, they will think it is a handicraft." Wang Xiaoyan was obviously very happy to have a common language with Yang Ming. "This thing is in our hands. Isn't it used to kill people?" Yang Ming smiled and said, "I like it very much. I will accept it." Both of them had common secrets and identities. Although it was a simple meal, they were very happy. Wang Xiaoyan opened a bottle of red wine, and both of them drank a lot. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan did not have much alcohol tolerance. It could be seen that Wang Xiaoyan, as an assassin, had to keep a clear mind at all times. This was also what an assassin must maintain. Only Yang Ming did not care about this. However, under normal circumstances, it was difficult for Yang Ming to get drunk. Just like this half bottle of red wine, it was nothing for Yang Ming, but Wang Xiaoyan, who did not often come into contact with alcohol, was blushing and had begun to become confused. "It's so hot." Wang Xiaoyan took off her coat, leaving only the small vest inside. It was originally at home, so Wang Xiaoyan did not avoid anything in front of Yang Ming. She did not even wear a bra inside. Her exquisite figure was suddenly revealed, and it was particularly attractive. Among all the women in Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan was not the tallest, and her chest was not the biggest, but no one could compare to her figure. There was no fat on her body. Because of long-term training, her chest and buttocks were very round and strong. This kind of perfect curve was incomparable to other women. After all, even if they had a good figure, they could not be like Wang Xiaoyan. "What are you looking at me for? Do I look good?" Wang Xiaoyan was obviously drunk. Normally, she would never ask Yang Ming such questions as, "Do I look good? Do you like me?" These kinds of questions that only women would ask. "You look good." Yang Ming nodded and said, "Yin Yin, I found that I really fell in love with you." Wang Xiaoyan listened to Yang Ming's words, but there was no reaction. She still looked at Yang Ming with a blushing face. Just when Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable, Wang Xiaoyan suddenly threw herself on Yang Ming and hugged Yang Ming tightly. "Take me to bed. Do me hard. Kill me. I love you." Although the last three words were said very softly, Yang Ming still heard it. His heart trembled slightly. He did not know whether Wang Xiaoyan was drunk or heartfelt. Usually, Wang Xiaoyan would never mention such a topic. Chapter 1099. Yang Ming's heart moved slightly. He picked up Wang Xiaoyan and walked upstairs to the bedroom. For a long time, Wang Xiaoyan had shown a strong and overbearing side in front of Yang Ming. Perhaps only at this moment was the real her. She was also a normal girl. She should be full of pursuit for love. It was just that he didn't know why she carried too many burdens from her family. Although Yang Ming had never asked, he could roughly guess that it was nothing more than a forced marriage. Before coming into contact with so many wealthy families, Yang Ming would think that those family reputation, family interests, and so on were nonsense and novels. However, after coming into contact with them, he knew how terrible it was. From the moment he came into contact with President Hua, Yang Ming also understood that some of the so-called wealthy families were not close to human feelings. Yang Ming didn't know why Wang Xiaoyan insisted on making her assassin organization the world's #1, but it should be some kind of agreement between her and her family. Therefore, whether it was for himself or for Wang Xiaoyan, Yang Ming would work hard to help Wang Xiaoyan achieve this dream. Moreover, Yang Ming had the ability to help her achieve her dream. With Fang Tian's connections, he didn't have to worry about not getting a mission. Therefore, Yang Ming believed that as long as he was hardworking, then Wang Xiaoyan's dream would be just around the corner. However, then again, even if this dream didn't come true, Yang Ming wouldn't let Wang Xiaoyan marry someone else. Yang Ming would never allow this kind of thing to happen. When he went upstairs and came to the bedroom, Wang Xiaoyan, who was still talking, had closed her eyes. There was a smile at the corner of her mouth as she fell asleep. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. He gently put Wang Xiaoyan on the bed and carefully took off her small singlet and pants. Wang Xiaoyan had the habit of sleeping naked. Yang Ming was naturally very clear about it. If people who were used to sleeping naked slept with clothes on, they would be very uncomfortable the next day. Looking at Wang Xiaoyan's seductive body, Yang Ming suppressed the impulse in his heart. After all, although he slept with Wang Xiaoyan at the beginning because of the bet, and even because of some revenge purposes, Yang Ming had fallen in love with this girl. At this moment, he naturally couldn't bear to disturb her rest. After Yang Ming settled Wang Xiaoyan, he took off his clothes and lay next to Wang Xiaoyan. He turned off the lamp on the bedside table and closed his eyes. Although Yang Ming didn't use his special ability to explore the situation around him, Yang Ming could still be keenly aware of the small movements around him. Yang Ming suddenly opened his eyes, but found that Wang Xiaoyan was lying in front of him. A pair of big watery eyes were looking at him in a daze. "Weren't you asleep?" Yang Ming asked strangely. "Why didn't you do it with me?" Wang Xiaoyan didn't answer Yang Ming's question. Instead, she asked back with a face full of lust. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. "What are you playing at?" He smiled bitterly. "I saw that you were asleep and was afraid to wake you up. Well, since you were so willing to be done by me, then I will kill you." Yang Ming was annoyed by Wang Xiaoyan's words. He turned over and pressed Wang Xiaoyan under his body. "Then do it." Wang Xiaoyan was lying on the bed and said, "You can do whatever you want." In fact, Wang Xiaoyan hadn't slept. She was just drunk and confused. No matter what, she was also a person who had undergone strict training as an assassin. How could she fall asleep so easily? Just now, she couldn't control herself and said some strange words. It made Wang Xiaoyan a little shy, so she pretended to sleep for a while to eliminate the embarrassment in her heart. However, she didn't expect that after returning to the bedroom, Yang Ming really thought that she was asleep. After helping her take off her clothes, there was no other action. Wang Xiaoyan felt strange, but she was a little touched. It turned out that he also cared about her. In his eyes, she might not be just an assassin partner and a sexual partner. Perhaps it was the alcohol, the atmosphere, or some other reason, but the two of them were quickly satisfied and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Wang Xiaoyan returned to the previous Wang Xiaoyan. The spring and seduction on her face no longer existed. Although she occasionally had intimacy with Yang Ming, it was not as obvious as yesterday. It was no different from the past. Yang Ming sighed slightly. He also knew that Wang Xiaoyan couldn't always open her heart completely like when she was drunk. After all, the pressure she carried was too heavy. A girl, instead of enjoying herself, wanted to form an assassin group. Perhaps it was inconceivable in the eyes of many people, but in the eyes of Wang Xiaoyan, it was imperative. Today was Yang Ming's birthday. On this day last year, Yang Ming's birthday was not so solemn. At that time, he was still in high school. He was caught by Chen Mingyin for skipping class in the morning. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's heart was slightly sweet. His thoughts seemed to return to this day a year ago. "Yang Ming, where are you going?" That morning, Yang Ming came to the classroom and walked around casually. He threw his school bag on the seat and turned around to leave the classroom. But before he walked to the door of the classroom, he felt that the corner of his shirt was grabbed by someone, followed by a familiar voice. Yang Ming was helpless. I don't know what bad luck I have these days. Every time I skip class, Chun Mingyin catches me. Yang Ming even thought, is this little girl secretly in love with me? Otherwise, why would she pay so much attention to me? If she hadn't been watching me, how would she know that I was skipping class? Madam, are you looking for me? Yang Ming repeated the action that he had to do every day, which was to smile and not fight back. Chun Mingyin was also very angry. This Yang Ming is too unself-aware, right? Yesterday, he promised that he wouldn't skip class in the future. Today, he wants to sneak out under my eyes? Yang Ming, what about your promise yesterday? Chun Mingyin's face was sullen. She glared and reprimanded. It's only been a few days since school started, and you're skipping class all day. Do you not want to go to university? Hey, how do you know that I don't want to go to university? Are you a roundworm in my stomach? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised and opened his mouth wide. He looked at Chun Mingyin in confusion. Go to hell. Chun Mingyin rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. What nonsense are you talking about? What roundworm? It's so unpleasant. Oh, that's good. Then I'm going. Yang Ming nodded and continued to walk to the door of the classroom. However, before he took 2 steps, he was stopped by someone again. Needless to say, it must be Chun Mingyin. Yang Ming, Chun Mingyin said angrily. What are you going to do? Go to hell? Didn't you ask me to go? Yang Ming said innocently. Why are you so obedient this time? Chun Mingyin was a little dumbfounded. What do you mean go to hell? How can he go to hell? Chun Mingyin wasn't a fool. He must want to use this as an excuse to continue skipping class. So, she said, I asked you to study. Why don't you go? Ugh. Yang Ming scratched his head. I want to study, but I can't. What do you think I should do? So, it's better not to study. It's not good if I affect other students. Yang Ming, if you don't study hard, can you learn? Chun Mingyin frowned. Yang Ming said the same thing every day. She also tried to persuade him. However, if he really didn't study hard, then no matter how she persuaded him, he wouldn't listen. Thinking of this, Chun Mingyin sighed helplessly. Well, to tell you the truth, today is my birthday. Yang Ming sighed. You see, I don't have many friends in class. Although everyone seems to be afraid of me on the surface. In fact, I also know that they despise me very much. So, when it's my birthday, no one can attend. I just want to celebrate my birthday in peace. Initially, I didn't want to say it. After I said it, you wouldn't celebrate my birthday with me. Then I would lose my face. AI, but since you want me to tell you the truth, then I can only say it like this. Ah? Chun Mingyin was stunned. She didn't expect that today would be Yang Ming's birthday. She recalled that she had seen Yang Ming's file. It seemed that his birthday was really in March, but she couldn't remember which day it was. Now that Yang Ming said this, Chun Mingyin was in a dilemma. If she didn't celebrate Yang Ming's birthday with him, then it would be despising him. But she never thought about it like this, right? How would she know that Yang Ming actually said this deliberately? Although Yang Ming's grades weren't good, and he was a bully in school, he had never looked down on his classmates. Even when his classmates were bullied by other classmates, Yang Ming even helped them. Therefore, Yang Ming had shortcomings, but most of the students still felt that Yang Ming was quite loyal. They couldn't say that they liked him, but at least they didn't hate him. However, a few special people were exceptions, such as Wang Jitao and Chun Afu. However, the well-behaved Chun Mingyin had never skipped class, and it was impossible for her to skip class to celebrate Yang Ming's birthday with him. Even if she wasn't afraid of other people's gossip, at least she wouldn't be able to get past the teacher. As a class monitor, if she skipped class, how could she still do that? AI, sure enough, you also despise me from the bottom of your heart. Yang Ming pretended to be very sad. As he spoke, he walked to the door. Chun Mingyin's character was very kind. When she saw Yang Ming so sad, her heart suddenly felt very uncomfortable. She quickly said, Yang Ming, I don't despise you, but I can't skip class, I know. Yang Ming waved his hand with a heartbroken look. How about next year, when we are both admitted to university, I will definitely celebrate your birthday for you. Chen Mingyan was anxious and said quickly, "That's fine. Then see you next year. I'm leaving first." Yang Ming waved his hand to Chen Mingyan and walked out of the classroom quickly. AI. Chen Mingyan sighed. She didn't expect Yang Ming to have so many worries. Usually, she saw that he was careless, but she really didn't notice it. Yeah, this isn't right. Chen Mingyan suddenly realized this Yang Ming. Didn't he skip class again? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan suddenly became angry. She clenched her small fist and waved it. It turns out that I was cheated by him again. I still want to celebrate his birthday? What birthday? Wishful thinking, don't even think about it. However, Chen Mingyan thought about it again. If Yang Ming can really be admitted to university, then what's wrong with celebrating his birthday with him? I'm just afraid that he can't be admitted. After Yang Ming successfully skipped class, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was some expectation in his heart. Originally, he didn't have any illusions about Chen Mingyan. After all, the gap between him and Chen Mingyan was too big. But now, after Chen Mingyan said so, his heart began to become active again. If Chen Mingyan can celebrate my birthday with me, how wonderful would that be? However, this idea was only temporary and disappeared in a flash. After all, it was simply too difficult for me to be admitted to university. Zhang Bin was still waiting for me at the school gate. Thinking of this, Yang Ming put away those unrealistic thoughts and quickened his pace. He walked quickly to the school gate. Zhang Bin didn't often skip class. Although his grades weren't very good, he also stayed in the classroom every day, so it was easier for Zhang Bin to skip class. He and Yang Ming acted separately. He left the classroom first, but no one noticed him. Even if they noticed him, they would think that he was going to the toilet. Yang Ming was different. He was supervised by Chen Mingyan all day long. "Bro, why are you so slow?" When Zhang Bin saw Yang Ming come out, he quickly waved his hand and said, "I have been waiting here for more than 20 minutes. Those who don't know would think that I'm a student standing guard at the school gate. Isn't it because of Chen Mingyan?" Yang Ming smiled bitterly. "I wanted to come out, but she caught me and stopped me. I spent a lot of effort to run out." "Ha, bro, if you ask me, Chen Mingyan is interested in you." Zhang Bin smiled after listening. "Why doesn't she care about others?" I walked out of the classroom, but she didn't see it. However, when you skip class, she could find it. This explains the problem. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, "What is interesting? Isn't it because I have skipped class too many times? Otherwise, how can I be targeted by her?" Yang Ming, of course, still had self-awareness. He wouldn't be stupid enough to think that Chen Mingyan would fall in love with him. "Anyway, this is special treatment for you." Zhang Bin smiled and said, "Let's go to the Ju Yuan Chun restaurant next to the school. I have booked a table. Let's celebrate." Ju Yuan Chun? No way, is it that extravagant? Yang Ming's original intention was for the two of them to just find a place to have a barbecue. "It's okay. I have money. You don't have to save for me." Zhang Bin waved his hand indifferently. With our relationship, whoever has money should spend more. Zhang Bin was familiar with the owner of the Ju Yuan Chun restaurant. He was a friend of Zhang Bin's father, Zhang Jiafeng. Therefore, there were only two people, Zhang Bin and Yang Ming, and the owner also gave them a private room. "Bro, happy birthday to you." Zhang Bin raised his glass and said to Yang Ming, "Come, I will drink first." Yang Ming also raised his glass. This was the only good friend in his class. Maybe he would leave him in a few months. Yang Ming also knew that even if Zhang Bin couldn't get into university, Zhang Bin's father could spend money to get him into a good school. But Yang Ming couldn't do it. His father was a worker, and his mother was a temporary worker in the community. It was impossible to take out so much money to go to university on his own. "Bro, what's wrong with you? You seem to be unhappy." Zhang Bin also noticed that Yang Ming was a little depressed, so he asked quickly, "Nothing. I just thought that in a blink of an eye, the high school life is going to end. Time flies." Yang Ming sighed and said, "Bro, you are reluctant to part with Chen Mingyan, right?" Zhang Bin asked after listening, "Bro, why don't you confess to her? Anyway, whether it will work or not, you have tried it. You won't regret it in the future. If you really graduate, there's no way to regret it. Okay, don't talk nonsense. What confess? Aren't you harming me? Yang Ming shook his head and said, You don't know Chun Mingyin's character. Moreover, I heard that Wang Jitao, that idiot, had already confessed before. Chen Mingyin told him that she didn't consider having a boyfriend in high school. She directly rejected him. That's because Chun Mingyin didn't like him. Zhang Bin waved his hand and said with an unfathomable look, When it comes to women, you don't know as much as I do. I have been hooking up with girls on the internet since I was a freshman in high school. I know women's thoughts better than you. They say that they don't fall in love. That's just an excuse. That's because they haven't found the right one. Once they find it, all the words they said before are all empty words. Really? Yang Ming really didn't understand the thoughts of girls. Seeing that Zhang Bin said it like it was true, he was suddenly moved. Of course it's true. Zhang Bin nodded and said, You see, Chen Mingyin wants you to study hard every day. If you really want to chase her, then you should follow her wishes, study hard, and change for her. In this way, you will definitely have a chance. Boss, I'm not flattering you. In terms of appearance and ability, you are much better than Wang Jitao. That guy is good at studying and has a rich family. He's not as good as you in any other aspect. Yang Ming was naturally not the kind of person who would be hot-headed when he was flattered. He shook his head and said with a smile, Let's talk about it later. Even if I study hard, I can't study too well. Chen Mingyin is going to a famous university. If we can't be together in university in the future, it's useless. AI, that's true. Zhang Bin also sighed helplessly and said, Boss, but no matter what, even if we are not together in the future, you will always be my boss. Yang Ming smiled and said, I believe that beep beep. The sound of a car horn urging him to drive came from behind. Yang Ming collected his thoughts and glanced at the signal light. It had turned green. He shook his head and started the car. He didn't expect that today, 1 year later, Chun Mingyin really fulfilled her promise and came to celebrate his birthday. His brother also didn't go far away and was still by his side. Life's encounters were really wonderful. After a lot of twists and turns, he actually set foot on a path to success. He instantly walked to the top of the social pyramid, calling the wind and calling the rain. He was always successful. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.